Hello, amazing parents. If you can see me and if you can hear me, please let me know in the comment section that you see me and you can hear me. And if you are here, kindly send the link to every parent you know, every educator, every caregiver, everyone that comes in contact with parents, because today is going to be mind blowing. We're going to be having a shift in our mindset. So if you are here, you can see me and you can hear me. I want you to put it in the comment section. I see you and I hear you, okay? So that I know that my network is fine and we can start. All right. So as you join on this call, please hit the like button, okay? And tell us where you are streaming live from. Which part of the world are you streaming live from? I want to see you in the comment section. All right. So while we wait for others to join, all right, so you can see me and hear me, please let me know where you are streaming live from. Hit the like button and please, okay, so you're streaming live from Abuja. Amazing. All right, so welcome to the Positive Parenting Academy Parents Conference, the first ever conference that the Academy is going to be having. I thought you were going to give us a round of applause. So today has become a reality. There has been so much behind the scenes planning, preparation for today, and we are here. Today is going to be an amazing time. I want to thank God for the opportunity to see today. So we're going to be having a back-to-back session, right? So you want to get your water, you want to get your food or whatever it is, because we'll be taking little breaks in between. We have 10 amazing speakers that are ready to deliver on different aspects of parenting. We're going to be starting, the first speaker will be coming up by 9:30. But in the meantime, we're going to be putting up some adverts so that you can know what we are all about, okay? So in a minute, I'm going to be sharing my screen with you, and you're going to be hearing reviews from parents as well that I've worked with and that have been part of the Positive Parenting Academy. Okay, so if you join in, I'm seeing more people. If you join in, please share the link, hit the like button, tell us where you are calling from, tell us where you are streaming live from, okay, so that we can connect with you. All right. Caregivers and children. Through its holistic approach, Positive Parenting Academy is an online coaching outfit for parents, educators, caregivers, and children. Through its holistic approach and positive principles, it equips parents, educators, and caregivers with the capacity to raise children that can thrive. The Academy has identified lack of skills as the gap in parenting, with a vision to redefine parenting in Africa, and is on a mission to teach, train, and coach parents, educators, and caregivers so they are better positioned to raise wholesome children. The Academy runs an annual online parenting community, the Positive Parent Circle, where parents learn the much needed skills to parent in this 21st century through coaching and accountability systems. We also partner with school owners to train educators and scholars on emotional intelligence and help them incorporate it into their curriculum. The Academy runs the Skilled Kids Hub, a learning space for kids 5 to 12 years that empowers them with critical life skills to make impact and become global leaders. We offer impactful online courses throughout the year for parents, teachers, and caregivers, such as the Yell Less Connect More Challenge, Healing Your Inner Child, Boost Your Child's Learning Performance, and we also host free programs like the Back to School session for kids and Know Your Child More Challenge for parents. The Academy has several resources to help parents, educators, caregivers, and children. The Positive Parenting Academy, redefining parenting in Africa.
Parent Circle since 2023, and I like to say that that's one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. So in the circle, we get to do daily connection tools that has. My name is Enimi Isiche, and I'm a parent in the Positive Parent Circle. I've been in the Positive Parent Circle since 2023, and I like to say that that's one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. So in the circle, we get to do daily connection tools that has helped me to bond better with my daughter. I've learned to know who I am as a person. I've learned to know who my daughter is with regards to her temperament, her learning style, her apology language. And one of the things that has stood out for me is that has helped me to be more intentional with my parenting. A typical example is that in the past, I would fix my annual leave, maybe during my wedding anniversary or my birthday. Not to say that those things are not important, but now my we get to spend time together as a family, and I get to fix goals, specific goals on what I want to achieve. So for instance, this holiday, I'm trying to build up her executive functioning skills. I'm teaching her how to plan, how to organize, and that could only have been possible through the Positive Parent Circle. Coach Boma will hold your neck to make sure that you carry through with all the assignments that you have, and that has helped me to be a better parent. So if you're a parent out there, this is the place to be. Well done, Coach Boma, and keep it up. Cheers.
Positive Parenting Academy is an online coaching outfit for parents, educators, caregivers, and children. Through its holistic approach and positive principles, it equips parents, educators, and caregivers with the capacity to raise children that can thrive. The Academy has identified lack of skills as the gap in parenting, with a vision to redefine parenting. Sandra Chioma Mama is a public policy is on a mission. Positive Parenting Academy is an online coaching outfit for parents, educators, caregivers, and children. Through its holistic approach and positive principles, it equips parents, educators, and caregivers with the capacity to raise children that can thrive. The Academy has identified lack of skills as the gap in parenting, with a vision to redefine parenting in Africa, and is on a mission to teach, train, and coach parents, educators, and caregivers so they are better positioned to raise wholesome children. The Academy runs an annual online parenting community, the Positive Parent Circle, where parents learn the much needed skills to parent in this 21st century through coaching and accountability systems. We also partner with school owners to train educators and scholars on emotional intelligence and help them incorporate it into their curriculum. The Academy runs the Skilled Kids Hub, a learning space for kids 5 to 12 years that empowers them with critical life skills to make impact and become global leaders. We offer impactful online courses throughout the year for parents, teachers, and caregivers, such as the Yell Less Connect More Challenge, Healing Your Inner Child, Boost Your Child's Learning Performance, and we also host free programs like the Back to School session for kids and Know Your Child More Challenge for parents. The Academy has several resources to help parents, educators, caregivers, and children. The Positive Parenting Academy, redefining parenting in Africa.
And I like to say that that's one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. So in the circle, we get to do daily connection tools that has helped me to bond better with my daughter. I've learned to know who I am as a person. I've learned to know who my daughter is with regards to her temperament, her learning style, her apology language. And one of the things that has stood out for me is that has helped me to be more intentional with my parenting. A typical example is that in the past, I would fix my annual leave maybe during my wedding anniversary or my birthday. Not to say that those things are not important, but now my annual leave is when my daughter is on holiday, because now I'm around, I'm available, we get to spend time together as a family, and I get to fix goals, specific goals on what I want to achieve. So for instance, this holiday, I'm trying to build up her executive functioning skills. I'm teaching her how to plan, how to organize, and that could only have been possible through the Positive Parent Circle. Coach Boma will hold your neck to make sure that you carry through with all the assignments that you have, and that has helped me to be a better parent. So if your parents are out there, this is the place to be. Well done, Coach Boma, and keep it up. Cheers.
Parenting Academy is an online coaching outfit for parents, educators, caregivers, and children. Through its holistic approach and positive principles, it equips parents, educators, and caregivers with the capacity to raise children that can thrive. The Academy has identified lack of skills as the gap in parenting, with a vision to redefine parenting in Africa, and is on a mission to teach, train, and coach parents, educators, and caregivers so they are better positioned to raise wholesome children. The Academy runs an annual online parenting community, the Positive Parent Circle, where parents learn the much needed skills to parent in this 21st century through coaching and accountability systems. We also partner with school owners to train educators and scholars on emotional intelligence and help them incorporate it into their curriculum. The Academy runs the Skilled Kids Hub, a learning space for kids 5 to 12 years that empowers them with critical life skills to make impact and become global leaders. We offer impactful online courses throughout the teachers and caregivers, such as the Yell Less Connect More Challenge, Healing Your Inner Child, Boost Your Child's Learning Performance, and we also host free programs like the Back to School session for kids and Know Your Child More challenge for parents. The Academy has several resources to help parents, educators, caregivers, and children. The Positive Parenting Academy, redefining parenting in Africa. All right, so we want to welcome every one of us that is here. If you are here, you can see me and you can hear me. Please hit the like button. Tell me where you are calling from. We are about to go live. Sorry about the little glitches. We're still working behind the scenes, but we are live. We are ready. We already have our first speaker in the building. So if you can see me and hear me, please write in the comment section that you are here and you are ready. Hit the like button and invite every parent you know. Okay, so I'm going to be putting up her profile. We have started. Remember, I said it's going to be a back-to-back. So you want to get your water, your food, everything ready because the speakers are ready to deliver this morning. Okay, so our morning session starts now. I'm going to be putting up her profile and then we'll have her in a minute. Okay, so I can see you, I can hear you, every one of you. All right, so let's go. Wisdom is an encourager, a mother, certified marriage coach and family life coach, and the co-pastor of the Wisdom Place Church in Port Harcourt, Nigeria. She has several certifications and degrees from prestigious institutions. She is the convener of Nigeria's premium mother and daughter event, the Mom and Daughter Ball. Favor Osiri Wisdom is the convener of the Complete Woman Conference, an annual virtual conference for women. She has co-authored 3 books with her husband and is the author of several books and resources, including Stay Prayed Up series. She has featured as a speaker and facilitator on several platforms. She is excitedly married to Pastor Osiri Wisdom, and they are blessed with 3 wise children and many adopted children. Let us make a warm welcome to Favor Osiri Wisdom to the Positive Parenting Academy Parenting Conference.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Can you all hear me? Please, if you can hear me, let me know you can hear me. If you can hear me, please let me know if I should go ahead. I don't know, I can't see any chats. Please. Oh, God. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, everyone, and good morning from Nigeria. Thank you so much, the leadership of the Positive Parenting Academy. I'm so excited to be here. It's a beautiful Saturday morning. May God continue to strengthen and reward you for all that you do. This morning, I've been asked to speak on the subject matter in the next 20 minutes on raising a godly child. Let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, thank you, oh God, for such an opportunity to be in your presence. I ask in the name of Jesus that you take these words and inscribe on the table of our hearts your eternal word in the name of Jesus. May we be transformed from inside out in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen. So I've been asked to speak on the topic raising a godly child in an ungodly world. It is no news that we live in an ungodly society, and it's not getting any better. It's not getting any better. The Bible says that darkness will cover the face of the earth, but it said, arise and shine. So it means for those of us who are children of God, while darkness is covering the earth, we are shining. But you see, for you to shine, you must actually be a carrier of the light. You must be a light bearer, one that bears light. If not, you cannot shine. And so the world is ungodly. The world is ungodly. And that's to tell you that God did not make mistake by putting us here. If not, if the goal was actually heaven directly, means immediately we become Christians, we will just be catapulted into heaven. But God said, no, I'll keep you here on earth so that you begin to, have dominion here, and touch the earth with your saltiness and your light. Very important. So we are here to occupy, we are here to make a difference, and not just only us, we and our children. Scriptures say, I and the children that God has given to us, we are for signs and for wonders. So the reason why we are here is so that we can be salt and so that we can be light. But if we're not intentional about being salt and light, we might lose a whole generation. So this morning, raising a godly child in an ungodly world. I'd like to start first by saying, when it comes to parenting, it has nothing to do with your children first, because our children are a trust from the Lord to us. It has everything, 150% to do with us, the adult parents, in this whole relationship space. What is godly? When you say raising up a godly child, because the first thing that comes to people's mind is just a child that huddles in church and a child that prays 24/7. It's part of it, but that's not all. If we want to look at the word godly, let's look at God itself. Who is God? God is almighty. God is creative. God is loving. You understand? God is loving. God is so forgiving. So when we're talking about raising a godly child, we're talking about raising a child that is like God. But first of all, that parent who intends to raise a godly child will first of all be like God. If you are not, look at it, God bettered his kind. And the Lord said, let us make man in our own image. God made us in his image. So right now, if you are going to raise a godly child, it better be in that image of God that you have been made. So it's important to raise a godly child. You must be godly. You must be all of these qualities that I've listed, because if not, it's actually going to be a Herculean task. Raising a godly children in the midst of darkness. In the midst of darkness. So it starts with you as a parent. You see, Christianity is not a title. It's a functional, effective relationship that we have with God. To the point that you know the difference between once I was blind, now I see. What we have is a lot of people who want to live double standards, and that can be very confusing for children. Double standards, one leg in the faith and the other leg out there. 1 minute we're confessing something, the other minute we're doing something different, not knowing that the home environment is the very first institution. And I'm going to break it down. The home environment is the very first institution that children pick all manner of things. Dare I also say that the home environment, a marriage setting, is the very first marriage school that your children will ever attend. These kids grow up in our home environment, even from the time that they cannot even speak for themselves. But they observe, they pick things, they see behaviors, attitudes, they pick it. And so a wiring goes on in the life of these children. Some of them will have to spend like 18, 20 years with us physically before they, start going. Can you imagine someone sitting in a class, taking courses in curriculums for like 18 years? That's why children will come out and you see them a certain way, because they've been wired in the homes. And so it starts with you as a parent. Are you godly? Are you a godly parent that wants to raise, a godly child in an ungodly world? There has to be a difference between I am a Christian, I am a godly woman, I'm a godly man, I'm a godly mother, so that my child can see the example and follow suit, both by observation and by the teachings that we do. Am I permitted to say praise the Lord? Praise the Lord has a way of falling out of my mouth every now and then. So a godly parent is an impactful parent. A godly parent is a parent that sets a positive legacy. A godly parent means a parent of excellence and creativity. A godly parent is the one who loves and wants to honor God, because love is the very nature of God. If you are not loving, you are not godly. Because love is actually a tool that we need in our parenting journey. Praise the Lord. Because I've seen a lot of prayer warriors that are very wicked people. Do you understand? So that's why, prayer is part of it, but that's not holy wedge. I'm Igbo, so, people, hard. I served in a private Christian university for 6 years, and I was part of those forming policies for rehabilitating erring students, and I was also the associate chaplain of the university. And I can tell you 90% of children who came into the university. There's a private university, so had a lot of children who came in at age 15. A lot of them were from Christian homes but damaged children because while parents were busy being religious and not understanding, acquiring some of these skills to raise these children, the children were very bitter in Christian homes. And so these children now come out to the university and they want to do damage to their parents' name. They want to scatter everything. They are very angry because honestly, they were not taught anything. The children did not even, they didn't even know why they were doing what they were doing. But I pray that those of us who are learning, I'm a pastor, I'm a co-pastor of the local church that my husband is a lead pastor. And I can tell you, every day of my life, I'm constantly learning. I have 3 children, 2 teenagers and 1 preteen. Every day I am seeing the importance of learning and acquiring parenting skills in addition to my Bible. Praise the Lord. So I'm going to read a scripture. The Bible says in Psalm 127, in Psalm 1, sorry, let me get it. In Psalm 127, verse 127, verse 4 to 5, he said, as arrows in the hand of a mighty man, so are children of your youth. You see, arrows in the hands of a mighty man. Our children are arrows. But for those arrows to actually be sharp, for those arrows to actually be able to speak with the enemy at the gate, he has to take a mighty man. He has to take a warrior to raise such children. You see, there's arrow and there's warrior. But if you're not a warrior parent, if you're not a mighty parent, if you're not a godly parent, arrows will be in your hand and you don't even know what to do with them. They can even become arrows that will pierce your heart instead of meeting their targets. You understand? So as arrows in the hands of a mighty man, so are children of our youth. But you see, the potential of the children will be greatly impacted by the skills of the warrior. The potential of your children, whether it's the godliness potential in your children, will be greatly impacted by the skill of the warrior. If the warrior is not skillful, if he's not a warrior, you can't release arrows because our children are not meant to stay in our physical space. They will go out. Look at children, some children who are raised in Nigeria, they go to the UK. I meet parents every day. You know, I'm in the family life space. They go to America, they go to Canada, they go to the UK, and it's a total collapse. Why? Total collapse. Total collapse. Because the foundation was not right, not solid, very, 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 I don't know how to say this foundation. The Bible says if the foundation be destroyed, what can the righteous do? The foundation of every building is very critical. And we've seen building collapse as a result of very faulty foundation. Destiny collapse also can happen when the right foundation is not being taught, is not being put in place, especially when you're raising godly children. This world is ungodly. There are negativities. There are trends that want to take away the children. But if you are not skilled in your home, the atmosphere of your home is not speaking, your children will catch nothing. And they go out there, they will compromise because the culture in home is not able to swallow the culture outside. The culture in our home must be so solid that it swallows the culture outside. Because it's culture versus culture. When we say that we're light bearers, the Bible said, and the darkness cannot comprehend. So if scripture say that the light shines in darkness and darkness cannot comprehend, then there's a problem. When our light goes out, the darkness swallows our light. Then that means there's something about the light. I'm using my light here now. It has dispelled all the darkness around me here now. So the thing is not just, so the challenge is not the darkness. The challenge is that the light has refused to shine. And I'm going to be sharing briefly, very, very, very important, tips, how you can actually begin to parent and raise godly children. Number one, remove hypocrisy. Remove hypocrisy as a parent, as a Christian parent. You are not real when you make it look like you have never committed sin in your life. You are perfect in all ramifications. You make your children begin to see God as unreachable, untouchable, like they're not worthy to see God. Very hypocritical parents. And we have a lot of them in the church. They are believers in church, at home they are not. They are believers in church, in the marketplace they are not. They are believers in church, in their estate they are not. And you're living, and the children are wondering. Hypocrisy. Parents, remove hypocrisy. Be real. Be a Christian 24/7. Don't be a Christian at home, in church, and on social media. You're not a Christian. All the trends that happen, you follow. You dress like you have never seen Jesus. You comment on posts. You like the things. Your friends come around and your children are wondering. But on Sunday morning, they see you lift up holy hands. You're broken in the spirit. You cannot be broken on Sunday in church, and then from Monday to Saturday, you are wed. No. 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 Number two, for you to raise godly children, you must avoid being legalistic. A legalistic approach to parenting is very harmful to our children. It's when you try to force, impose, set. You understand? Everything is legal. No, which is why we must share our faith from the point of love and allow our children see this loving God and want to follow Jesus. You understand? So you cannot begin, your children cannot begin to see you as headmaster special class, or see God as that headmaster that is carrying one long cane to flog them because they err. They're not going to want to serve God. That's why this legalistic approach is the reason why some children, immediately they leave their parents, the confines of their home, they lose because they are free. Because the kind of Christianity they see at home, they're not free, they are bound. And the Bible says, where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Very, very important. Next, parents, you want to raise godly children, remove your judgmental cap. Remove being judgmental. Do you understand? Very, very, very important. There are people who believe they judge, they condemn. If you look at all of us, we have all made mistakes, and God forgave. We've all made mistakes. The way you condemn, judge other people, it's not right. Remove the judgmental cap, especially when you're relating with God and your children. Is very, 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 very important. I know I have some few minutes. So how do you begin to raise up structures? Come on, be the example that you seek to see. What are some of the disciplines in our faith?
Oluwadari, a certified parenting coach.
Okay, so set up, I was trying to say, what are some of the things? Have set up some of the disciplines and some of the things that we need to do to just encourage that atmosphere of godliness. Teach your children that there's wickedness in this world. Let them know that God has called them to shine as light. You too be shining as light. Let them know. Have structured Bible study that you will teach from God's word. You know why? God's word is powerful. Which is why you as parents must know God's word. Don't go to church and all you do in all the services is to press your phone and scroll on Instagram, and you don't even have anything that you learn in church. Because if you don't learn anything in church, you don't even ask your children what they learned in church. So teach from God's word. Have faith conversations. You come back from church, everybody's talking about what they learned, which is why your children should have a walking notebook and walking Bible that they go to church. In fact, some people have had to change church because the children's ministry or the teens ministry was not impacting their children. It was not impacting their children, so they've had to change church. Because, listen to me, for those of us who are Christians, watch it. As parents, everybody is busy chasing money and all of that. Some people go to church like once in a week, every Sunday. So you as an adult, imagine if you don't have a routine, a scheduled study lifestyle, how will you even grow as a Christian? And so probably maybe your children don't even come for midweek service, and your children will go to their children's church. And even in their children's church, some of them, they eat biscuits and watch cartoon. Some of them go to church with their tabs and play with their tabs all through. And your children will now go through that phase of their life, not even knowing anything in the Bible. Which is why platforms like this become very important for us to engage our children. So have a scheduled structured time, have Bible conversations. You can begin to do topical, share it, bring it into contemporary society today. And make Jesus sweet in your home. Ask them questions. Have times that they are actually going to ask you questions. It's very, very important. You understand? The next thing that you need to do, oh my God, the next thing that you need to do, you need to have a good marriage. Listen to me. For those of us who are married, your marriage speaks volume about your Christianity. Your marriage speaks volume about your Christianity, and your children are picking it, because you cannot have a toxic marriage and you are preaching the gospel to the children. So your marriage is a message. Work on yourself. Your marriage is a big message to your children. Work on yourself. Do you understand what I'm saying? Work on yourself. Then let your children know. Again, say, let your children engage. Let your children study. Children are not too small to study. If it is, there are books right now. Thank God we have a lot of authors, people who are now writing Christian faith-based books for children. Your children should not just be reading book on Tom and Jerry, or what is it, Duck Diary, or what. I understand all of those stuff, but your children should also read faith-influenced books, because it's doing something to them. It's doing something. It's a deposit in their spirits. So they should also read it. Have an atmosphere of worship in your home. Let it be sweet. Learn worship song. It's not every time on your phone. It's not going to. I know some people say, oh, you're being too churchy. No. There's an atmosphere you're trying to create. Next, again, your children should learn how to speak up for themselves. Listen, Christianity is not a call to timidity. Christianity is not a call to timidity. Your children should understand that the Bible says the righteous is as bold as a lion. It takes a righteous person to be bold. And let them know that their faith does not impact timidity on them. That God has not given them the spirit of fear. So something happened. Our daughter is in school, and in this past exam, to tell you how your children can be godly and begin to change certain things. Our daughter was writing exam this past holiday, and one of the things my children have learned is that you can't cheat, malpractice. In fact, one mantra our children have: I'd rather fail than cheat and get to the next level. And so they were writing exam, and a girl was cheating. She couldn't keep quiet because they've been taught. She reported the case. The girl was sent out of school. And a lot of people came, why would you report? Allow God to judge. She came back and told me, I said, baby girl, what you did was right. You can't cheat other people. And with that, she came, she said, oh my God, her classmate became her. And I gave her pump. I said, no, what you did was right. So your children will also stand for justice because they are godly. I remember, this is our daughter who is even 16. I remember when our son was 10, 9, 10. We were supposed to write one exam like that. Some of you in Abuja will know this NTIC exam, this Nigerian Turkish International Mass Competition exam that they write everywhere in Nigeria. Remember some years back, we were going to write that exam in my city. And I had about 3,000 children in primary 6 writing that exam. And I told him, and I said, if you catch anybody cheating, scream, report. And you know what? A 10-year-old, he was 9 plus to 10 there. A teacher came into the hall to come and give expo to one of the children. And he screamed. And some parents took a snapshot of that teacher. Oh my God. I fought with everything in my being. We wrote petitions to Abuja because I wanted my child to know that I stand for the truth. We fought. That exam was cancelled in my city. The Abuja team came back, organized that exam back, and that particular school was suspended till today. That school do not participate in that exam anymore. And I'm telling you, it's my child. Today he's 17, going to 18. He knows. A few days ago, we were talking about it, and everybody was. So I'd like you to know that the children you are raising, that godliness is not a limitation. Godliness is not a call to cowardice. Godliness is not a call to intimidation. Godliness is actually something that emboldens your children. So you have to teach them from scriptures. And they know to stand even when everybody is falling apart. They know to speak the truth even when everybody is lying. That's what we're talking about. So raising godly children is not just children who are intimidated and who are, oh, I'm a Christian. My children will tell me, oh, people tell them, oh, you know, your parents are pastors in their schools. I said, oh, yes, wear it like a cloth. Your parents are pastors. Because sometimes they want to, I hate to know your parents are, and I told them it's no big deal. Your parents are also children of God. Do you get what I'm saying? So I think with these few points of mine, I'd like to stop here. These are some of the ways that you raise godly children. Let your children know the godliness is not a disadvantage. I just use one example right now in the education sector, malpractice. I don't joke with malpractice. And all of our children, they know that in this home, cheating is a no. And there are different other angles, you know, that we'll talk of, you know, as it has to do with entertainment, as it has to do with, you know, appearance. There are so many things. Listen, once you get the right foundation and you start teaching, and you'll be that example that your children want to see, that your children see, oh my God, you're a model for them to follow. Hallelujah. My daughter right now cannot stay and say she wants to wear show belly. Where did she learn it from? Because she'll never see me. But check out, who are the people that dress half naked? Who are the moms on Instagram showing off their breasts? They are the blessings of this world. You will not see them in a dress like that. They are the, what are those Christian names again that we have? They are the ones. Who are the ones that dress like what I don't know for weddings? They are the Christian mothers. They are the Christian people. With these few points of mine, I think I've been able to convince you that you can actually raise a godly child in an ungodly world. Thank you so much, and God bless you real good.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We have been truly blessed. If you can feel the energy in the room, please let us make some noise and let us appreciate our mother, our mentor, for these words that she has given to us. And please follow her on her Instagram page at favor_Osiri. Okay, I want to see us buzzing in the comment section. So much wisdom, so much wisdom. So parents, we need to wake up. I want to say thank you, Ma. If you have any questions, we will take them very quickly because our second speaker is already in the building and is ready for us. Thank you so much, Ma. Do we have any questions? Okay, so the chat. Thank you very much. So we wait for another 2 minutes to see if we have any questions, and then we'll let you go. Thank you so much, Ma, for your time. I don't take it for granted. Thank you so much. Your daughter.
Thank you.
Is a role model to my daughter. You know, I'm amazed
Wow.
at all that she's able to do. And my daughter is, she likes her so much, the way she talks and all of that. Thank you so much, Ma, for your time. And do have an amazing day. I don't think I see any questions in the comment section. All right, Ma. Thank you so much
Thank you.
for blessing us this morning.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you.
All right, so we have our second speaker already in the backstage. I'm just gonna put up her profile and then we will have her.
Oluwadare, a certified parenting coach, child development consultant, certified practitioner of family systems engineering, child safety and protection expert, author, and speaker. She employs therapeutic tools to help parents identify and heal unresolved childhood traumas, as well as understand their children and help them become the best version of themselves. She is founder of Winning in Parenting, and is dedicated to educating, empowering, and equipping parents to raise children who can thrive in today's world. Sandra believes that the family is the bedrock of the society and is therefore committed to her work with parents to raise wholesome and well-balanced children and families that can thrive. Let us make a warm welcome to Sandra Oluwadare to the Positive Parenting Academy Parenting Conference.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Please let me know if you can see me and hear me clearly. Good morning. It's so good to be here. I'm so excited and privileged to be one of the speakers for this awesome event where we are contributing our own quota to make the world a better place. Before I go on, please, I just want someone to confirm that they can hear me clearly. So I know I'm not speaking to myself. Please let me know if you can hear me clearly. Okay, host, are you there? Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead, hoping that you can hear me clearly. So I am so excited to be here, and events like this are really commendable because these are the platforms where we push these narratives about how the family system or how the family unit plays a great role in shaping society. So I am glad for this opportunity, and I want to say a big well done to the convener, Mrs. Goma. Awesome job you are doing, making the world a better place. So today I'm going to be talking about, solid systems for functional families. Anything that is going to have legacy, anything that is going to outlast itself needs to be built on systems. Parenting is not something that you wing. Parenting is not something that you wake up in the morning and say, okay, this is what I am going to do. Because if you look at the things that are of value today, you will realize that systems is a place somewhere powering those institutions or whatever it is. Parenting is not something please let me know that I am audible. Just a moment, I need to confirm that. Okay, I'm not getting any feedback from her, so I will just I'll just go ahead. So when we're talking about something that is going to be built to last, you must consider having a system powering that thing, right? Once you begin to parent emotionally, you're going to get results that are inconsistent. You're going to get results that cannot really outlive your generation. Like you might hold something very dear to you, and then at the end of the day, or when you are not around, somebody else brings another narrative and they begin to push another narrative. In fact, your story might even be forgotten, and that's why today we have these with great lineage, but nobody knows anything because the values or the stories of those families were not able to transcend the first generation. And so when we're talking about a family or raising a family, a functional family, it's not about the amount of school fees you're going to pay or the kind of shelter you're going to provide or the kind of clothes or toys you're going to buy for your children. We're talking about deep issues. We're talking about systems that will be created to power the institution called family. Now, family is the production center of the society. And this points us to the importance of the family unit. If we're looking at society and we're saying, oh, this is not working or this is not happening right, then where are we supposed to be looking at? We're supposed to be going back to the drawing board to look at the family unit and say, okay, what kind of people are we churning out? What kind of people are we raising? Are they becoming responsible citizens? Are they people who can live a purpose-driven life and make a formidable impact? Those are some of the things that we should be talking about. So when you are setting up your family as a functional one, you should understand that it is serious business. It is not something you dilly-dally about. It requires a lot of intentionality, right? So what is a system? When we're talking about systems, we're talking about a group of interacting or interrelated elements, right, that act according to a set of rules to form a unified whole. So if what you are doing in your family is not moving the family towards a unified purpose, then that system is watery. That system, maybe there's not even a system at all, right? So we want to understand that if family is the production center of the society, if family is the bedrock of the society, then we want to ensure that we are powering it with a system that can deliver the outcome we really choose to achieve. Do you get it? So this is something you really want to look into. Now, a system moves you to a unified role as a family. And then you see families, you say, oh, we have a vision and all of that, but you ask A one thing and they're saying something else. You ask B something and B is saying something else, because if you look at it truly, there is no unity of purpose. There is no unified wholeness in that unit, right? And so you see different things beginning to come up. When you're talking about a system, you're talking about interconnectedness. You're talking about everybody, working together just like a machine, where you have different parts that are working together to ensure that the machine is powered and the machine, delivers the expected outcome. Like the Bible says, it says our body, right, is made up of different parts. And as the body of Christ, we have our different roles to play. So while you have this person filling in for this role, you have someone else doing something else. That is what we're talking about. We are working together to achieve a unified purpose. So before we even begin to go into the fundamentals of building a system, right, you need to understand that everybody needs to be on the same page. If not, you're going to be dragging yourselves apart, right? We have different examples of how systems work. Now, let me give this example. Look at the sky, for instance. I can see the sky where I am now. Do you wonder how come the sky is still being held up after these many years? Since after creation, there are things that are still in place. God is not coming out to say, oh, is the sky falling? Or is this one falling? Or is that one not in place? Everything is working according to their ranks. That is what a system does. If there's no system, you're going to be talking too much in your parenting journey. You're going to be repeating yourself a lot, even though talking is one of the tools as a parent that you have at your disposal. But you're going to get overwhelmed because things that should be, codified into systems, you will have to repeat them over and over again. And what happens if you are not there? Now, you want to run a family that can even function. If you are not there in the forefront, you can't do it without systems. You can't do it without systems. Because if you are not there, how are you sure the people in your home are going to be transferring the same values you want transferred into your children? How are you sure that one person is not going to be uprooting what you are planting? So you need to understand that to make your life easier as a parent, your systems must be in place. So how do you create systems? Or what are the things that should be in place as you create your systems? The first thing you want to put into consideration is your vision as a people. What's your vision as a family? You cannot achieve much. You can't go too far if you don't have a vision. You can't go too far if you don't have a vision. If you don't have a goal that you're working towards, what do you want to create a system for? You need to know your unified purpose as a people. What does your family exist for? Are you just there because you want to procreate? You want to bring children into the world? The Bible says, dominate, fill the earth. Is that just it? For you to effectively dominate, you need to know your place on earth. You need to know the place of your family on earth. What is your family here for? We're not just here to be smiling at ourselves. What impact is the Oluwadare making on the earth? What impact is the Bomas family making on the earth? The Osiris family, what impact are we making on the earth? This is something that should be clearly spelled out so that we know that of a truth this is where we're going. Because if daddy and mommy have different points of view and we say, okay, we want to be this kind of family, this is the impact we want to make, and then I ask mommy is saying one thing, and then I ask daddy is saying another thing, you really do not have a vision. A vision is something that is sold to the entire family. Like, everybody knows what the vision of the family is. So you need to have a clear-cut vision for your family. What are you here for? Why are you here? You are not just matter who is here to occupy space, right? You are here to contribute your own quota to make the world a better place. We are light. And if you don't have a clear-cut understanding of the people you're supposed to be illuminating, then how are you going to shine? Even if you're shining, how will you fine-tune your intensity to be sure that indeed you are illuminating the people that have been called to you? This is so important. Your vision is supposed to be clearly spelled out. Now, what next? What is going to move you to your vision? Your values. What values are you putting in place? Now, values is not about holiness, righteousness, patience, kindness, love, and all of that. All those are amazing. All those are amazing, but you need to understand that when you have your vision clearly spelled out, you now want to ask yourself, what are the values that will take us to this destination? What are the values that will deliver the outcome which you desire? Because you cannot sit down and wake up and sit down and wake up and say, oh, I'm fine and all of that. Oh, this is the vision we're working towards. You need to have something in place that will take every member of the family to that destination. So what are the values you're looking to work with? What are your core values as a family? If you go to institutions, you go to financial institutions, for example, you see their core values clearly spelled out. You see their vision clearly outlined. So what are your core values as a family? You cannot build an effective system if you don't even know what you stand for. And if you don't know what you stand for, how do you want to carry your people along? How do you want to carry them along? Parenting is leadership. And if you cannot, if you don't understand where you're going, how do you want to lead people? Do you get it? So you need to understand that. Understanding the values that will deliver the outcome of your vision is very critical. It is very important. So this is a time where you come together as a family. If you have children who are vocal already, or you have children who are grown-ups, everybody comes together and you talk about these things. What are the things that matter to you, my husband? What are the things that matter to you, my wife? Children, what are the things that matter to you? What are the things that we stand for? What are the things that we cannot do without? What are the things that we cannot compromise on? And then you put these values together. You're not going to take everything. You are going to pick the ones where you align. All the values where there's alignment. Because if your values are not aligned, trust me, one person is going to be pulling the other person apart. So you want to look at the list that you come up with. Look at the values. Look at where they are aligning. And you make another list of those values. And then you can streamline if you want to. Now, if there are disempowering beliefs, if there are things that you both are not agreeing on, you can now talk about these things. But the truth is, if your belief system do not align, if your belief systems are apart, there will be problems. And that's why there are issues in marriage today. There's nothing wrong with the institution called marriage. But because the man has been programmed in a certain way from where he's coming from, the woman has been programmed in a certain way where she's coming from, and they both come. The man says, oh, in my home, daddy is worshipped. In fact, for me to eat, you have to wash my hand for me, right? And the woman says, oh, where I come from, daddy goes to the kitchen. And so if these belief systems, if they are not, worked on, if there's no alignment, there's going to be a problem. And this is what happens in parenting as well. So we need to be clear on this. Now, when you get your values right, you now want to look at yourself as a parent. What are you, or who are you as a parent? Parenting is leadership. How well are you able to govern yourself? We're talking about systems here. But the truth is, these are the factors that will determine if you will even have a system. Now, how are you able to govern yourself as a parent? Because whatever it is you're doing, the mirror neurons in the brains of children connect what they see, connect their eyes to their muscles. So what they see, they would easily replicate. So it's not about you talking the talk and talking the talk. You must be ready to walk the talk before you even invite people to come and walk the talk. You must be ready to walk that talk. You must be ready to lead yourself. You must be ready to govern yourself. I was talking about values earlier. Some parents, they dilly-dally a lot, and you cannot achieve much, especially because children are very impressionable. And what you do is going to, leave a great impact on them, whether positive or negative. So if you don't even have values, if you're not able to govern yourself, you will fall for anything. Something will come up today and you're moving to this side, tomorrow you're moving to the other side. So how well do you want to lead your children? So we need to understand that for me to have an effective family system, my vision must be in place. My family values must be in place. I must be able to govern myself. I must be able to work on myself to deliver the outcome I desire. Parents are so, they're so fond of saying, I inclusive. I want my children to be this. I want my children to be that. These are my goals and all of that. But how many times do we point our fingers to ourselves? How many times do we go back to the drawing board and say, for my child to deliver this outcome, what do I need to do? Who do I need to become for my child to give me this outcome? For example, you say you want to raise a king. You want to raise a wholesome child. You want to raise royalty. But are you acting as royalty? How do you call the child? Do you scream the child's name all over the house? How do you eat as a family? Does it depict royalty? How do you discipline the child? Do you discipline the child the way royalties are disciplined? are the kind of content, media or whatever, educative, whatever, what are the content the child is exposed to? Because it's easy to point fingers. So it is important that we are able to work on ourselves. Where there's trauma, we need to open up and unpack these things. I mean, there's nothing wrong if there's trauma locked up inside of you. But you just need to own up, because you will bleed on the people that you're supposed to love. I mean, who are we forming for? Who are we, having airs about? Do you understand? Parenting is deep work. You cannot create a system that you cannot be accountable to. You cannot create a system. So if we're talking about accountability, you need to work on yourself. Let me quickly move to the next point. We've talked about vision. We've talked about values. We've talked about being able to govern yourself, self-governance. Now, I want to talk about communication system. Now, if your family is going to run, I don't want to say autopilot, but that's pretty much what I mean. If your family, if you don't have to be calling the house every 2 seconds, oh, have they done this? Have they done that? Are they in bed now? And all of that. Your communication system needs to be in place. If your family is going to thrive, communicate be, and they're complaining, oh, child is too stubborn, and all of that. No, the child is not stubborn. As an adult, there's a way you want to be spoken to. If I come on this live this morning and I speak to you in a disrespectful manner, you would probably tune off and say, who's this person? But because we give birth to our children, sometimes we think they are our mini-me. They are not our mini-me. They have their own destiny. And so the way we speak to them, the way we relate with them, needs to align with how we want them spoken to as well. So what's your communication system like? How do you communicate? How do you resolve conflict? Right? So you want to be open to a feedback system. You want to get to a place where your children can actually give you feedbacks, where they can actually tell you, okay, maybe during your family open day, these are the things that you do, my dear parents, that don't really go down well. Like, I feel this way when you speak to me this way. There's nothing wrong in your child telling you those things, so long as you do it politely. Now, these are some of the reasons why people are not able to speak up today, because we were shut down, while we were growing up. Most people were not allowed to speak. And so even now, you see people grappling with self-esteem issues. They have, people have become, they're just keen to the status quo. They have things to say, but they are not able to speak up. So we should be open to a feedback system. I spoke about accountability earlier. We should be able to open up ourselves to being held accountable. And as a family, right, there are days when you come together and say, okay, this is how things are going. It shouldn't be going this way and all of that. People should be able to come up and talk, right? This is so important. Communication is like the bedrock of your parenting journey, because you cannot effectively influence your child if your communication is not right. And then there are other systems. What is your learning and development system? Remember, I said earlier that we are not just here to occupy space. There's a bigger vision that God has for your family. So how do you deliver that vision? It's not by eating rice and beans every day. It's not by going to school to learn numeracy and literacy every day. What are the skills that your family members are going to be empowered with? The vacuum in the society that your family is going to fill, how are you equipping yourselves as a people to go and dominate in that sector? This is so important. What are the other learning resources that you are exposing your children to? Don't say, oh, this child doesn't like learning and all of that. How well are you influencing them to love learning? These are the things that we're looking at. These are the things that we're talking about. I don't know if there are questions. I can see my host already on the screen. If there are questions, I know I have about 4 minutes to wrap this up. Do we have questions? So you need to have a learning and development system, because there are children who are just in their parents' home. They're just eating, getting bigger, they're growing in stature. But what are your plans to churn out an intellectual adult? What are your plans to churn out an intellectual child? Right? This is something you want to take into consideration. I'm going to type this up here, even though there's so much, right? This is actually a topic for a workshop. But let me just wrap this up. I want you to understand something. As a parent, one of your assignments, one of the greatest duties you have, is to be able to identify the kind of arrow you have in your hand. The Bible says children are like arrows in the hand of a young man. Your children, or the children in your care, they are arrows in your quiver. How well are you able to identify them? If you cannot properly identify those children, trust me, you might just lead them in another direction. And that's why it is important to understand the child you're raising. There are parents that say, oh, this child, why can't you just be like your sister? Your sister is so jovial, she's so vivacious, so boisterous, but you would just sit there and all of that. There's nothing wrong with the child. You find some children coming back from school, from the door, they are throwing their shoes and all of that. Yes, I'm not excusing all those kinds of behaviors that are not appropriate. But what I'm saying is, before you go hammering on the child to say, what kind of child are you and all of that, you need to understand that we don't have the same personality. The other child is just a creative, while the other one is a systematic. The systematics are the ones that they have an analytic mind, they're very good at research, you know, they are able to put their things together, they're able to keep their things tidy and organized. And we have the creatives who look unserious. It looks like, no, they don't read and all of that. But give them the book, you'll be amazed. While I am not saying that you should let those things slide, you also need to understand that understanding my child will help me lead the child in the right direction. So you want to be able to identify the child you have. Every seed has the potential to become a forest, but it will depend on handling. And as the parent of the child, you are the handler. And as the handler of that child, you determine to a large extent how. So this is a wake-up call for us to build systems so that our family unit will not just end in our generation. Long after you are gone, children, your children's children can still tell stories. They can still say, oh, these are the values this family stands for. You're still able to, your family story is still ongoing in that lineage. And how do you achieve this? You have a family vision, one that can deliver the mandate that God has given you. You have your family values that can take you to that
of the Positive Parenting Academy.
You want to be able to, lead
Okay.
yourself so that
Can you hear me, ma'am? Can you see me? Can you hear me?
So important.
Hello?
I can hear you and I can see you.
Okay.
I can hear
All right.
you and I can see.
Okay.
Yes.
I want to see if there are questions in the comment section. Okay. So our next speaker is actually around. So I want to say thank you so much, ma'am, for this insightful session. I have particularly learned some solid systems for functional families, right? So the comment section is buzzing with a lot of takeaways from this session. I haven't seen any question yet. Okay, so someone says systems built on shared family visions and values. Family visions and values, very critical. So please follow Sandra Oluwadare at The Winning in Parenting, her YouTube channel as well, Winning in Parenting, and then LinkedIn, Sandra Oluwadare. Let us please appreciate her in the comment section. It wasn't something small to get all these speakers here. Ma, I honor you. I don't take your time for granted, even though there were a bit of glitches, but you were able to, follow through with all the wisdom that you shared. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you and well done. Well done,
All right.
and well done all the amazing speakers that are still going to come up, and Mama Favor that's spoken. Well done. Thank you so much. Bye for now.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so we are moving on. Remember, I said it's a back-to-back session. So who is following? If you're following with these sessions, I want to see you. If your mindset has begun to shift, if you've had any moment that was a light bulb moment for you, kindly drop it in the comment section as we move on. So we already have our next speaker backstage. Okay, so as he's dropping, as the wisdom is dropping, as the information is dropping, just keep writing in the comment section, hit the like button. If there's anybody any parent that that is not here, please share the link and let them join the sessions. There's so much to be shared today. Okay, so I'm going to bring up our next speaker's profile while we have her. All right.
Chioma Mama is a public policy lawyer, author, parenting educator, and coach. She has several certifications from renowned institutions worldwide. She is the founder of Let's Encourage a Reading Nation Learn, an organization committed to improve literacy, and is on the board of several organizations. As an accomplished author, she has written several books for children and adults. She is a speaker and facilitator on issues pertaining to family life, parenting, gender, education, communication, and more. She has coached and mentored lots of women and parents. She is a wife and mother of 4 blessed children. Let's make a warm welcome to Chioma Mama to the Positive Parenting Academy Parenting Conference.
Hello. All right. It's great to be here. And I think I have a cue to go on and to talk about what I've been invited to speak about at this beautiful conference. It's such an honor to be here. And my name is Chioma Mama, as I've been introduced by, as you just saw now, I want to just appreciate the convener, Dr. Boma, and all the speakers here, and all the parents who have shown up, because it's one thing to be called, another thing to show up. So thank you for being here. You are doing your child a great service. So I'm talking about the realities of being a working class parent. How do we navigate it? How do we make it work for us? How? And there are so many things we can do to make it easier for us. It's not easy, that's the truth. If anyone says it's easy, they are not saying the truth. It is not the easiest thing to do. I am a working mom. I have 4 children, and this morning I have gone to the gym. This morning I've had to do some supervision around the house. This morning I am here talking to you. Today I have 1 or 2, I have a social engagement. There's a lot you have to do. And this is even the weekend. You think, okay, I can rest. But there's so much that you need to do. There's so much that needs your attention. And how do we navigate it? How do we make it work so that you're not getting burnt out, or you're not neglecting your children, the gifts that God has given you, those who are so important to you, that you need to be there for, to make sure you raise them appropriately. So I'll share a few of my tips that really do have helped me. And one of them is that you need to plan. Before I talk about the planning, a lot of people will say, oh, is it work-life balance? Is it work-life integration? It really doesn't matter what you call it. The truth is that, are you able to navigate your work and your life? Are you able to make sure you are giving your best at every point in time? Are you able to make sure that you are healthy, you are not burnt out, and you are giving your family enough attention? Those are the main things that you need to look at. Okay, so first of all, planning, like I said. Are you able to plan? For instance, you have this weekend. Before today came, I had already made a plan for today. I had said this is how I want to spend my Saturday. This is what is happening on Sundays. How so you make your plan. You cannot just wake up without a purpose, without a plan, because you will not be so productive. Your day will be scattered. It's the same thing. That's why I have meal planners. A lot of us have meal planners. I have a free one on my website. I'm sure Boma will share the details with you later. You have to plan your life, plan your activities, plan your home. It makes it so much easier. Not the one that you come back home and they'll be asking you, oh, mommy, what are we eating today? It should already be a plan. And this is what on Wednesday we eat beans. On Tuesday we eat potatoes. Friday we eat yeah. That way you're able to navigate easier and you're not getting burnt out. So plan everything. I'm not saying that you should become like so regimented. At times you need space for flexibility, but planning will help you. Will help you choose what you're doing. Help you plan. Oh, I'm going to go out with my husband. I'm doing date night today. Oh, I'm going to go for holidays. Planning makes it much easier. Then you have to be creative with your time. As a working mom, you have to be very creative with your time. You have to tell yourself, okay, this is what I have to do. We only have 24 hours in a day. Out of those 24 hours, I have to sleep for this many hours. I have to spend time with my children. I have to go to work. I have this book I'm writing. I have a seminar I'm showing up for. What can I do? So sometimes you might tell yourself, okay, today I will wake up early. Like today, I gave the example. I knew I wanted to work out today. So I knew that, okay, that means I will go to bed early on Friday night. I'm not going to do any, late night movies or anything. I will go to bed on good time so I can wake up early and go to the gym and still be ready for this seminar. Or I know I need to spend time with my family this weekend. So that means I'm going to, that wedding I went for, I can spend 6 hours. I'm spending 6 hours at that party, I will spend only 5 hours or 4 hours, so I can get 2 extra hours to spend. Or I will wake up early. There's so many things you can do. For instance, you can say, I'm going to not go home late, so I can spend more time with my family. Please, you have to be creative with your time. It is so, so important. Another thing that you cannot play with, I think it just took light, so it might be a bit darker, is your exercise. Exercise is so important. And you might be thinking, I already have so much I'm doing. Where will I find the time to exercise, for goodness sake? Where on earth am I going to find that time? But trust me, I thank God, Boma, these are all medical people that we're talking with. Exercise helps you. It creates endorphins. It gives you more energy. It helps you keep fit. You find that your energy levels are even increasing and you're staying healthy, you're able to do more and have more time for that family that is so precious to you. So please exercise. You might say, okay, when? Find out a time. You can do it first thing in the morning. You can say, okay, I'm going to quickly go. Or if you work in a building that has stairs, instead of using the lift, you can walk, take your sneakers to the office, or after work, you can go with your gym wear and go to the gym and work out. Or if you have a community and estate, look for like minds. Tell them, every evening, can we be going for walks, 1 hour walks for 40 minutes walks every day? Exercise really helps you boost your energy, and it will help you have navigate this really crazy and full life that we live as working parents. I think that is so important for us. If you're a working mother, socialize with your co-workers. A lot of people are really scared of their co-workers. Maybe it's the whole, Niger mentality. I'm not saying that, they're not, crazy people out there, but your co-workers are people that you spend a lot of time with during the day. So if you're able to get along with at least a good chunk of them, it helps you have a happier work life. While you're in the office, you'll be happy. You have people you can talk to, people you can do things with, people you can plan with. Once in a while, you can say, let's do something outside the office. Let's have a play date, an adult play date. You can say, let's go and watch a movie. Or let's go, they're doing something, there's a trade fair, let's go together. These things help you have a happier life in the office, and it makes you feel more relaxed about office work. And of course, you now come back home happier and in a better mood. If you don't talk to anybody in your office, you think they're all witches and wizards, you come back home angry and irritated, and your family will feel it. So please try and find people you can socialize with at work. It really helps make the workplace, and also helps them, when you have issues, when you're trying to navigate things with your family. If you have I'm a colleague or co-worker that you get along with, it will help. I'll give you a short story. There was a time I needed to do something with my children during the day. I had to leave the office because I had people. I was good. I had my, I get along with my boss and my co-workers. I told them, and they know my children. I talked to them about my children. I have this one. I have a daughter. I have a son. They know about my children. They hear me talk about them, and that's something I'm very intentional at. Let's not be scared about exposing the fact that we are mothers or fathers to our co-workers. Let's not talk about them. So at the day you say, I have to go for this school thing, they will understand. And you do your work well. So if you're a good worker, if you say, I'm going to just leave the office for 1 hour, nobody's going to give you any, be angry with you or give you a hard time. Okay, so my coworkers, because I socialize with them, they're able to help keep things calm for me when I'm out of the office for any reason. They can say, you know what, it's okay. Go and attend to your child. Go for that open day. I will cover you. I have your back. That's why it's so important to get along with your coworkers and your boss. You're there. You've decided to do that job. Make it worth it for yourself. The next point I'd like to talk about that will help us as we navigate is just taking time to relax. A lot of us relaxation is a problem. We are working so hard. Time for leave, you will not take your full leave. Why? Why are you leaving the remaining days for? Take your leave. Don't even leave half a day. Take time and relax. When you're on leave, please relax. Some people think, oh, I won't take my leave because I'm not traveling. Who says you must travel? Who says you must leave the country? You can actually just have a staycation, just stay in your town, maybe move to your parents' house. If they live close by, you can just say, oh, okay, I'm driving to Jos. Let me just go and spend a few days there or wherever you're from. Just take time to relax. You cannot say, I'm not leaving the house, but I need to just take some time to actually just relax, to just wake up late, do my thing, go to the gym, spend time with my family, bond, eat, cook, do relaxing activities. Okay, please, relaxation is key. If you don't charge your phone adequately, after a while, the battery life is affected negatively. So relaxation is a must for machines, talk less of us human beings. So you must take our time to relax, and that will really, really help you, maintain that sense of zen or whatever they call all those things that they say that make you feel at peace with yourself. Relaxation is so key. Now, when I said take your leave, yeah? The next point is about what do you do when you're on leave? You're not meant to be working. You're not meant to take your office work home. I know sometimes you have this really crazy deadline, there's something you must do, but please resist the urge to take your work home. Unless there are times you have serious projects and you really can't help it, but let it not be the norm. Your family needs your attention. A lot of us, you're home and then you're on your phone doing some office work on your laptop. You cannot multi. There's this thing that we talk about a lot called multitasking. Multitasking is not even a human. It's not human. It was invented for to describe how computers work, how they multitask. You're not meant to multitask. You're meant to do one thing at a time as a human being. So you cannot be working and be talking. You cannot be working and be pay attention to your family. So do not take your work home. Focus on who you're focusing on. Talk, face your husband, face your daughter and your wife, face your children at that time. Okay? And if you take work home, you can say, you know what, I will wait. When the children are in bed, I will continue with this work. So I can give them the quality time that they need because I am in the house. This is our space. That's why, for instance, I don't like the idea of having TVs in the bedroom. The bedroom is for sleeping, not for watching TV. So take time to focus on one thing after the other, because the truth is that doing everything together, you end up, that is one of the leading causes of burnout, is this whole multitasking myth, where you see as a working woman, I must be like an octopus doing a million things at the same time. It is not realistic. Something will give, something will suffer. Instead, take your time to schedule what you're doing and say, when I'm at home, I'm at home. When I'm at work, I'm at work. This is work time. Okay, and thank God for virtual living, thank God for all the things we do, like now this conference, thank God it's online, so it helps us, but it also is a problem because sometimes we don't know when to draw the line. We want to do everything at the same time. We want to be, in a meeting, we want to be in this, it's ridiculous how we just want to just be everywhere at all times. Why? I think it's that fear of missing out, FOMO. We think, oh, if we don't do this one, we'll miss out on that one. No. You can let some things be. You do not have to be everywhere at every time. You're not a superwoman. You are not God. You're not bionic. You don't have superpowers. You are a mom or a dad, and you are human. So to avoid that burnout, when you are in the office, face office work. Yeah? And when you're at home, face the house. And sometimes when they overlap, just be careful that you're not overdoing it, because like I said, we're not octopuses. You must do one thing at a time and make sure you're not getting your life clustered with too much activity, because it's something that happens a lot. This brings me to my next point, that's social life. Social life is important. Having friends, maintaining relationships outside the office. Some of us belong to associations, whether it's in church or wherever. Those things actually help. But you need to be able to know that when you're taking too much. And that brings me to the next point. After I've talked about social groups, the next thing, know when to say no. To have a good work-life balance or integration, to be able to navigate it, you must be able to say no to certain things. Not everything is your responsibility. Not every assignment is for you. Not every position is for you. Yes, you're a leader. So of course, they're going to ask you to be the secretary of this association, your village group, the PTA chairman, all this. That sometimes you do take it. It's good to have those volunteer roles. I've done them. I've done PTA. I've done everything. I still am on some. But then you have to know that, okay, this is actually a bit too much for me. Right now, my job is quite demanding. My children are quite young. Yes, I'm coming to that worry mom. That's actually my next point. There's so much you need to do. So you have to be able to say, no, this one at the moment, I cannot do it. Oh, I'm honored that you want me to be the secretary of the Old Girls Association. But you know what? Let me come back to you. And then you go back and then you can check your schedule and say, okay, you know what? I'm already doing this. I'm already the PTA chairman. I'm already the vice chair of my association. I have 5 children. I have a job. I'm a consultant in a hospital. Which one will I do now? Which one, as in, it's not too much. Then you take time and say, okay, this one I cannot do it at the moment. It's not going to help me. I'll pay many services. You say no. Say no. Or even it could even be those social things where everybody, you're the Ada in the family, everything they must call you. Chioma, come for this. You're here, do this. Travel to the village for this. That time that you say, okay, I'm doing. That time you say, no, I can't. I'm so sorry. Can my money speak for me? Can I send money? Would that help? Sometimes money will not replace physical presence. I know that, but sometimes you'll be like, okay, you know what? I'm actually getting burnt out. I cannot do everything, because guess what? If you drop dead, God forbid, life goes on. So she was nice. So every function, you will see her, everything, she will carry on for head. And then they will look for somebody else. So while it's good to be there for everybody and do what you need to do, you say no. And the same thing goes for the office. You're the greatest worker in that department. We all know. God bless you. But they want to now give you every task, put you in every committee. Now only you they present for that office. Nobody else can present. It gets to a point where you say, Oga, I'm really honored. Thank you for this trust. Thank you for the confidence. But you know what? Simisola can present well, because you're trying to make sure you're not getting yourself overburdened with all the work. And you can tell, and in fact, you're trying to even mentor Simisola. She'll say, Simi, I've been training her, so I know she will do a good job. Please, Oga, let her present it. In fact, I've coached her. And that brings me to the next point that, again, when it comes to work, delegate. A lot of us don't delegate, whether in the home front, whether in the work, at work. We don't delegate, whether at work or at the home front. We want to do everything. Are the only ones who will come back home, enter the kitchen? How about your children? Do you have a nanny or a house help? Even if you have your children, give them tasks. Let them make your job easier for you. Let them even be doing some of those jobs. If they are of age, they should be doing those things. In the office, it's the same thing. You need to be able to give people responsibilities and say, this is your own job. You do this. Yes, you're the one that writes. No one can write memo like you in that office. But guess what? Amaka is coming up and she can do a good job. So you can say, you know what, Amaka, come. Let's do this thing together. Let me put you through. You're doing 2 things. You're building capacity, you're mentoring, and you're taking the load off yourself and freeing up your time. I remember somebody was saying the other day about one lady, one big madam. The woman doesn't do anything in the office. So why would she do anything? She has spent time building. Now she's at the top. She's delegating. That's a wise boss. She has foot soldiers. So let her delegate. Why would she? You're a madam at the top and you're still doing all the work. What's the point? There's no point now. You need to learn how to delegate. At every stage as you grow, it's actually a sign that you're of growth, that you're learning how to give people jobs and to free it up. You come together as a team. If somebody has a gift, she's good at this, give her. She's good at that, give this person. He's good at this, give him. Don't do everything. So a lot of us now you go markets. Now you're doing every single thing. Why? If it's only me that knows how to price, send your son to the market. Even if he doesn't price as well as you, tomorrow he will learn. Tomorrow he will learn better. And as I said, you're building capacity in that person. And that brings me to the last point I want to share, scheduling. Somebody mentioned it already. You have to schedule, you have to prioritize. Not everything should be given the same attention at the same time. I already said it, we're human beings. Multitasking is not a human, whatever, human beings are not meant to multitask. They're meant to monotask. You're meant to do one thing at the other. So you have to schedule and say, okay, and thank God for we have so many apps that can help us. You can, even if you don't want to use, tech, you can actually just use a biro, a pad, and write down your tasks for the day. What am I doing today? The day before, anything I want to do today. I knew I was going to go to the gym today. I started planning yesterday. So you plan, what am I doing tomorrow? Start writing it out. Or put it in your, have a jotter. I had this small one. When I was in school, I had this small jotter in my bag. You can actually use notes on your phone. Have prioritize, know what's early, what's important. And if it's important to you, you will get it done. Okay, so prioritize, schedule. This is all part of plan, and it's so important that you have those things, written out for yourself, because it will help make your day seamless. If because you end up seeing that you can achieve so much more in one day because you've actually taken time to plan it out. Oh, and this is the last one. I just said I was done, but I forgot this one. Limit distractions. One thing that affects us and makes us lose balance at the end of the day and makes us burn out and makes it more difficult to navigate work and life as human beings are distractions. There are a lot of needless distractions that we fill our lives with. One of these things, this one, I'm reporting myself phone, because I do a lot of work on my phone. And because of that, how it's happened to so many of us. You're going to look at something on Instagram. From there, something will distract you. Before you know what's happening, you spend 30 minutes, 40 minutes doing what you don't even know. So you need to be very important, very, very mindful of distractions, whether it's your gadgets, whether it's people, whether it's your thoughts, things that are entering your mind, which is why it's very important that we take care of our mental health. That's all it's all part of navigating it. Your mental health is key. And that's why, as part of what I do, apart from talking to parents and talking to children, I also counsel and coach. I started doing some therapy because I found that a lot of people, mental health is a problem, and it affects the way you're able to show up every day and give it your best shot as a mom, as a dad, as a parent, because you have so many things be clouding you. You have so many things that are struggling for your attention. I like to give this analogy. In your life, you have balls. You have the glass balls, and you have the balls that are not glass. You can drop the ones that are not glass, and nothing will happen. They will bounce back. But if you drop the glass balls, they will break. The glass balls are your family. The glass balls are your health. The glass balls are your spirituality. How are you with God? You need to have a relationship with God. That's very important. Also help you navigate it. In fact, that is number one, your faith. Your faith with God will help you navigate this reality. Those balls are precious and they should not drop. The ones that can bounce back, allow them to bounce. You will come back to them. The same thing if you're cooking food. The burner in front is normally the highest burner that brings out the most flames. Those burners are the most important, and they should always be kept in front of you. Why? Because if you take your eye off it for too long, next thing that thing will burn. And those things are the things that are the most precious to you. Some things can stay at the back burner on that smallest flame. They can be simmering there, nothing will happen, they will not burn. You can be looking at them every now and then. But the things on the front burner, you must never take your eyes off them. Your family, your children, yourself, your health, your mental health, your physical health, your relationship, the most important ones, your spouse and immediate family. So I think I'm done. I'm trying to use my time. I've been given 20 minutes and I think I have exhausted it, but I'm happy to talk more if I have more time. Thank you so much for listening.
All right. So Chioma Mama is one person I admire a lot. I've been following her for a long while, and I've just been wondering, how does she get it all together? Being a thriving parent and a top-notch working class, and I said she had to come and speak at this conference. She's doing so well. I have shared social media handles. Please follow her on IG, on YouTube, and this link is to get all her amazing resources. So she mentioned, she talked about, having a plan, meal plan, and all of that. Some of the strategies which she shared on how she's able to, get it all together. So she can have it all, and we can also do the same, right? All right, so this has been an insightful session. If you agree with me, I want to see you raving in the comment section. Please follow her, go and like her page, and follow her on all the amazing stuff that she does and shares on her social media handles. Thank you so much, my sister, my big sister, my friend. I honor you. I don't take your time for granted at all. It has been an insightful session, and I want to say thank you very much. So do we have any questions? Let's see in the comment section. Okay, I don't see any questions in the comment section. All right, so we're just saying thank you, thank you. Wow, this has actually been an eye-opener for me. I have my paper and pen. I'm also writing. All right, so thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for having
Thank you
us.
so much. One more thing before I go, I want to just tell you about my my coaching program, because I just saw that this thing that you say, a lot of women are struggling, trying to navigate life, career, parenthood. So I have started the Butterfly Project, and it is especially for working mothers, because we have our dreams, we have our aspirations, we want to write books, we want to conquer the world, and we want to raise amazing children and keep our sanity and keep our relationship with God. So I have that project. It's a 6-week coaching and mentoring program. You can always send me a DM on Instagram if you want to be part of this program. It's amazing. I have a WhatsApp group as well for moms and dads. There's so much we can do together, and we're all learning together. So thank you for joining this program. Please stay throughout the conference. Please, I want to appreciate you, Boma, for what you're doing. This is really phenomenal. It takes a lot of resources and time, and I'm really, really proud of what you've put together here. Please keep it up, and I can't wait to see the next one. God bless you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, so we have our speaker, but while we are waiting to bring him up, okay, let us take a minute. I know it has been back to back. Okay, so we've had 3 speakers already come and speak to us. So in case you're not sure about where you are, we're going to be putting up a video very soon. And as you can see on the foot scrolling on your screen are details of how to be a part of the community. Okay, so I'm going to be playing a video now while we wait for our next speaker.
Chioma Mama is a public policy lawyer, author, parenting educator, and coach. She has Chiedozie Eze is a dedicated personal development coach, entrepreneur, and public speaker with a passion for guiding teenagers and young people toward fulfilling their potential. Chiedozie Eze has written several impactful books, including Why Teens Fail, his latest book. He has received several prestigious leadership certifications from various institutions. He is the founder of Teen Success Academy, a coaching outfit that equips young people for personal discovery, confidence, and success. He runs a mentorship program for teenagers and young adults, and also convenes the 360 Success Bootcamp Tribe. Let us make a warm welcome to Chiedozie Eze to the Positive Parenting Academy Parenting Conference.
All right, so good morning, sir, and you are welcome. Okay, so you can see and hear me. You are welcome to this conference.
Good morning, everybody. I can hear you, but I don't know. I can't see you. I'm not sure why. I think I have a tech glitch on my part. But please confirm. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
I can see you, though you're frozen. You're frozen.
That is strange. Oh dear.
Can you see me?
Okay, I can see you now, but it's still okay, I think
Okay, I
it's
can
fine now.
see
I can
you.
hear you.
I can see
Yeah.
you. I can hear you.
Okay, great,
All
great.
right.
Good
So
morning
welcome so
again.
much, sir. Thank you for being here. Please take it away.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I'm grateful to be here, and many thanks to Coach Boma for inviting me. I've been around. I think I've been in a few sessions this morning, listening to what's happening here. So I believe it's been as interesting, exciting, and impactful as it has been for me. I listened to the last speaker, fully. Coach Moma is an amazing coach, and she has done a wonderful job, for us. I think before her, Oluwadari. I don't know if I always get that name correct, but that's who she is. So I just want to give kudos to all of the speakers that have taken the stage before me and celebrate Coach Boma for putting this together. Parenting perspectives for the future is what we are discussing. And this morning, I've been charged to talk about teenagers who can thrive. Teenagers who can thrive. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly do this because I understand we have very limited time and a number of other persons coming along. So, what does it mean to thrive? What does it mean to thrive? I had to quickly do a check on Google this morning again. Let me see whether they have modified the meaning. But essentially, to thrive means to prosper, to succeed, to grow, to do well. One word strikes out for me. It is to develop vigorously. When you talk about vigor, you're talking about strength, you're talking about tenacity, you're talking about agility, and being active. But at Teen Success Academy, which is the organization that I lead, where we mentor teenagers, we have a slightly different definition for we have a slightly different definition for thrive. We created an acronym for thrive that means to train highly resourceful individuals who have value and excellence. So it's pretty much an acronym. And that's from the perspective I'm going to be talking to us in the next few minutes this morning as my contribution to the conversation about parenting perspectives for the future. Now, that subject is quite instructive because we're looking at a different perspective, but our eyes are focused on the future, raising a teenager, raising children who can thrive, not just today, but thrive in the future, which means that whatever training we are giving to young people today has to be the kind of training that will equip them not just for today, but also empower them to be relevant even in the society where they are going to be playing in years from now. Because it's interesting to note that some of us were raised for a generation that no longer existed when we grew up. So some of us went to schools and we learned things that by the time we're qualifying with wonderful degrees in all of those things that we studied, that the knowledge was no longer relevant for the time. And I see that cycle repeating in certain quarters, even today, where we are giving young people trainings and education that might not necessarily be relevant for when they are going to play. So raising a teenager who can thrive is not just about today, but also the ability to thrive tomorrow. I have a very interesting definition I came up with for a successful teenager. So if you're going to raise a successful teenager, this is my perspective and contribution to our chat this morning. And it is that a teenager, a successful teen, is the one who has a sense of self-awareness, a healthy sense of confidence and responsibility. And that young person is able to build relationships with family, build relationship with peers and other members of the communities where they belong. And finally, that individual is able to find his or her place in the world. I'm going to take that again. A successful teenager is that one who has a sense of self-awareness, a healthy sense of confidence and responsibility. They are able to build relationship with their families, with their peers, and with every other member of the society wherein they play. And then finally, they can find their place in the world. A few things stand out in that definition for me. Sorry, just a second. Let me be sure that I can get feedback. All right. So a few things stand out for me when we look at that definition. Number one is the concept of self-awareness. Number two is a healthy sense of a healthy sense of confidence. Number three is responsibility. Number four is relationships, the ability to build relationships. And then number five is finding their place in the world, finding their place in the world. So with the few minutes that we have, let me see how much of that we can go into. I'm going to talk about the first component of that successful teenager, which is the component of self-awareness. Your successful teenager, that young person who can thrive, has to be the young person who has the ability to understand their emotions, their strengths, their weaknesses, their values, and beliefs. The ability to understand emotions, strengths, weaknesses, values, and beliefs. Does it not bother us that we have young people who have no sense of direction? We have young people who have no sense of conviction when I talk about values and beliefs. So you have young people who have no sense of conviction and no sense of direction. What that means is that they can be, according to a wise man, be thrown to and fro by every wave of doctrine, every wave of opinion, and every wave of trend. I was speaking at the parent conference a few weeks ago, and I said, we need to start thinking about raising young people who are not moved by trends, because trends will come and go. There will be new trends. Almost in the internet age, it's almost every week something new is trending. You know, people are competing. People even pay money to have trending hashtags on Twitter and all of those kind of things. So if your young person is susceptible to every wave of trend, then there's going to be problem. It's going to be problem in the world today and the ones that are coming, the world that is coming, you know, in the near future. So being self-aware, it includes being mindful of the things that I do, the actions that I take, and how those actions affect me as an individual and affect every other person within my sphere of influence. So a young person with a greater sense of self-awareness is going to thrive more than those who, in fact, it is those who have self-awareness that will lead and sway the ones who have no sense of direction. So who am I? The question of identity, the question of what do I stand for, the question of what is my purpose. Amazingly, that is the biggest component of my work as a teen coach, because I work with a lot of young people and I see all this manner of confusion. I had one of them visit my office here just a few days ago, and I was talking with the parents and they were telling me how number of improvements have happened in the last week? I said, yes, this guy he now knows who he is. He now knows why. So a person with a sense of self-awareness understands why much more than they understand what. But for many parents, we want to focus on what, the things to do, the things not to do. But the guy that knows why is going to be in charge and going to be the leader of the ones who just understand the what. But let me quickly move away from that and go to the second component of our definition. It's a healthy sense of confidence. I highlight healthy sense of confidence because there is this adulterated sense of confidence that we see predominant on the internet that is not confidence. Actually, it is low self-esteem masquerading as confidence. It is emotional hurt. It is injuries in the heart and wounds of the soul masquerading as confidence. They are loud. They are very, very loud. But that volume is not born out of any true conviction. It is actually volume born out of pain. So you see people who have been wounded talking on the internet and pumping their opinions on the rest of the crowd. And so, that the people that fall victim to that have a problem on the first level of self-awareness. But I'm talking about someone who has a healthy sense of self-confidence. This is about a positive self-image and a belief in your inherent abilities. I came here equipped. I came here fully loaded with things to do and the capacity to do them. I now need to go on and acquire the kind of education that will brush up those skills and sharpen them for the time and the age that I live in. That is confidence. That kind of confidence enables your teenager and will enable them in the future to take on challenges. It's going to enable them to look at problems and solve problems, prefer creative solutions to complex problems of society. I was listening to somebody speak a few weeks ago, and he was talking about the complexities of this generation. The generation that some of us grew up in cannot be compared in terms of complexity to the one that your child is going to be growing up and going to be featuring in a few years from now. Whether it is complexities of intellect or complexities, social complexities, or even spiritual complexities. The darkness that is coming on the face of the earth, you have never seen it before. It is coming. We are getting close to it. This is not prophecy of doom. It is that you understand the times and seasons so that you know what you ought to be doing at this material time. So a sense of confidence that is healthy will help your teenager take up challenges, will help them express themselves. There are lots of voices. I was studying a very ancient book this morning, and I was juxtaposing some of the information there with some more contemporary materials I was listening to this man. Somebody was talking about the fact that the average young person today is exposed to a minimum of 4,000 adverts every day. You were never exposed to that kind of thing growing up. 4,000. In fact, the stats says between 4,000 and 10,000 ads bombard the spaces of young people every day in the 21st century. The young man I was speaking to a few years ago, he just walked in, and we're looking at a document together, and we're seeing how that the average young person today is consuming in one day the same amount of information that their great-grandparents consumed in an entire lifetime. The brain has not increased in size. So there has to be some level of training that will improve the capacity of this individual to confront the complexity of the age that they live in. And so that young person will have to be able to express themselves in that kind of environment, choose what to listen to and what not to listen to. I'm still talking about self-confidence. And finally, they should be able to stand up for what they believe in, because these 4,000, 10,000, whatever thousand number of ideas and thoughts and ads are coming with their own opinions. Do you really believe this thing that you believe? The number 3 part of that conversation is something about responsibility. The component of responsibility, it's an emphasis on the importance of this young person being accountable. being accountable. If we have time, I'm going to share some other practical things. But talking about accountability is where you need to now incorporate the concept of mentorship and coaching for your child. If we still have to preach to you about that, well, good luck to you. But responsibility is about the importance of being accountable for your actions and your decisions. It includes taking ownership for assignments, for tasks, for obligations, and then recognizing the consequences of their action. A few years ago, I started screaming that the most critical thing we need to start teaching young people is to be able to think forward-thinking young people. A lot of teenagers, and it is naturally so, are unable to think beyond the now. So they think more of today, this weekend, and stuff. But a successful teenager is that one who can be able to think in future terms and think about actions and consequences. Because sometimes you're doing things today without really considering what's going to happen tomorrow. But truth is that every adult is a product of their decisions. I put out a post yesterday where I said every adult behavior can be traced back to an experience in childhood. So responsibility. The fourth component of that conversation is the ability to build relationships. Show me your friends and I'll tell you who you are. Every man is an average of the people they interact with. Whether interacting physically, the interaction is physical or it's virtual, or even through learning materials like books and courses and all of that. Every human being is going to be an average of the people that they interact with. So your child, your teenager's ability to thrive today and tomorrow is going to depend on the ability to build healthy relationships. Healthy relationships with families. Healthy relationships within the family, with siblings. So if they are still, so you see, people are going to talk about those who have come from, troubled homes, who have made successes out of their life. And I'm going to ask, what's the percentage? So the issue is that young people coming from broken homes, from troubled homes, from, sibling rivalry and all of those things, they have greater difficulty in navigating the social space outside of their home, because every human being is an emotional creature. And emotions will determine a whole lot of things in the life of your teenager. So the ability to build healthy relationships within the family, it's a good place to start. Then we move on to building healthy relationship with their peers, healthy relationship with other community members, because you need people to drive success. No man can do this alone. You need people to drive success. I tell my teenagers, get all the A's, get all the B's. We talk about that a lot. Academic success is important and all of that, but your success is going to be highly dependent on your networks, the people in your circle. Have you not seen very poor professors? They've gone to the zenith of their education, but they are poor. Poor in cash, poor in social capital, poor in even sense. And poor in, being able to interpret the challenges of the generation where they live, because you can be a professor in an outdated concept and an outdated knowledge. But that's by the way. Finally, is the ability to find their place in the world. The ability to find their place in the world. I happen to work with a lot of gifted young people. And if you understand anything about being gifted and multi-talented, one of the challenges with that is that at some point you get confused as to what exactly am I supposed to be doing. So you have all these resources available to you. It's very easy in this generation to become a millionaire. It's very easy to make money. It's very easy, but you still wonder why young people find it difficult to, navigate through the space for so many reasons. So that ability to find their place in the world reflects an aspect of your teenager's ability to identify their role and their purpose in a larger community. It includes being able to explore interests, pursue passions, and then being able to contribute to the society where they live in meaningful ways. Interestingly, at boot camp, the annual boot camp that we run, you heard it in my profile when I was being introduced, is beginning today for 2024. And this is one of the biggest components of what we're doing this year, to help a good number of young people understand this whole idea of career exploration. I just did a guide. I just did a guide on it some 2 weeks ago on career exploration, creative expressions, how to find your place in the world, how to find your place in the world, so that you don't have these multi-gifted, multi-potentialites who cannot thrive, who cannot do anything in their social space. So that is a summary of my conversation for you. I've tried to help us understand what it actually means for a teenager to be successful in their time. And I said, if I have a few short minutes, I'm going to touch on the practical things that we can look at in terms of implementing some of these things that I've talked about. One of them, I mentioned mentorship programs. Every young person should have an adult aside their parents that they look up to. Pair your teenagers with mentors who can guide and support their development. Because the truth is, when they get to teenage life, your influence in their lives depreciates, it diminishes. The greatest influence in a teenager's life are their friends and the relationships they have outside of home. So you want to have another adult, you want to have another influential person in your circle, because they say that it takes a village to raise a child. You want to have these your co-villagers. May they not be the other type of villagers that we talk about in Africa. You want to have another kind of village that is supporting your parenting journey and providing personalized guidance for your child. So look for mentors, look for coaches, and include them as part of your village people. Number two, look for workshops and trainings. There are so many things on skills development, skills building, things that will expose your child to experiences, build their communication skills. You have all these young people running around on the internet, having 1 million followers on the internet. If you had to meet them one-on-one, they cannot effectively communicate. They apart from talking trash. They cannot effectively talk. They cannot effectively sell themselves. Then explore extracurricular activities. Explore extracurricular activities. I was talking to a parent a few days ago, and I asked her, I said, how many persons do you know who have succeeded solely on intellectual competence, solely on academic prowess? Most of the people you celebrate today, most of the people that are corrupting your world today, are actually doing so because they have been able to tap into some other kind of genius that they have. So for your teenager, explore extracurricular activities. It could be sports, it could be arts, it could be clubs, other kinds of activities that, build their all-round development. Then get involved as a parent. Be involved. Be very present. Be very present. I said your influence diminishes, but if you, for the sake of a diminishing level of influence, now disappear from the scene, you're going to reappear sometime when nobody is going to recognize you. I tell parents that your voice is usually the loudest, whether your teenager acts like they're listening or not. Your voice is usually the loudest. They're hearing you. So make sure you're constantly speaking. Make sure you're constantly there. Make sure you're constantly speaking life. Make sure you're constantly talking to them. Make sure you're constantly blessing them and not cursing them. Then include academic and educational resources. Educational, not necessarily academic, but educational resources. Somebody asked me recently about, can I get educational books? I said, I don't understand what you mean by educational books, because every kind of reading is educational in itself. So provide access to books. Give them access to courses. As you're in this conference now, find another one to sign up your teenager for. Give them access to conferences, courses, online resources that support personal development and enrich their learning journey. So I think that I have just about 5 minutes to go. And if anything that I said made sense to you, I'm going to sum it up in probably 5 sentences or whatever. But I want you to remember, as you live today, if you're going to raise a teenager that will thrive, I presented to you my definition of success for a teenager, the definition of a successful teenager, and all the components of that definition is what we have discussed. But finally, to shut it down this morning, let's explore this from from an acronym. It's the word thrive, so that you can always, even if you forget everything, I want you to always remember to raise a teenager who can thrive. And the T there stands for tenacity and time management. I heard Coach Choma Moma was talking about scheduling and all of that for parents. And that is something that is very, very important. But I can tell you that a lot of adults struggle with scheduling because you started late. They started teaching you smart goals when you were already 35. That's the challenge with African societies. We go to the Olympics with our 1 year training. Meanwhile, people that want to win Olympics start training from when they were age 6. The Olympics is going on today, and Nigerians are doing fantastic this season in most places. But we see the errors in our society always rearing its heads in one way or the other. But that's by the way. T stands for tenacity and time management. So encourage your child to start learning. I talked about being responsible. Start learning to pursue their goals, whether it's short term or long term. Start learning how to stay committed to a challenge. Start to stay committed to a process, irrespective of the challenges, because there will be challenges. Is promised guaranteed. I always say there will be challenges. You have an appointment with trouble, with challenge. So start learning tenacity, start learning to manage your time, start learning to promote accountability, a sense of responsibility by holding your child accountable for their actions and their decisions. Help them to develop effective time management skills, balancing schoolwork, hobbies, what are those things, social activities, playing games, and having fun. It's part of it. So that's what T stands for in summary. H stands for healthy lifestyle, healthy habits. Healthy lifestyle, healthy habits. I heard John Maxwell say that the secret of every man's success can be found in their daily routines. The first book I wrote for teenagers is titled Habits, helping young people build daily routines that they can stick with. Adults struggle today because nobody, let me use the word forced, but it's not force, it's not the word. Nobody held you accountable in your teenage years for the habits that make for success. So today, as adults, a lot of us are still struggling to build things we should have built when we were children. Physical health, mental health. There are habits that make for all of those things. Somebody talked about exercising this morning. Somebody talked about, how exercising increases your energy and builds you up. R stands for responsibility. I've talked about that, and resilience. Responsibility and resilience. Coping skills, growth mindset, and all of that. I stands for integrity and intelligence. V stands for vision and values. I've talked about all of these things. I'm just giving you a summary. V stands for vision and values. For when there is no vision, everybody cast off restraint. Your teenager is not going to comport themselves if we don't instill vision and values in them. And finally, E stands for empathy. Empathy. And that is that component that helps us build healthy relationships. So thank you very much for listening to me. I hope I made sense to you in the last 29 minutes. And that's where I call it a wrap for this morning. If you have any questions, I will take them. Thank you very much, Coach Boma. Thank you for the honor to be here.
Thank Coach Dozie. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for raising teenagers that thrive. Okay, so section, you can follow Chiedozie on his social media handles. I've put there on IG at Teen Success Academy. He's currently running a boot camp. So the seller link is there for us to click on and get more details. And also follow him on Facebook at the Uncle D. All right, so I want to see us in the comment section. Do we have any questions? Do we have any questions? We need to raise teenagers that are responsible, that are self-confident, self-aware, build healthy relationships, and of course, they are able to stand out in the world. Okay? All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I don't think I see any questions in the comment section. I honor you. I don't take your time for granted. Thank you for honoring this invitation to come and speak to us. So much that we have learned today and so many takeaways. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Yeah.
All right, so we are moving on. If you are still here and you can hear me, please, I want to see you in the comment section, okay? Let us write our takeaways. Let us appreciate these speakers. It took a lot to put all of this together, but you are getting this absolutely free. And if you're still on, you can see what is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. The registration is ongoing for the Positive Parenting Academy parenting community. All right. So you can reach out, send payment, and then send your proof of payment to the number that is scrolling on your screen. So we have our next speaker already in the building. So we're going to be putting up her profile, and then we're going to invite her to come and speak to us. All right.
Empowerment, a social organization dedicated to empowering women and girls. She is the founder and CEO of Charis Global Influence, a global iconic brand known for influencing people positively through innovative solutions. As a mentor, coach, and counselor, Ifeoma Oronsaye runs several mentorship and coaching programs for women and youths. She is the convener of Whip Mom, a coaching community dedicated to young mothers. Ifeoma Oronsaye is married to Pastor Oronsaye Uyiosa Robert, and she is a mother to 3 lovely kids. Let us make a warm welcome to Ifeoma Oronsaye to the Positive Parenting Academy Parenting Conference.
All right. Good morning. I hope you can hear
Good
me.
morning. Good morning, my masterpiece sister. Thank you so much for being here. So take it away. Thank you so much.
All right. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're watching me from. I'm so excited to be here in this session, and I want to say thank you to my masterpiece sister, Coach Boma, for this great opportunity. I don't take it for granted. So I do not have so much time. I've been asked to speak on the role of women in parenting. I want to say the role of mothers in parenting. You know, I love to talk to mothers. I love to mentor and coach mothers. And, you know, parenting is for both the father and the mother. But I still believe there's the uniqueness. There's something that we bring in parenting that the man may not be opportuned to do that. Parenting is for both people, yes, you know, but I still believe that God that made a man and a woman, you know, he didn't make us all male. He didn't make us all females. He made both, you know, both gender. I still know that. I know that there's a role that each gender plays that the other person may not be able to, except maybe circumstances present, you know, require the person does that. So I want to talk about our roles as mothers. I know we may have some men here, but you know, I just wanted to pay attention to what you should do. These are your core responsibilities. These are the things you need to bring in with or without your partner. Your partner may be doing that already. Both of you may be doing it, but I want you to see it as my core. You know what we mean by core? This is core for me. This should be my priority as a mother, you know, as as somebody in family. This should be what I should dedicate myself in doing, you know, in terms of raising our children. So the first I want to bring, I love to teach from scriptures. I love to, you know, pass knowledge and pass wisdom through scriptures. I use scriptures as my principles. So I'm going to share some things from scriptures. I didn't really divide, I didn't get it anywhere. I didn't go to study, learn from people. It's just something that I was inspired. You know, Holy Spirit inspired me to bring it up here. So I'm bringing it to us, and I would want us to, you know, accept it as what God is saying to you now in terms of parenting. So the first role that you have to do as a mother in parenting is spiritual discovery. Okay, let me list out the roles. The first is spiritual discovery. The first is spiritual discovery. The second is traveling. I'm going to explain with time. The third is mentorship. And then I want to know the fourth is problem solving, and then the last is documenting and journaling. So the first, spiritual discovery. I want you to know that spiritual discovery, I can say spiritual discovery is your ability to see and understand who your child is. The ability to see and understand who your child is, the personality of your child, the temperament of your child. I hope you know, we all believe, the concept of purpose, finding purpose. Every adult knows about purpose. I want you to know that purpose finding should begin from childhood. Most of us, we grew up, we started asking, attending seminars about purpose discovery, asking God questions, but we were under our parents. How will God commit someone to you? Bible says that children are arrows in our hand. How will you know how to shoot an arrow that you don't even understand the makeup of the arrow? You don't even know the target the arrow is meant to shoot. That means you may get it all wrong. I look at myself sometimes. Yes, my temperament is melancholy, phlegmatic, but sometimes people don't know I'm a melancholy. I want to say this is an improved melancholy, possibly, or maybe my environment, the training I got from my parents, maybe it altered my personality. When you look at your child, like me now with my children, I see my son do some things, I see my daughter do some. They are two different people. So now I will not be expecting my son to do this like my daughter because his temperament is different. So parenting for a mother. I'm going to say this because both parties can do it. The father can also do it, but a mother, for God to give you a womb, a man does not have a womb. It means that there is something that only the woman can do, possibly, or is the woman first that does that in parenting. Can you still hear me? Okay, my network is a bit shaky. So you have a womb. It means that a child comes into the world, the child spends more time first in your womb. You bet the child stays in your breast. So it means that more of the time that the child spends, or whatever the child requires in life, is more on you. Under God is more on the woman. A man does not have a womb. So when I talk about spiritual discovery, I'm talking about seeking to know who your child is. Seeking to understand the temperaments of your child. Your husband can do that, but it's your core role because the child starts life with you in the womb. The child starts life with you in the womb. We see a woman in the Bible, Rebecca. She was pregnant and the pregnancy was during her summer. During pregnancy, she had to ask God, why am I having this feeling? And God told her, 2 nations are in your womb. That was when God told her things about her children. We talk about Samson's mother in Judges 13. The angel came and told Samson the manner of life, the rule of life of Samson and his work. You talk about Mary. The angel still came and told Mary about the mission of Jesus. So there are a lot of women in the Bible. The men were there, but I still know that in paying attention, in getting to know who your child is, the woman should give attention to that. So you are pregnant, you are nursing your baby, you are attending to your child. You need to find out what is God saying about this child. It's one of your core roles. So spiritual discovery, finding out what the purpose of the child is, understanding the child temperament, inquiring from God, who is this child? What is this child meant to do on earth? How can I guide this child? What are the temperament of this child? So that is your core role. And of course, when you find it out, you discuss that with your father, with the father. That's your husband. When Samson's mother heard, he had to tell the husband. So it's not just you alone, but because of, and of course, women are more sensitive. I think us as we are more sensitive. So possibly God brings those details to us because of the way He has made us. So you need to be a mother that gives time to finding out what would God ask my child do. So purpose discovery for your child is mainly your work. Finding out what God has said about your child, what God will have from your child. Get to know that, understand your child's temperament. So that's the first role, and this is more like parenting from a spiritual perspective. Parenting from a spiritual perspective, where you understand what is the purpose of this child, what is the rule of life, and what is the work. So the child grows up. Bible says, train up a child in the way he should go, that when he grows up, he does not depart. So you're training up your child in the way of purpose. You are training up your child, knowing that your child's temperament. You are training him up so that when he grows up, he does not depart from the way of purpose. He's not rolling around the country, like confused adults. Why? A mother asked God, like Rebecca, who are these children? Why is this happening to me? So that's the first. And the second is traveling. The second role of a woman in parenting is traveling. We know that traveling can be said to be in labor. When a woman is traveling, it means that the woman is in labor. And one of the things that makes us women is that we go in labor. You don't go in labor with a man, and that's still our womb. Now, I'm trying to explain things to us in terms of this from the spiritual perspective. A woman was given a womb. I don't think your womb alone should just be to push out children. Traveling, laboring in labor in the labor room, to push out your baby is also for you to labor in prayer. Traveling is prayer. That's prayer. That's the same word with prayer. So you labor in prayer. I'm not talking about the prayer you make with your partner. I'm talking about your personal altar. Your personal altar. Why? You are after knowing who this child is. You are concerned about the well-being of this child. You know that this child started life with you. Started life in your womb. This child is, you are nursing this child. You're breastfeeding this child. So you must travel. So that's one of the roles. We have mothers now, they just, you think parenting is all about training, just training. You don't know that there's a spiritual part of parenting. There's the spiritual part of parenting where a mother stays on her knee, prays about matters of the child, prays about issues, prays about the well-being. You're not praying only when there's a problem. You pray, you want to have an outstanding child, you want to have an excellent child, you want to have a balanced child. You pray it into being. You have a womb. As long as you carry the child in your womb, as long as you nurse your child with your breast, it means that you can stay on your knee and pray. So this is about your personal altar. This is about your personal altar. Your womb, Bible says, as soon as she travailed, she brought forth. As soon as she was in labor, she brought. So anytime you travail, anytime you pray about any matter, about the total well-being of your child, you will see things working out for your child. So don't be too busy. Don't be busy with the other things of parenting, and you forget the spiritual perspective. You forget this is your role. As long as there's a womb, don't wait only when you are praying with your husband. There's a womb. Your husband does not have the womb. You alone. So there should be a personal altar. There is making intercession for your child. So that is the second, that's the second role. And I'm talking from the spiritual perspective, as I keep saying that. That's the second role. The third role is mentorship. Mentorship, yes, mentorship is for both. It's for the father and for the mother. But do you know why I would say mentorship is also is your core role? The way a woman was wired, a woman can easily nurture. What is nurturing? It's like you are giving attention to somebody. You are trying to provide things to someone to help the person become. So your womb alone is a nurturing organ. Your child stays in your womb. Your breast is a nurturing organ. Your child stays there, you nurture, and the child grows up. So mentorship to me is a period to nurture, is a process of nurturing a child to become. And I want to say is one of your core roles, because you were wired by God like that. You were made with everything, the abilities in you to stay on a child and help a child become is in you. So mentorship, you should take mentorship seriously. We have children grow up, they have mentors outside, but their parents are not mentors. Their parents are not giving attention to their growth. Their parents are not available. They are not available to support them. They don't have someone to talk to when they have a problem. So you must see your role as a mother. Mentorship is one of them. Give attention to your child, nurture your child, provide your child with what your child needs. Give your child a listening ear. And why I want to talk about mentorship is because the way a woman was made, we are naturally patient people. Yes, there are some women that are not patient, but I want to say there are some abilities in us that God, there is in us that makes us stand up from the man, and patience is one of them. Persevering is one of them. Do you know why? It takes a patient being to go in labor, stay in labor for how many hours? Labor is like pain. You are in pain, but you are still waiting until your child comes forth. You are still waiting, you are still persevering. It takes someone that's patient. So every woman has that patient tendency. You have that ability to be patient, to wait. You have that ability to persevere. So I'm saying mentorship is called for you because with that ability, you can wait to see your child become. You are not saying this to your child, giving instruction, and automatically you want the child to just, you have to wait. You have to wait, you have to nurture, you have to keep persevering with your parenting strategies until you see the child coming, until you see the child become. The father may not be so patient like that. You are not wired like that. That's why, you go into labor, you come out tomorrow, after 2 years, you take in again. You just keep persevering. You just keep persevering. You want to have many, a man may go into labor and they may not go again because of that pain. So a woman can stay on a matter. Why? She's patient. She's naturally patient. God has put in her that patient ability. So with that, you can bring it into mentors. You can bring it into parenting. Waiting to see your child become. Not giving up on your child. Persevering with your parenting strategies. Nurturing your child with patience. That's the third role. The fourth is problem solving. I want to say this problem solving. Yes, as I said, both the man can do this, but this should be core. You shouldn't misplace this in your parenting. A mother is more confined because of our compassion. We are compassionate beings. We are naturally compassionate, and that's why you still go in labor. Your compassion level overrules the pain you are going through. That's why you don't close your leg at that point because of the pain. You are compassionate. You want to see that joy you have carried. So I'm saying this problem solving. Every mother should give time to finding out what are the issues that my child have. What are the issues? What are the challenges? You are meant to be a problem solver. You are meant to, if you talk about the Shunammite woman, when the child was sick, the child went to the father. I will not say the father was not concerned, but possibly he was busy with other matters. Men are always very busy with they like to pursue visions and the rest. But when it comes to anything that has to do with a child, a mom, God has put in all that empathy, that compassionate, ability to feel the pain of a child. So you feel the pain of the child, you find solution. Say, go to take her to the mother. The servant took the child to the mother. The child went and stayed on the feet of the mother until she died. And as she died, the woman stepped out to look for a solution. I cannot have a dead child. This child has to come back to life. She went out. So you are not too busy to notice when your child has a problem. If the child may have complained, he may complain to daddy, hey, you are disturbing. But you should not come to you and say you are disturbing me. What is the child saying? What attention is your child calling you for? So you should know that to solve the problems, my children should not have problems. If they have, no, they can have problems anyway, but those problems should not stay. I may not be the one doing it. I will look for ways to get those things done. So problem solving is one of your roles. Is one of your, from the spiritual perspective, I say parenting from the spiritual perspective, problem solving. Find out, what does my child need? What challenges are my child having? Is there academic issues? What is social issues? Find out and look for ways to solve it. And then the last is journaling. Bible talked about Mary. Mary, the things that when they took Jesus to the temple, what the prophet said, Mary kept it to heart. That's journaling. Yes, heart. She retained it, but I want to say journal with it more than your heart. You need to take that talked about the part of a woman documenting important things about the child. Not allowing it to it just comes, it flies off. No, a mother should give attention to details. So journaling, I know that parenting is for both people, it's for the man and the woman, but listen, the man may not have time to come and start writing. It's you that will write what God has said to you, what you have noticed about your child, all the milestones your child is getting. You are documenting it, you are journaling it for future reference. So journaling is one of your responsibilities. It's one of your roles in parenting. Don't expect the man to do all the detailing. Bible said that Mary took it to heart. What was said about Jesus? Even when Jesus said, "Don't you know I must be after my Father's business?" Mary took it to heart. She kept it in her heart. Why is this child saying this? So you are watching your child, you are noticing some things, you are journaling it so that you can easily track your child's progress. You can track your child's progress, you can track your child's success, you can go back to things, knowing how your child's journey has been, your parenting journey, you know how it has been because you are making reference. So these are the 5 core rules I want to say about parenting, our roles as mothers in parenting. And as I said, the man can do it, but the man will not do it as well as you will do it, will not do it as excellently, will not do it naturally as you would do it, because you have been wired like that. God has given you all the ability to bring in your woman, your feminine nature in parenting. The man is not feminine. He does not have those abilities. So bring in your compassionate level, bring in your empathy, bring in your persevering spirit, bring in your attention to detail, bring it into parenting, bring in your sensitivity, bring in your spiritual discernment, bring it all into parenting. And as you do this, you will see that parenting will be a lot better for you, and then you will see your results in the future, and you will be pleased that you went through this path. So that's that for me. I am done. I was just giving 20 minutes to speak and then take questions. I got some questions from my sister, some questions that were asked. I don't know if I can talk about it a little, since I still have like 7 minutes. So I just have to take note of some of the questions. Some people were talking about time management. It's time management. See, family life is a whole lot. A whole lot with some other part of our life. If you don't set up systems, you will just keep getting overwhelmed, keep working as in overworking yourself, and you're not living fulfilled. So one of the things that can help you manage your time, some systems you need to put in place is planning. You need to plan. You need to, first of all, you need to know what you want to do. You need to set a goal. As a mother, what's your goal in your family? What's your goal as a career person? Have a goal and break down your goal into action plans, into steps you will take, and then when you will take them. So if you don't have a goal, you will just be busy here and there, working overworking and not getting the desired result you have. So set a goal for a different aspect of your life, break it down into actions, and when they will be done. And then have an accountability system. Have an accountability system. So for me, accountability system can be someone that keeps you accountable. Accountability system can even be your daughter. My reminders are accountability system, because it reminds me, hi, Kuma, you need to do this. I prepare to do every day. Every week, I do what I'm going to do in a week when I'm going to do. So that's an accountability system. I don't have someone that I'm telling I want to do this, but it's a system. So, mommy, you need an accountability system. So you need to plan. You need to set up accountability system that will help you. If not, you can't manage time. And remember, you have 24 hours. You have 24 hours. A lot of us are planning with 12 hours. A 12 hours day. We have 12 hours day. We have 12 hours night. Plan with 24 hours. Some things can be done in the night. I do some things in the night. When I sleep a little, children are all, I have a baby of 10 months. We are all sleeping. I have my quiet time. I write what I want to write. So, but most times we plan with 12 hours, and that's why it looks like it's not enough. So plan your 24 hours, allocate the different things you want to do, and then prioritize. Many things are seeking for your attention, but you must not do everything. You know what you need to do per time. You know what is more urgent and important, and you pay attention to those things. So I said planning, accountability, and then prioritizing will help you manage your time well. Then someone was saying getting the support I need for my husband, maybe in terms of house chores. See, I'd say it, if your husband is helping you out, it's a privilege. They were not wired like that. They are not wired. We are the ones to manage the home. So if your husband is not helping you, do this, don't stop having so much expectation. Find a way to help yourself. Look for who can help you. he was not wired to do that. There's some men can do it, possibly the way they were trained by their mom, or possibly they have the time. But even if your husband has the time and is not doing, my dear, just forget, no, have peace and stop the expectation. Just know that he may not be able to. So do the ones you can do. Set up a system that helps you manage your roles in the house. So stop having so much expectation from the man. Stop complaining. You're not helping you. He may not help you. So wake up and set a system that helps you play your role well in the home. For me, I have a husband that supports me, but I don't take it for granted. My husband helps me a lot in some house things, especially because of the line of work he's doing. And I have some friends that their husband don't have time. And it doesn't mean that my husband is better, because there are still some things that your husband is doing, my husband is not doing. So it's not about comparison. Just be content with your husband, be content with the family you have, and find a way to manage everything. So that's that for me. Thank you, my sister. Over.
Thank you so much to learn, so much insight that has been shared. Are we following? Being a woman is phenomenal. It just goes without saying, right? So we carry a lot of strength and we're able to do a lot. So thank you so much. The insights you shared, the points, very key. Okay, I don't take your time for granted, guys. It took a lot to get these people to come here. Please let us go to the comment section, follow them on their social media handles. Follow Ifeoma Robot on Instagram at The Real Ifeoma Robot, on Facebook, Ifeoma Robot or Ron Sanya. If you have been blessed by this session, I want to see you in the comment section. Hit the like button, invite your friends and family. It's getting hotter, okay? So this is going to be the last session for morning. We're going to the next session, which is the afternoon session. I hope we are ready. Thank you so much, ma'am. I honor you. I don't take your time for granted, my masterpiece sister. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. All right. So are we still here? If you are here, I want you to put your favorite emoji. Just one word to describe how the session has been going. So it has been back to back. 5 amazing speakers have already dished out so much when it comes to parenting. Like Coach Chiadozie was saying, it takes the right village, not the people in your village, right? It takes the right village to raise, a healthy and a thriving child. So if you have been following, just one word to describe how the session has been for you. Just type it in the comment section, and while you're doing that, hit the like button. Invite everyone you know, every parent you know, to be a part of this as well. Okay? So we're going to be putting up the profile of the next speaker. So Eunice says the session has been outstanding, amazing. We're going to be putting up the profile of the next speaker. So where are all my girl parents? If you are a mom of a girl, you have a girl child, you want to lean in, you want to invite everyone you know, okay, to come and listen. So this person is a 10/10 girls coach, all right? So she's going to be sharing so much insight when it comes to raising girls, okay? So I'm going to be bringing up her profile now, and unfortunately, she can't join us live, but she has done a recorded session, very impactful, that I will share after I put up her profile.
Irene Bangwell is an educator and a parenting coach with various certifications from prestigious institutions. She is the co-founder of the NOSC 100 Naira a Day Secondary School in Kuje, Abuja, Nigeria. Irene Bangwell is the creator of the Body Smart Bundle for Girls, a biblical abstinence-based sex education tool for girls, educators, and parents of girls. She holds conversations that empower parents with the knowledge, skills, and resolve to parent wholesome girls. Irene Bangwell mentors hundreds of girls on a monthly basis through her remarkable program tagged 10 over 10 Girl Sword. Let us make a warm welcome to Irene Bangwell to the Positive Parenting Academy Parenting Conference.
Academies Conference 2024. I've been asked by the amazing Coach Boma to come talk on parenting strategies for girls, the struggles and the strategies. It is my honor to be here. I am a mother with 2 daughters, and I lead a community of girls aged 3 to 17, where I offer mentoring to them on a monthly basis. This platform is called the 10 over 10 Girls Squad, where I get to provide Bible lessons, body safety, and personal responsibility lessons to girls across different ages. Today's session is going to involve me sharing some of the ideas and thoughts that led me to starting the program and what I'm learning as a result of it. Raising girls today is totally different from what it used to be in times past. One of the things that stares us in the face is the new realities that are coming up, the new perspectives that are challenging the culture that we were raised in as girls. Take, for instance, while growing up, it was unusual for us to imagine that a girl could be president, a girl could be a person of prominence, and in those days, the highest girls could aspire to was be teachers, so they could stay home and take care of the children. Now, life has changed significantly. Some of these changes have been informed by traumatic events, but the world is not where it used to be. And today we're raising girls to be as capable as men, work as hard as men do, achieve as much as men do, but also as children of God, still recognize this all-important office of being a wife and a mother. So it's a holistic journey raising a girl today. You want to raise a girl who is connected to God, because at the other extreme of it, you have new ideas that make it look like God is a fiction of our imagination, and certain things that are being pushed through faith is supposed to limit the woman. There are considerations about whether or not women ought to submit. There are new movements arising here and there, some in which the enemy has already taken advantage of. So today is not the easiest time to raise a girl. Conflicting ideologies, conflicting personalities, and so on and so forth. New literatures bringing new bold ideas, people that are influential pushing one ideology after the other. And then there's prey, human trafficking, lure, low self-esteem. A whole lot is common amongst girls. Sexual abuse is higher in girls. Cyberbullying is higher in girls. Human trafficking is higher in girls. There's so many risks we're exposing girls to. As a parent, it's important for us to step back and say, oh, what should the overall strategy be? So in my session today, I want to attempt to share some of the thoughts that I have when it comes to raising girls, address
And
connecting with God, harnessing her talent and skill, raising her for the different phases and stages she's going to find herself in, raising her to be self-aware and skilled, raising her to be able to think for herself and not have herd mentality, and at the foundation of it, have a healthy sense of self. All of these things can be a lot to take at one time. So today I'll be sharing 2 approaches to, looking at this issue of raising girls. One approach is, how do we raise a holistic child? And then I'm going to, narrow back into self-esteem and sex education. So I want to be sharing this 5-pillar framework that I like to use to share about what it takes to raise a wholesome girl. And it's a lot of things. Many people know me with talking to families about providing sex education to girls. And while that is the core of what I do, sex education alone does not stand to produce a girl that is wholesome. What do I mean by this? I'll use this illustration and I'll allow you make whatever deductions that is within your reach. I don't know if you've ever met a girl who chose purity but got into the wrong marriage. Married someone who was violent, married someone who was not responsible, married someone who was not worth waiting for. I don't know if that's happened to you. I also don't know if you've ever met a woman who said she chose purity, but is laid back, is not visionary, is not trying to do stuff for herself, and so she's at the mercy of different things. So you're seeing different extremes. So sometimes in the process of talking about purity, we've made it as a standalone. We're raising girls and telling them they have to choose purity to honor God, but we are not upskilling them to know what makes a wholesome relationship. You can keep your virginity and end up with someone that is irresponsible. The question is, how did you end up with the person? What knowledge and skills do you not have in order for you to have chosen this? Is choosing purity automatic, that life will work even with marriage and children? Because it is not. And so it has to be a little bit holistic. So when it comes to the 5-pillar framework, here's what I want you to start thinking about. Number one, the first thing we need to do with raising girls is that we need to raise girls that are self-aware. Against each of these pillars, I'm going to share with us parenting practices that go against even what we're trying to achieve. Self-awareness means we're raising girls who know what they like, what they don't like, and who have atmosphere and opportunity, an environment rather, to be able to express what it is that they like and what they don't like. In being able to express what it is that they like and don't like, we are taking head on a culture in Africa that prepares women with the idea of what men want, what men want, what men want, not necessarily what she also wants. Because the beautiful thing about a relationship is that it's going to take two to tango. So many women get into relationships not expressing themselves and, marrying and living with partners who don't really know what they really want, who don't really know what excites them. And so life is a struggle. It comes with a lot of mental health issues that can lead to a lot of poor decision making. So what that means is teaching our daughters to be self-aware is very critical. So what does self-awareness look like? I can look at my daughter's face and her face has changed and I don't tell her, why are you frowning? Is everything okay? What's making you uncomfortable? And then she can speak up. Self-awareness means I start to pay attention to my children's reaction to different situations and I allow them room to express it. I teach them how to do it responsibly, but I give them room to express themselves. Self-awareness is helping my daughters pay attention to their triggers and things that is happening around them, and they know that they are human enough to experience all of those feelings and to be able to make a choice. In Africa, we don't let children, boys or girls, express themselves. Children are supposed to, fall at the mention of their parents' name. When your voice rises, they collapse. Children that are raised like that cannot be self-aware. They wouldn't know how to express it. They may feel it, they may disregard it, but they're not in tune with themselves. And this comes in handy in different places. It comes in handy when they're in primary school. When they're hanging out with friends who don't treat them right, they're able to remove themselves from that situation because they know what it is that they want and they know what it is that they don't want. I don't know if you understand me. So self-awareness means we're raising children who are aware of who they are. I mean, this month of August, one of the things our girls on the 10 over 10 girls squad, they're learning about is emotional triggers, where I was teaching them, I'm teaching girls 6 to 8 and girls 12 to 14, that all your emotions are coming from somewhere. Let's look for where they're coming from. Let's look for what triggered it. Let's look for the events that your life, the events that your person is not comfortable with. So self-awareness starts with they're in tune with their emotions, they understand their emotions, and they can definitely communicate their emotions confidently. But self-awareness also speaks of abilities. Self-awareness also speaks of abilities. Our children should know that they're talented. It's not humility for your child to think that they're not good enough. It's not humility. When girls grow up thinking that they're not good enough, they start to look for validation elsewhere. Every time I say this, I want to use a seemingly healthy example. Girls who think they're not capable can do beyond what they're supposed to do. They can become overworked. They can become messed up in the emotions. They do something, if they don't get accolades, they are upset. They are all over the place. They can be a disaster to be around. and not wholesome, if you ask me. So it means that from the get-go, we need our children to know that they're capable. But in the same vein, they need to know that there is growth in all expressions. That means your moment of failure does not mean that you're not good enough. Your moment of failure is opportunity for growth. So self-awareness, you see, it picks your understanding about your abilities, looks at emotions, how you feel on the inside and how you express it. So that's for me the very first pillar. The second pillar is self-management. Self-management is critical. So before I get into self-management, I want you to think about this. Self-awareness is happening for girls of different ages. The self-awareness in 3 to 5 years old. When she says, I don't like it, she doesn't like it. There's self-awareness happening for 6 to 8-year-olds. There's self-awareness happening for 9 to 11-year-olds. There's self-awareness happening for 12 to 14-year-olds. Self-awareness helps girls when they get into puberty to be in tune with their needs, to be in tune with their reactions. Like one time I remember teaching girls on the squad about vulnerability. I said, I want to show you that you're vulnerable in this moment. When you're having a misunderstanding with your parents and you feel like you need someone to talk that understands you, you're vulnerable. If you don't feel that you're beautiful and you need friends to say, oh, you're beautiful, you're vulnerable. If you do an artwork and you need other people to, you're vulnerable. And I told them that vulnerability is a window to sexual abuse. If the person taking advantage of that vulnerability or meeting your needs in that moment is not a moral person, you're vulnerable. So self-awareness is happening at different layers in different situations. So let's talk about self-management. In Africa, we know how to tell children they're doing something wrong. We don't know how to tell them how to do better. We don't know how to sit down with kids to problem solve. And self-management really speaks of problem solving, really speaks of looking at yourself holistically. I remember this lesson I taught on self-motivation for older girls. How do you keep yourself on track? You know you need to do the right thing to do. You know this thing you need to do is the right thing, is the best thing to do in this moment, but you don't even have the motivation to get to do it. So we have parents who are shouting and screaming, she wouldn't do this, she wouldn't do that, she's not disciplined, she's not this. Nope. Every time children do a certain thing a certain way, we ask ourselves, what doesn't this child know? What skill doesn't this child have? What do I need to teach? How do I need to support so that these skills are acquired? So self-management includes emotional management, includes time management, includes relationship management. So self-management means when I have an emotional reaction and I'm upset about something, I know how to calm myself down. We're supposed to teach those things. We're supposed to teach those things. I remember in the first year or so when I started doing parent coaching on radio, one of the first things that came to my head was, do you know that we are not supposed to expect a behavior from a child that we've not taught? Yeah, we are not supposed to expect a child to behave a certain way if we've not taught them. The second thing I realized is there's a problem. If you give birth to a child and they say the child has anger problem at age 4, has it at age 10, has it at age 12, has it at 21, now they're married, they have anger problem. It's a parenting failure because the child didn't come with a template to know what to do. You are the parent. You are the one that teach coping strategies, what to do. For example, are they breathing in and out to calm themselves down? How do they express themselves when they're angry? Can they talk about their feelings more than they talk about the person's action? Can they patiently listen to the other person's point of view just in case it was an innocent mistake so that they can have closure? Can they share what their expectation was? Can they build relationships where they go to talk wholesomely in a safe space instead of taking out their emotions? Just a year or two ago, we saw a video of girls in the hostel where they had a fight and one of them brought out a knife and cut the other on the hand, and that one bled to death. And they didn't think it was going to get to that. That's our responsibility. So we're supposed to build our daughters when it comes to self-management skills. Self-management skills include how they manage emotions when they're going through puberty. The fear, the anxiety, the worry. Someone say, what's the fear? Fear of rejection. Is anyone going to have a crush on me? Will anyone like me? Does he like me back? Those anxieties are there. The anxiety of, when is my period going to start? Why am I not as curvy? Why am I still flat-chested? There's all of that. There's also self-management when it comes to a child that's been exposed to inappropriate content. What do they do in that situation? We need to teach all of that. And that moves me to the third thing, which is social skills. Our children need to know that the world does not revolve around them and the world revolves around them all at the same time. But the question is, where the heck does the world revolve around you? In your parents' life, where your parents are, you're super important, but your parents also matter. Your siblings also matter. You step into school, you want to be polite, you want to be kind, you don't want to be hateful. But at the same time, you also want to be resilient. How do you manage mean, hateful people in your space? We need to be able to equip our girls with that. Mental health issues, very common as well among girls. Look at the list of girls doing BBLs. How did we wake up to a point where girls feel that they need to have big butt to feel good? The pressure. They need to be able to stand up to themselves. Stand up for themselves. You're in a circle of with people and that looking down on you, and you went and started doing body work because someone had an opinion different from yours. We need to teach them how to navigate social spaces. For example, one of the things I teach my girls, when I say my girls, I mean my daughters and girls on the 10/10 girls squad, is that, man, you need to have a list of people whose opinions matter. We need to teach that too. But social skills is not always about shielding off other people's negativity, but also that you are not pushing out negativity yourself. You're not getting into those circles where you're the one that another child is trying to recover from. So we're teaching our daughters from home that their words have power. I saw a recent video of a mother where her daughter was going to secondary school, or I think that was middle school, and she picked a toothpaste, squished it all out and put it on a tray and asked the daughter to put it back. And the daughter could not. And she said, yes, that's how your words are. Once you put it out there, it doesn't matter the apology. If it's hot, it hot. So, but now we look at it side by side with self-management, where when I'm upset about something, what's the right way to go about it? How do I respond to this feeling of disappointment that I have so that I don't end up being a social risk to another child? And so that's where we're looking at getting into school, bullying, and then also resilience. How do you respond to people that are coming at you? That's the third pillar. And then I move very quickly to the fourth pillar, which is relationship management. What is relationship management? So when it comes to social skills, it's interacting with the whole world. But what about when it comes to relationship management? Relationship management has to do with how they relate with siblings. Relationship management has to do with how they relate with you as the parent. Relationship management has to do with how they relate with great friends. You want to raise children that their friends are blessed to have around, that they're a blessing around them, that they're contributing value to their friends. Do you get the idea? All of that is part of it. So relationship management is who they are to grandma and grandpa, and they're thoughtful. I want to raise girls who can sit down and think, oh, it's somebody's birthday. How do we give this person a beautiful experience? How do I make someone wake up in the morning knowing that I lead their world? So relationship management speaks of you're also managing demands that comes with different relationships. How you're relating with teachers and the pressure to bring seniors, siblings, they're juggling all of those nuances and saying everywhere I show up, I bring value. Everywhere I'm present, I bring value. I contribute to advancing the growth, the progress, the goals of any place I show up as, and so on and so forth. And let me end with the last pillar, which is responsible decision making. Responsible decision making is the crux of the matter, but it begins with a skills gap. You want your kids to make responsible decisions, you teach them how to do that. You give them a template, you give them enough practice opportunities, and they step out there and they can lead on their own. For the girls on the 10/10 girls squad, I teach them with the mindset that one day they're going to leave home, one day they will not be on the squad anymore. I want to be able to look back and see the pattern they've built. So as a parent, responsible decisions start with words, thoughts, and actions. What does that mean? In my home, there are words that are not allowed here. When things are not working, we have a way we respond to them. If you look at it very critically, from self-awareness to self-management to social relationships, to social skills rather, to relationship skills, all of that is building towards responsible decision making. And so when we say we want girls to have critical thinking, a girl without self-esteem cannot do critical thinking because she's filtering everything she hears against the lens of her insecurities. So she can't think critically. I mean, you would see a girl with let's say a guy who is violent, but he has money, and she's so keen on proving to her friends that her boyfriend has money that she doesn't care about the risk she's taking by being with him. So responsible decision making also exposes young people to mentors, to adults who can contribute And when they want to make a decision, they can say, oh, look at the things I'm considering, and it allows them get adult perspectives. For so many of us parents, we don't realize that we are not supposed to be the only people speaking into our children's lives. That means your child would at some point connect with other people that they would speak to, and those people will make an impact in their lives. The question is, have we built our kids to be able to take feedback, to be able to identify people that can be of help, to know how to approach the relationship and how to get value out of the relationship? Will our kids be able to set goals? Because a child who is trying to get on the path of responsible decision making has a goal she's trying to achieve, knows how to find the resources to bring them together. Yes, we're still talking about girls, so you want responsible decision making. Let's think about opportunities. Responsible decision making with keeping secrets. Responsible decision making with using online devices, and making sure that if somebody is asking you out and saying you should send your nudes to them, you already know something's wrong with them, and you're able to make a wholesome decision in that situation. Or you're in a situation where somebody is grooming you, you can identify what they're doing and know exactly what it is to do. All of these are a broad sense of things that we should do. I think that against all the pillars that I've spoken about, you can take one and start doing now. For self-awareness, you can say, I'm going to listen more to my daughters. For self-management, you're going to teach them how to breathe in and how to express disappointment when they're not feeling well. For social skills, you're going to teach them when they show up in class, harm doesn't come from your mouth to another child. You don't take what does not belong to you. You don't label a child. You don't shame them. You don't body shame them for any reason. When it comes to relational skills, you're teaching them how to buy gifts ahead of the year. For this friend, this is what you're doing for this friend. Or you're going to go and visit grandma. You'll go and serve here. At church, you're going to volunteer, you're going to join a team and be a part of a service unit. And responsible decision making, do you want to teach your children how to make responsible decision, things they should consider before making a decision, especially reinforcing to them the trusted adults they can always come to? So this is the 5-pillar framework that helps us raise wholesome girls who are equipped for the next layer. But that will not be enough if I don't tell you that it's very important to ensure that your children, especially your girls, are building a relationship with God. God has a great future for our children. And no matter what the life skills that we teach them, if they're not connected with the source, it's a waste of time. And the earlier we get girls to connect with God in a meaningful way, the better for them. Of course, we're getting boys and girls as well, but I'm standing here to speak in the capacity of a girls coach. And that's why a lot of my emphasis goes on girls. It's not because girls are the exclusive priority, not at all. But there are things that are unique to girls, and I know that connecting with God makes a big difference. It's important for me to say at this time that at a very low time in my life, there was a scripture that helped me back in the university. That scripture is in Psalms chapter 144, verse 12. The scripture says, you're a cornerstone, polished after the similitude of a palace. It said a lot about the boys at the opening verse, but it says, and your daughters shall be like a cornerstone, polished after the similitude of a palace. It tells me that God has a place for girls in prominent places, in prominent roles and prominent responsibilities. We need to raise them as if they're going to be leaders, because they really are. Whether they're working in the boardroom or working from home to raise amazing kids, they are still significant in God's grand scheme of things. So faith is a strong infrastructure for them to go into. Number 2, we need to pay attention to their gifts and talents and harness them. Girls don't build self-esteem by affirmation. They build self-esteem by feeling capable, by saying what it is that they can do. So provide your girls opportunity to do things, starting with basic things like doing chores. Give them opportunity to contribute to family planning conversations. As they contribute, they start to feel capable. As they learn how to manage their emotions, they start to feel capable. As they handle difficult situations and overcome them, they feel more and more capable. Remember that when you look at your child in the face, you should know that that's someone on God's kingdom assignment. So ask God to open you up to opportunities you want to expose her to. Leadership building, skill building. It's a holiday season. Make sure your child is plugged into productivity. And then finally, don't play with body safety. There's age-appropriate body safety for different phases. And if you'd like to learn more, all you need to do is follow us on Instagram at raisinggirls.ng. And we have a number of YouTube videos on Raising Girls with Irene Bangwell on YouTube, where you can get lessons on sex education. But for the purpose of this session, I was just here to show you the whole framework, the whole 9 years about raising wholesome girls. Girls I otherwise call the 10 over 10 girls. I want to thank Coach Boma for giving me the opportunity to be here today. I hope you were able to take something away from this session. God bless you.
All right. Are we following? Are we following this session? If you are, I want to see you in the comment section. This session has been so insightful. Okay, so are we still here? So we've been having back to back. Okay, so I want to hear us in the comment section. What has been a light bulb moment for you? What has stood out? There has been so much shared. Okay, so we are here because we are going to change our perspective. So perspective is about the way you think, okay, the way you approach parenting. And we've been having it back to back. It is getting hotter. Have you invited every parent you know? Every parent in your circle? Like Coach Edozie was saying, it takes a village. So if you're the only one hearing this and all the other people in your circle don't have the same knowledge, then your work done is zero. You can take that to the bank. So if you are here and you have any parent in your circle, they should also be here hearing this message so that when your children are with them, they also understand the same things and they are also able to help your children. Remember, Chiedozie talked about when your children get to teenagers, you need mentors, you need other adults, okay, because they'll be listening to those people. Are those people in this call? Are they in this session? Go and invite them, okay? Go and invite them. Thank you so much, Etta. I see you, every one of you. I'm going to be talking with us much later, but because we have to keep to time, I want to, try as much as possible to work with the time that has been allotted. We have our next speaker already in the call. Let us just go now and start inviting other people to be on this call. We're going to be talking about something that is very key. However, most of us don't even understand. So some of the speakers have shared about it, but the next speaker is going to be, coning down to it in depth because she is personified when it comes to that thing. I have watched her for a while and I admire her so much for everything she does. So she's going to be coming very soon. I want to share her profile. Okay. So if you haven't moved your legs, this is a good time to just shake your legs, grab a bottle of water. I have mine here. While you are writing, I have my book and my pen. Okay. Most of the things we are hearing, if you're not putting them down, a plan without documentation is a wish. So as you hear, you keep writing, okay? Because you're going to be needing it for later. All right. So if you have invited one more person to this call, I want you to type in the comment section, yes. We can't be hearing this information alone. The times have changed. Parenting is work, okay? So you need to make sure that everybody you know is in the same or is on the same page with you. All right? Amazing. Okay, so Busola says yes. Amazing. All right, so I'm going to bring up our next speaker, her profile in a bit.
Is an exceptional values educator and transformative Izehi Anuge is an exceptional values educator and transformative leader dedicated to instilling and reintegrating values into young minds and the society as a whole. Her decade-long journey has been focused on developing value-based resources and frameworks that empower current and future leaders and learners to align their character development goals with global participation, 21st century skills, and sustainable development goals. She is the visionary founder and managing director of Shape a Child, a personal project that has revolutionized character and behavior transformation in children and young adults. Izehi Anuge has authored the captivating children's book series Captain Excellence, a catalyst for cultivating a values-based consciousness in young readers. She has developed other innovative resources and programs tailored towards values. She has earned numerous accolades and recognition from local and global entities for her contribution and unwavering dedication to values-based education. Izehi Anuge holds various certifications on value-based learning from esteemed institutions. She is the ambassador for World Values Day. Let us make a warm welcome to Izehi Anuge to the Positive Parenting Academy Parenting Conference.
Hello.
Am I on?
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon and welcome to this session. Thank you so much for your time. I don't take it for granted. Thank you for giving us a bit of you. And I'm sure we're going to be changed and transformed at the end of this session. I can see values based at the background of your, your
The
office.
other thing is, I have the one of the cartoon series statues behind me, so this is just better to have.
All right. So this is values personified. Please, ma'am, take it away.
All right. Good afternoon. I think I would first of all start with the conversation I had our convener hold just now, which is, first of all, the first speaker was really amazing. And it's interesting to realize that we never stop learning. And she did such an amazing job. And I hope that I'm able to add value to what she, laid as a foundation for me. So I don't know if she's still on the call, but well done, ma'am. You did an amazing job. So I was talking about starting with what our convener had mentioned, that is calling in your friends to drag them into this conversation. And I asked myself, I wonder how many people would fully understand how important it is to ensure that everybody around you in your circle is well aligned with the things that you're aligned with, especially when it comes to values. The conversation I'm having today is on making values valuable. And indeed, the instruction she had, laid down, that call your friends, call the people your children play with, call their parents, and let every one of them be on this call. It is very instructive and it is very necessary. And I'm sure by the end of today, we will understand more why it's important that we just don't focus on our children, but the children our children play with. Somehow, when we understand that those homes are also influencing our children, then we'll become, a bit more deliberate about, how, the things that we allow our children engage in. The best time to start being deliberate about values where your children are concerned is between the ages of 0 and 6. That is the best time to start laying the foundation for being deliberate. Now, the conversation here is being deliberate. And this is because by the time they are between the ages of 6 and 13, the school is going to have a bigger role to play in shaping their values. Their peers will also have a bigger role in shaping their values. And the third thing that will shape their values will be media. By the time a child is 13, between the ages of 13 and 18, social groups, as well as peer groups, the society will have a much bigger influence on their values. So the time that parents actually have to lay that foundation is actually between the ages of 0 to 6. That's the best time. And that doesn't mean that after that time, you're not able to lay that foundation. You're still able to lay the foundation. I started my journey on values education because I was curious as to why certain people were exceptional, a few people great, a few other people were good, and unfortunately, the majority were actually average.
My curiosity has led me now to read over 150 research papers on values, education, and its impact on the family and the society. I've also gone ahead to write 4 books, which have been accredited by the Nigeria Education Research and Development Council for the development of values in children in Nigeria. I've also developed games that are focused on developing values for parents, for schools, and that's for children, basically. I have team workshops, and I have also become recently the executive director of a values-based animation. And that's why I call myself a value strategist, and that's just my background. Now, we're talking about making values valuable even for your child. One of the reasons why it's important that you make values valuable even to your children and you become deliberate about doing it is that as children get older, they start to make decisions. Every decision we make in our lives is usually based on a certain value. We say life is from birth to death, and in between we have only choices. And those choices basically are the decisions that we're going to make. If you want children to make decisions based on principles, it's imperative that they care about what their values are. It is totally imperative that they understand how they are making decisions. We just don't make decisions. All our decisions are being driven by a set of values or a set of principles. The second reason why you want to be deliberate early on is because the child's well-being, his social well-being, his achievements, they're all going to be based on a set of principles. The third reason is that his ability to overcome challenges as he goes through life or as she goes through life is going to be determined not by what they have learned, the formal education that they have gathered as they go along. It's going to be their character. It is their character, their ability to develop resilience, determination, to understand accountability, responsibility for self. I usually say that the parent's role predominantly is to prepare children, prepare them to respond to the dictates, especially in the 21st century, not control, but to prepare them to respond appropriately to the obstacles and the challenges as they go through life. And the best and most efficient way to do that is to instill in them a set of values by which they will be guided as they make decisions from day to day, from month to month, from week to week. Again, remembering the foundation that by the age of 6 and 7, your influence, though it is still much, but the larger society is going to play a much bigger role. And that brings me back to why I said her conversation on inviting the people that you know, who you know your friends hang out, your children hang out with, who you hang out with. It's imperative that everybody is drawn into this conversation so that you are aligned with the same principles or the same set of principles. Now that we have laid down that particular role, we now want to ask ourselves, how do you become deliberate in the 21st century about the values that you instill in a child? We're going to talk about 2, particularly, and no more than 2 because of time. The first, most efficient, lifelong way of instilling values in children, the first most efficient is modeling. You model the values. What does modeling mean? Modeling means acting consistently in line with your values. Acting consistently in line with your values. Values are in action, they are not in words. So when you model values to your children, it's not do as I say, it is do as I do. And that's one of the key ways to become deliberate about instilling values. If you want your children to become lifelong learners, you have to ask yourself, what courses have your children seen you attend in the last 5, 6, 7 years? What have you done about your own personal self-development? Because children see and children do. It's not children hear and then they do. They see and they do. They are the biggest copycats. If cleanliness is one of your values, Do you allow other staff members or staff members in the house to do all the cleaning while you insist on your children cleaning the home? That's not consistent action. Vague values will always bring vague results. If you're not clear about your values, it will be totally difficult for the child to also onboard those values. So the very first thing you're going to do, if you're going to be deliberate about values and make those values truly valuable to your children, you're going to first of all model the values. The second thing you're going to do is engagement. Deliberate and active engagement of your children where those values are concerned. And engagement will include the conversation, which has to be very deliberate. And then the second thing would be the activities that they run on a daily basis. They have to be aligned with key values, the values that you are focused on instilling in your children. But let me tell you where the problem is, because I know many of us will say, oh yes, we do that. The biggest challenge here, or where I see parents or adults struggle when they have words, is that parents are not clear about, one, what their personal values are. Two, they have not defined what their values are. And three, they have not determined the ethical standards that support the values that they are embedding within the home. So the first is your personal value. The second is the family value. The third is the ethical standards by which you define values. So let's start with the first one. The first one I said was your personal values. Now, we have a values clarification class that we run for adults, parents, and corporate organizations. And this is to help them identify personal values vis-a-vis the culture within their organizations. We have found that at the start of our exercise, and we ask people, what are your core values? A lot of people will tell you, let me give a typical example. Someone once said that justice was a big value for her. It was her number one value. She upheld justice as a value and she promotes it within her home. And I asked her, if there was to be a protest today, would you go to the streets? And she said, why would I do that? And I asked her, why would you not do that? And she said, because she needs to stay safe and she needs to keep her children safe. And I said to her, justice is not a value. The reason I say that is that we have learned that values are motivators. If it doesn't motivate you to act, it's not a value. Your value must move you to act. Values are in action. If you're not acting on anything, then it is not a value. And to buttress this a bit further, or to make it a bit more tangible, a lot of us, we say we are very, very, very particular about cleanliness. We're very, very typical about cleanliness. However, some people really don't have a problem opening their window and trashing things anyhow, or saying you're a patriotic citizen of Nigeria. But the first thing you talk about when you want to talk about your country is useless country, hopeless country. But we expect our children to be what? Highly patriotic. Patriotism does not permit us to talk down at our country. We can't do that if we say that it is a value. Rather, we will find solutions towards contributing to the society. When we tell children, you have to be tolerant, but you tell your child, tolerance is a big value for me, we must tolerate people. But you are incapable of tolerating an irritation or something that is not comfortable around you, and you talk about it. Tolerance cannot be a value, because anybody that says tolerance is a strong value, your actions will promote tolerance. So values are in action. If it does not motivate you to act, chances are it is not a strong enough value. It doesn't mean it's not a value. However, it's in order of priority, you will have to, do a reevaluation. So that is your personal values. When you're not clear about your personal values, you start to act contrary to what you say. You do this and you say this. Now, children get confused. And again, remember, by the age of 7, the school, when we say the school, it's not just the teachers, the children of other people are affecting and influencing the way they understand principles and how they make decisions. So already from the home, if there's that confusion, that's implanted and imprinted in their head. The second thing is, have you defined your family values articulately? Are the children clear that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are the principles by which we operate as a family? These are the things that we do. Because your personal values are not your children's values. You should have personal values and family values. And these family values, you will all speak in one language as a family, from the father to the mother to the cousins, because some people have family members who, dwell with them for a period of time, including your staff. All staff members must know what your values are. That is how deliberate that we have to become in the 21st century. Now, let's move quickly, because I'm looking at my time. Let's move quickly to the ethical standards. What are the ethical standards to support key values that must be defined to remove ambiguity where children are concerned? You, as a parents, must come together to define what are the standards for the values we uphold. If we say love is a value, how do we define love? There has to be a definition to what love is. It's not just this vague thing, okay, we just love. No, you have to be clear about what the ethical standards of that behavior should be. What does it look like? Because again, values are in action. So you have your values journal within the home. And the children, they contribute to what ethical standards is. When you give them, the opportunity to be part of defining the ethical standards, what you do is that you give them ownership and you make them responsible. We must also be clear that the reason we need to be deliberate about values is because we need to teach children cause and effect, consequences. It's something that is really lost. And that means if you do this, and that's what ethical standards will do, definition of your ethical standards to support the values by which your family will be guided by, that definition will also teach the children about consequences, understanding that if you do this, you cannot do that. I've had a few people say, oh, my daughter has decided to change a course or change something, and this is the cost for me, but she doesn't understand this. I said, well, you have to help her understand the consequence, because for everything you do, there is a corresponding consequence. And so we must be able to define the ethical standards. First, you must be clear about your values. As a parent, as an adult, as a school, as an institution, be clear about your values. Be clear about the values that govern you as a community or as a group. The second thing is you will define the ethical standards by which you support those values, the actions that are, to be determined. And there's a way it is done. And these are the rules by which your children, the people in your house, your staff will operate at. These are the rules by which they will operate. Now, when you have done all of this, you find that as children go out, and because they have seen consistency, they are not confused. Rather, they are convinced, and they are able to stand firm and stand strong on the principles by which you have taught them as they go from childhood to teenage years onto adulthood. Again, to be deliberate in the 21st century is critical. Starting young, starting early, it's not overdoing it. Like I say to people, it's like saying teaching your children how to use the potty it's too early, or teaching them how to eat. Now we have to embed those values as it should be part of the activities on a day-to-day basis. You don't take a special time out because it's a lifelong journey. It's not once, it's a lifelong journey. You have to embed those values because you're clear about the values that you want to embed in children, right from when they're young. And of course, we have to bear in mind again that at different seasons, you have to set different sets of family values. You should have the academic values, you should have your social values. All these values have to be well documented right now. In fact, embedding values right now is as serious as running an organization because trust me, your children, they are your CEO Incorporated. They are your babies. You expect results, and those results have to be great. You want to prepare them for the times ahead of them. It has been said that we don't even know what the children of today, we are not yet clear about what it is that they're going to have to face because things are changing. And we need to prepare them, not control them, but prepare them, build resilience in them, build determination in them, build focus, discipline, those qualities and those characters that will ensure that they're able to overcome any obstacle, because dysfunction will never be functional. But when they're out of our sight, we have no control over the children. The only thing you can do is to embed in them the values, the principles today by which they will be guided as they go through life. Values does not start with children, it starts with adults. When we say the society doesn't have values, no, it's not the society, it's the adults that don't have values. We are a reflection of the values. And if you are not deliberate, you are leaving it to chance and leaving it to other people to tell your children what values are, what's acceptable, and what is actually unacceptable. So again, modeling and engagement, they are the quickest and easiest thing that you can begin to do today without writing a book. To identify your values is an exercise. There are many exercises online, so you don't have to come to someone who actually has trained for it. There are many exercises online to identify what your core values are. However, to start to define the values and the ethical standards by which you define those values, it might be a bit more complicated. But right now, please go online and look for any values clarification exercise to find what your actions are so that you consistently speak and act. Whatever you act is what you value. If you say self-development is a value for you and your children, personal development for your children is a big value for you, and your children are not taking any personal development courses consistently, it is really not a value. So you want to start to ask yourself, really, this thing I say I value, am I clear about the values I want to instill in my children? Am I clear about why I need them to instill these values? What am I trying to mitigate against in the future? You need to start to ask yourself, become that deliberate. What values do I need to instill to mitigate against social media influence? This idea that get rich quick mentality, that's the way to do it. That the more bad you are, the better and more accepted you are. The values that you want to mitigate against, you need to clarify them. And based on those things, you start to write, okay, so for this particular one, if we instill resilience, if we instill a wealth mindset, if we instill discipline, it should take care of this. That's how you begin. Identify those values, your personal values, identify the values of the family, then determine what the ethical standards is. Remember, to define ethical standards, the children must have a buy-in. That gives them responsibility and makes them accountable, because you say to them, if you don't act like this consistently, what will the punishment be? They will determine the punishment. And when they go wrong, they will know that, you know what, we have actually done wrong. And then you leave them to start taking responsibility and becoming accountable. Don't be afraid that, this consequence is harsh. Life will throw them harsher consequences without their permission. Don't be afraid to do right by your children. I have to think I'm done. Thank you very much.
Okay. This has been amazing. I mean, if we're not standing for something, we will fall for anything. And I believe this is the foundation of every other discussion that we've had today. I want to say thank you so much. This has been insightful. It's about what we do and not what we say, right? and in a world where anything goes. So now when you're doing the right thing, you are now like the one that is awkward. It is important that we begin to engrave this. And what stood out for me was the fact that you mentioned 0 to 6 years is actually the right time. That is so apt. Thank you so much. So the comment section has been buzzing, right? So a lot of comments from, the feedback we're getting. Values don't start with children, it starts with adults. This is so apt. And whatever you act is what you value. So values is action word. Thank you so much, sis. I don't take your time for granted. This has been an insightful session. Please follow her on IG. In fact, all her resources, I can say for sure that I've been able to get a lot of them. So we have all the series of her Captain Excellence. We have her puzzles. So once she puts out any resource, I'm always, very swift to get them, because values is something that you keep on repeating. So you don't do it on a one-off, right? So thank you so much for your time. Are there any questions? Okay, yes. So Cheta is saying, thank you, ma'am. This primarily sums up parenting. I mean, without values, you can't do much, because everything rises and falls on what you believe in, right? That is what defines you. She talked about ethical standards. Yes. Okay, ma'am. So thank you so much. I don't think I see any questions. Please follow Izdeha Nuge on Instagram at shape_a_child. She has so many resources that you can find for your kids of all ages. So it cuts across. Every child you can communicate values to them in an age-appropriate way. So follow her to get all your value-based resources, and of course, programs for adults as well. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. Have an amazing day.
You too. Bye.
All right. So who is following? It is getting hot in here. All right. So we have been doing back to back for the last 3 hours plus, and we have gone into the afternoon session already. We started with Irene Bangwell. So now we're going to be calling up the next speaker. So I particularly can relate to what the speaker is going to be talking about, because I have a toddler. So back in school, medical school days, we had this pediatric textbook. So then they used to address toddlers as terrible twos. And now when I come to think about it, and I'm like, why would they give them such a harsh name? I mean, so I decided to call them thriving twos, right? The thriving twos, because honestly, if we understand, which our speaker is going to be sharing more about, we would love them. So the tantrums, a lot of parents are complaining, toddler tantrums. So we have an expert per excellence when it comes to toddlers and early years. This is your go-to person. So I'm going to be bringing up her profile, and she's already backstage, and she's going to be sharing with us. If you have any mom of toddlers, please go and share this link to them right now and let them join this session, so that after today, all their questions and challenges when it comes to raising toddlers will be over. All right? Okay, so let's have her now.
Is a seasoned early years teacher, learning content creation. Ifeoma Okonkwo is a seasoned early years teacher, learning content creator, and play advocate with experience in the early years spanning over a decade. She holds a diploma in nursery and primary education from the London College of Teachers, a degree in English language, and a diploma in Montessori education for children 2 to 6 years. She's currently studying diploma in special needs education and a master's degree in early childhood education at the University of Lagos. She is the lead facilitator at the 0 to 5 Matters Learning Hub for parents and teachers, a social learning platform that provides support for early years teachers and parents. She's currently the preschool coordinator in one of the prestigious institutions of learning in Lagos, Nigeria. She strives to inspire and nurture every child in her sphere to grow into positive-minded members of the society and the world at large. Let us make a warm welcome to Ifeoma Okonkwo to the Positive Parenting Academy Parents Conference.
Hello, everyone.
All right, so we have the delectable Ifeoma Okonkwo. Thank you so much, ma'am, for doing this with me. I don't take this for granted. So, ma'am, you have the floor. Take it away.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for being a part of this, conference. And I want to say a very big thank you to Boma, because I've been here for some time and I've listened to all the other facilitators, and I must say that it has been a wonderful session and an eye-opening time with all the other facilitators. So I'm trying to see if I can share okay, I want to share my screen. Give me a moment, please.
Okay. Are you able to navigate that? If you go to the present button, you will see
yes,
options.
I can see it.
Okay.
Yes, I'm on it. Okay, can you see my screen, please? Can you see my screen?
We can't see your screen yet.
Can you see my screen? Okay.
Can't see your screen yet. Have you shared?
Yes. Okay. It's already. I uploaded it already. Can you see? Uh-oh, okay. Can you see it, please?
We can't see it yet. So when you go to present, you share your slides, right? When you go to present,
yes,
then
I
you
already
see
saw that, and I can see my slide already below. I just needed to. I can see it in the studio already. Okay. I guess you can see it now. I can see it on my screen from here. Let me know if you can see it now.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Can you see it now?
Please go ahead.
Oh,
we
yes,
can.
thank you very much. Okay, thank you. So today we'll be exploring various aspects of toddler development, and this will be ranging from communication, emotional well-being, and creating a safe space for stimulating environment. Okay, and we will also tackle common challenges for toddlers present and the tools to overcome them. Now, I believe that as parents, we all want our children to do very well. We all want to see them thrive, yes or no? Yes, I know you would respond in the affirmative. Now, one thing we all need to know is that so far research has shown that everything the adult the child is going to become, okay, the adult the child is going to become is being formed from the age of 0 to 5. Okay, in other words, 90% of what the child is going to become, 90% of the adult the child will become is being formed around the age of 0 to 5. So you see that having this kind of discussion from time to time is very, very critical in order to raise children who are well-rounded and empowered to live as adults. So first, we're going to start by understanding the toddler development. Now, I must say that toddlers are like sponges, okay, absorbing everything around them. Their development is very rapid and multifaceted, okay, and their development encompasses physical development, emotional development, social development, and cognitive development. Now, every child would develop around these areas. And in order for us to build a total child, we need to create a safe environment that encourages growth in these areas that we have mentioned. Now, I mentioned before that toddlers are like little sponges. What does that mean? Like the renowned educator Maria Montessori has said, that she refers to children within the ages of 0 to 3, toddlers, as absorbent minds. This means that they have the ability to learn effortlessly. So that tiny little baby, your toddler, is able to take in things, take in information effortlessly. I'll give you a practical example. For instance, you're having a conversation with another adult and the toddler is in the room. Now, this toddler may be busy doing something entirely different from what you're doing with the adults, okay? You're having a conversation, this toddler is playing with a toy, and you say things, your toddler is not listening, is not paying attention to you, but all of a sudden, maybe on another day, you hear your toddler say one of the words that you've said before, and you're asking yourself, where did you hear that? What was that? What do you mean? How did you hear that? You're surprised. Why? Because this child is learning effortlessly. He doesn't need to make any effort to absorb knowledge at that time. So you see that because you've been handed a child who is learning effortlessly, you also need to, as parents, take your time to ensure that the environment is safe enough for whatever the child is consuming. So that takes me to talking about the toddler brain development. Now, the toddler brain is a fascinating place. It is rapidly developing and incredibly receptive to learning. How do we encourage this growth? One, by creating a rich language environment. As much as possible, we are expected to encourage curiosity and exploration through activities that promote growth. Create time for reading and singing, because these are the activities that will help your toddler's brain to develop. Encourage interactive play as much as possible and create resources to help in that aspect also. This is really crucial. While saying this, I would also want to mention here that all children grow at different rates, and we do not compare children because they grow at different rates and meet their developmental milestones at different times. So it's important to follow every child's development with patience and understanding. Now, let's talk about effective communication with toddlers. Now, I'm going to share a scenario of a child who happened to always spend time in front of the screen. Okay, this is not very healthy. What happened to this child? This child was always in front of the screen most of the time, okay, and it affected his ability to communicate. It affected his speech really, really seriously, and the parents needed to take extra to make extra intervention for him to be able to get better. So effective toddler communication entails rich language development activities. Talk to your toddler. Talk to your toddler. It can be as simple as anything. You're going out, oh, we're going outside, we're going to have fun. Talk. You may feel that, oh, the child is not responding or they don't understand what you're saying. You actually need to do a lot of talking. While you're talking to your child, they can understand. They can begin to decipher the meaning of what you're saying. Encourage storytelling, imaginative play. All this foster creativity and critical thinking skills. You can also encourage curiosity through exploration and through activities that promote cognitive growth. Another aspect I'm going to talk about is creating a safe and stimulating environment. Now, toddlers need to be safe. There's a saying that that teachers seem to understand very well. It is a saying that goes, never leave a child unattended to. It's important that we create a safe and stimulating environment for our toddler if we want them to thrive. Okay, one of the ways we can do this is by child-proofing the home, okay, and also supervise the child from time to time to prevent accidents like choking or falls. Now, create stimulating play spaces. Create play areas that promote learning, age-appropriate toys, that promote physical development. Your toddler likes to climb. They like to jump. They like to move around because they are mostly in what we call the sensitive period for movement. They are in the sensitive period for climbing. They want to touch everything. They want to explore. One thing is we need to understand where the child is coming from. If we understand this, we will know what informs their desire to do the things they do. This child has been seeing colors everywhere. This child has been seeing shapes in different forms. He has seen, he might have seen a door, but he doesn't know that this thing has a rectangle shape. Okay, he might have seen the sun, but he can't put a name to the shape. So at that time, between the ages of 1 to 3, the child is becoming aware. Okay, the child is becoming aware of his or her environment and is like, oh, okay, I see this thing. I don't know what it is. I want to touch it. But what will a typical parent in this climate do? Maybe spank the child, which is not actually acceptable. So it is important that we understand. If we fully understand where the child is coming from, we understand the reason why they do the things they do, why they want to touch, why they want to feel, why they want to explore, why they want to go out. Why, when you say do not touch, that is what the child is going to touch. No, your child is not trying to be disobedient. Your child just wants to know. Your child is so curious, and they want to satisfy their curiosity, which is actually a part of learning. So understanding the toddler and helping them to create an environment that satisfies their curiosity is really key in raising a thriving toddler. So I'm going to talk about fostering emotional and social development. This is a very important aspect when we talk about raising a thriving toddler, because emotional and social development are fundamental to raising a thriving toddler, whether we like it or not. So one of the ways we can do this is by building emotional resilience. Help them to express their emotions. Now, toddlers have what we call big emotions. Most of the time, when your toddler is having a tantrum, they don't even understand what they are doing. They don't understand why they are having these emotions. To an adult, we feel this child wants this thing. I say no to it, and this child is insisting that they are going to have this thing. And then we are upset with the toddler. But this toddler wants this thing, and he doesn't understand, okay, I shouldn't have this, or I can have this instead, or maybe there's a better way to go about having this thing. Your toddler doesn't understand all these details. and they do not understand how to regulate their emotions. So we must come from a place of understanding and patience to be able to help the toddler to navigate conflicts, to also manage their emotions. Also, we should recognize and validate the toddler's emotions. Okay, help them to recognize what they are feeling. Okay, you want to drink water? Okay, I'm going to give you water. Use language to help them to understand what they are feeling and to navigate their feelings. You can also help them to practice breathing exercises, okay, when they are throwing a tantrum. Another thing is important when you communicate with the toddler: calm down to the child's level. Calm down to the child's level and talk to them, because they would actually understand, even though it might look like they are not listening. Okay, so let's talk about promoting health and well-being. Now, physical health and well-being are very vital components of toddler development. Okay, how can we help the child to be healthy and grow as expected? Number one is nutrition. We must practice healthy nutrition. A balanced diet is very essential for energy and development. So include fruits, vegetables, proteins, whole grains in their meals, and try as much as possible, if you have picky eaters, to address picky eating concerns with patience and creativity. Yes, you heard that on creativity. It's very important. So let us also try to offer healthy snacks and limit sugar and processed food to support positive behavior. Okay, this is very important. Also, encourage physical activity. Encourage your child to run. Running, it's okay to run. It's okay to climb. It's okay to explore nature. It's okay to go out and have fun. Encourage them to explore while also maintaining safety. Another important aspect to talk about is establishing routines and boundaries. This is one of the ways this is one of the areas a lot of toddler parents experience issues. It's like you're always in a power tussle with your toddler. The toddler wants this, mommy can't accept it, this is not acceptable, and every time you might end up hitting the toddler, which is not acceptable. So how do we do this? One thing is important: routines and boundaries help to create a nurturing environment where your toddler can thrive. This is very important to note. So when you create routines, you should be consistent. Consistency is very key when you create routines. And the good part is you can create routines around just about anything. I say this to parents all the time. You can create a routine around your bath time, bedtime, meal time. What does this do? It will help the toddler it will prepare your toddler's mind ahead and help them to know what is expected. So your toddler is not taken unawares. For instance, your toddler wants to play immediately after bath or immediately after eating. But if you have already set a routine that says, okay, after eating, it's time for bedtime story. As time goes on, your toddler gets in tune with that routine and they are prepared to, okay, I know I can't be watching the TV now because it's time to eat or because it's time to go to bed. So they are able to follow the routine and it helps them to manage themselves properly. And then setting boundaries. This is another important part to help you raise a thriving toddler. Use positive discipline and consistent enforcement. Don't say, because I told you yesterday, this child, why are you always doing what I tell you not to do? Hello, who did you tell? I've forgotten. I'm just 2. I'm just 3. I forgot that we ever had this discussion. So you need to keep repeating, talking about the boundaries that you have set and make consistent reinforcement. Now, guide your toddler's behavior with patience and understanding. Always come from a place of understanding when you set boundaries. And one of the things you can do to help your toddler is by giving them choices. Okay? Do you want the blue shirt or the red shirt? Okay, I want red. Everybody is happy. There's no tantrum. Mommy is happy. Toddler is happy. You are also helping the child to be independent and confident of themselves. This is really important. So you can also introduce discipline techniques like giving timings. Okay, I'm going to take this toy from you now because it's time up for toys. Okay, this is the time to do this. You need to instill some form of discipline, not hitting. No hitting at all. Instill discipline by redirection. You can redirect your toddler. Okay, I know you want to do this, but why don't we try this for now? And when we are done with this, we can go ahead with this. Have dialogue. You can do that and your child will listen to you, okay? Encourage timings and natural consequences. Don't tell your child what you will not do. Don't say what you will not do. Like, if you go there, I'm going to throw you through the window. Or we say, sometimes parents tend to say things that, and your child does that thing. Of course, you cannot throw the child through the window. Of course, you cannot leave your child alone for so long, So over time, your child will find that, oh, those are empty threats. Mommy is not going to do anything. So work within what is acceptable and what you can do. Let the child understand natural consequences. So it's important to note that encouraging independence and problem solving is very, very crucial. Okay? So by fostering independence and problem solving, we are actually preparing our toddlers for future challenges. Let me tell you something. If you're a parent of a toddler, you cannot imagine how much that little baby, yes, your baby, you cannot imagine how much they can do. You cannot imagine how much they can understand. But you know what? You have to give them the opportunity. You have to expose them to self-help skills and encourage them to do things themselves. Toddlers actually like to do things. You picture your toddler when you're at home with them. They want to help you. When maybe they see you sweeping or tidying up, they want to help out. So why can't we allow them? Why can't we allow them? Do you know that when you do this, you're promoting independence? You're helping them to foster their decision-making skills. You're also encouraging exploration and problem-solving skills. You can encourage your toddler to start carrying out simple chores around the house. This is play for the toddler, but you as the parent know that your child is learning. And actually, a big learning time is taking place within the periods we allow our children to explore and help around the home. Allow them to do things, provide them with puzzles and games that foster brain development and critical thinking. This is very important. Okay, so this is also an important part, building strong parent relationship. Now, building strong parent relationship is the heart of raising a thriving toddler. You don't want your child to be scared of you. You don't want your child to be uncomfortable in their family. You don't want your child to be in an environment where they are unable to speak up, where they're unable to express their feelings. But so that's why I said earlier that it's important for us to understand that these tiny skills and forms of awareness that we pick up as parents is what will actually help us to raise thriving toddlers. So encourage positive reinforcement. Play is important. Allow children to play. Allow your toddler play. That is where they learn the most. Okay. And finally, dealing with common toddler challenges. Yes, it's not easy. Raising a toddler comes with its fair share of challenges. Yes, we all know that. But there are strategies that you can actually employ to help them to deal with tantrums and meltdowns. Tantrums are part of development. I'll take that again. Tantrums are part of development. So it's okay if your child is throwing a tantrum, okay? It's important that it's okay for them to throw a tantrum. It's important that we understand how to help them manage it, okay? And you can also ease separation anxiety by being patient. You know, you can create goodbye rituals. When you leave your, for instance, when you take your child to school for the first time and the child is crying so much, you notice that sometimes for the first 1 to 2 weeks, when you're leaving, your child is crying. Do you know what is going on in your child's head? Your child is thinking, oh, I'm not going to see my mommy again. But you're hurrying out and saying, please stop crying. Your mates are there. Go and join them. But that's not how it works in the child's head, because the child doesn't understand that, okay, mommy just needs to be away for some time. Now, why does your child stop crying after about a week? The reason why the child stops crying is because they see that, okay, mommy just needs to leave for some time and she'll be back. So understanding all of this will actually help us to manage our toddler better and help them to develop effectively and also thrive. So I'm going to stop here. I hope I've been able to trash this topic to help us understand how best to raise thriving toddlers.
All right, so we have been learning. The comment section has been buzzing. So many takeaways, you know. Toddlers are amazing. And I can just imagine, you know, how parents approach their toddlers. So we're talking about perspective, changing our mindset. These children are just 2, like she said. Their brain is still so small. The other day I was comparing the size of my toddler's head and my older daughter. So it just tells you that the brain size, you know, you relate it to the size of the head. How can you be beating a child that age? I mean, it doesn't make logical sense, you know. So please, we have heard it from the experts. There is so much you can actually do. The problem is that a lot of us are not patient enough. Okay, so we can actually raise thriving toddlers without having to yell and to flog. Thank you so much, ma'am. So a lot of thank you. I don't think I can see any question yet. So please follow Ifeoma Okonkwo on Instagram at 0 to 5 Matters. Her Instagram page is so amazing. A lot of insights she shares on how to raise toddlers. And I'm going to be sharing in the WhatsApp community as well all the other resources she has and the program she offers. Okay, she works with mom of early years, and you know, she also partners with teachers as well to train them. So I want to say a big thank you, ma'am. I honor you. I don't take your time for granted. Thank you so much for giving us this insightful session.
Thank you for having me.
We have changed our mindset when it comes to raising toddlers. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. Okay, so we are almost rounding up. We have the next speaker. So this is one aspect that every parent, whether you have been joining or not, you have been paying attention. This is one topic you need to come and lean in closely. So if you're here, please send the link to the other parents that are not in this call. So because we're going to be talking about digital parenting, and you'd agree with me that every one of us can relate to it because we are in the digital age, and it's a big challenge even for adults. You know, it's a problem being able to manage digital devices, the digital space, and we have an expert in our midst that is going to be taking us on this very key and challenging topic. So I'm going to be putting up his profile. He's already backstage so that he can start. All right.
Known as Unusual TJ is an Tejiri Jerry Chunu, popularly known as Unusual TJ, is an idea and brand communication strategist, digital parenting and teens leadership coach with over 25 years experience. He holds several certifications in brand strategy, digital marketing, youth development, management, and leadership. He is an NLP practitioner, family system engineering associate practitioner, mentor, and coach. He was recognized with the Ambassador of Peace Award by the International Association of World Peace Advocates Fellowship Club. Tejiri Jerry Chunu has facilitated industry-tailored and culture training for several organizations. His ardent passion for social transformation has reached over 50,000 youths across Nigeria. He is married with 5 children. Let us make a warm welcome to Tejiri Jerry Chunu to the Positive Parenting Academy Parenting Conference.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon. And welcome to this conference. But we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
You guys have missed all the nice things I've said. Bonjour to everybody watching from France because we are in the Olympic season. And good afternoon, everyone. Begin here. And I was just saying, you look very bona fide.
Whatever that means. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. So thank you so much, sir, for coming here. Thank you. I don't take this for granted. From your very busy schedule, I can imagine. Thank you so much, sir. So you have the floor. Please take it away.
Thank you very much. And I think it's always a very good thing to be one of the last speakers to speak, because it's also a learning experience. I've been learning. I joined in when my brother Chidoze was teaching, and I had followed through Irene Bangwell, my amazing sister. And, it's just been back-to-back resource. For parents here, I'll just kindly request that you take your time to share this and replay as much as you can. I have been learning. I have a toddler who's just about, 19 months. And I learned quite a lot from the previous session. Thank you so much. And our coach on values, I will be coming to your inbox. Amazing session. So, today's session, I came to actually maybe cause problem or solve problems, one of the two. So if you don't have problems, probably I'm going to cause problems. But somehow, I believe that there's a big problem, and every parent can relate with that when it comes to this concept of digital parenting. And why do I say that? It's because like the questions that have come before this session, a lot of us are asking, what is happening to the next generation? They're just so stuck to the screen, like they forget themselves. And then when you take devices from them, they are all going, ee-ah, ooh-ah. What's happening? Sometimes you want to say things like, it's the devil that is using technology and all that. And I think what exactly is louder than our thoughts, it's our lack of capacity to manage this reality. That's actually what is so loud. So the question is this: if I meet, by the way, my topic is, positioning yourself as a digital savvy parent. So, just like the worry boy that I am, if you say positioning yourself, the question is, what's the position? Maybe it's this position, that position, this position, whatever position is, you're going to find yourself in the best position as we have this conversation. So I was saying, imagine you travel from Nigeria to that dream country of yours, or probably you find yourself in one of these countries that you've heard of, but you've never really studied. And maybe the country is speaking Mandarin or something that's the Asians, the Japanese or the Chinese, and you're hearing all the Chin-Chan-Kwa and all that. I guess you'll be as lost like I am saying what I don't even know what I just said. Chinchantua, whatever that means. You'll be lost. And even in Nigeria, here where we reside, so good afternoon, all of you watching from Nigeria. Nigeria, here where you reside, you travel. Like sometimes I go to the east and I'm asking these guys just think that everybody in the east is Igbo, because the first guy you just see in the street and you ask a question is answering you with Igbo. I'm like, can you just use English? So what exactly is the challenge there? And I'll bring it into this conversation. The simple challenge there is I do not have the capacity to understand the language they speak. Are they actually saying something? Oh yes, they are saying something. But I just can't understand it because I do not know Igbo. I can't speak Igbo. I don't know what you're saying. So it could be they're telling me something good or telling me something bad. Most likely I asked the question for direction. Probably they were giving me a direction, but I couldn't interpret it. So also it is with our digital reality. So ladies and gentlemen, your children really don't have a problem. I love what a couple of coaches have re-emphasized this before this session, that the child, I think the last coach, facilitator mentioned that the children are actually formed from birth to 5 years. And I need you guys to take that seriously, from birth to 5 years. And beyond the things she has said is something, one of the greatest texts I love to pull from is the Bible. It says, train up a child. And we know that part of the responsibility of a parent is training. So train up a child, and I'm asking myself between so there are two thoughts here. I've suspended one. I'm going to come back to that, which is about the reality. But you're saying train up a child. You're training this child. The question is, in what environment, in what context, with what tools are you using to train this child? Think about that. Now, this is reality that I held here. Now, remember, your reality isn't their reality. And that's also why one of the facilitators talked about, each child is different. And the truth is, they will all see differently. So about seeing differently, even if you're standing with your spouse, shoulder to shoulder, and both of you are asked to throw a dart, there's most likelihood this will not hit the same pinpoint. If you guys are asked to draw a picture, most likely it will look the same, even though it has semblance. That's just to come to the fact that your reality is not the child's reality. Your reality is a cave reality. Permit me to call you caveman here, cave woman. All that is what mom is, because permit me, it's a caveman that really struggle to adapt when they see. You remember that movie? What's that movie? That the guy carried a bottle to the end of the earth. Something about the gods. The gods must be crazy. Yes, that movie. Remember that movie when the guy threw a bottle and it came down and it like the gods. So that's basically what's happening. So their reality, this is your reality that I held here. Their reality is fluid. Their reality is in zeros and ones, and that's just binary numbers, which is the base for technology. That's their reality, very fluid. It's changing, is adapting. Your reality most time is stoic. It's just there. Yeah, the reality is formed, and then get this right, the parents. Your reality is it's foundational for whatever reality is. And put this. I'm saying put too many things in mind. Their reality was formed on your reality, but this is what many of us try to do because we do not understand the fluidity of their reality. That's that digital space. We try to want to make their reality like our reality, and guess what happens? Battery needs positive and negative, right? Yeah, but this is what's happened because our reality is like this, and this is your reality. You do not see, there's no spark, and then what you see is worse because this already looks like, time for punch. So we are trying hard to get in terms with the reality we actually created for them because we brought about development from our research. The question here is, how much were you a part of that process? How much were you part of that process? Okay. Now, their reality, they don't have an idea of all those things. You say, I took my children and I was showing them some tapes, and they pulled all the tapes out. I don't know what they were looking for. I just wanted to see how they will express themselves. They had no idea what cassettes, cassettes player that we used to play, and we used Biro to, wind. They had no idea what all those things were. Try some of those gadgets with your kids, you're going to blow your head off with laughter. They have no idea. I'm like, Daddy, did you still play music? How? Well, today we have our devices. You just pick your phone, and that thing could take about maybe 9 tracks or 14 tracks. but your device could take 1,000+ tracks depending on the size of the memory card. So you see, our reality now became our challenge experience. So we do not know how to. So it is us now that really now needs training. So this part of parenting, for digital parenting, is training the trainer. Okay, it's parenting the parent, for lack of words. I hope you're smiling with me. I wanted you to see that we are all together in this, and then we'll walk through. But there's so much we can't really say because of the time, the brevity of time. But I'll try as much as pinpoint a few things. So I was saying, our children actually are in a reality where they need guidance, where they need direction, and this is where training comes in. So how can you position yourself to become a digitally savvy parent? Now, put this in mind. Technology is here to stay, and it's not going anywhere. And that is why, because of technology, is the reason why you're in this conference. It's because of technology, you become even more proficient at work. So you see, technology at the end of the day, it's an enhancer, an amplifier. It's a tool to improve, to make better. The question is, how is technology improving your parenting? How is it improving your family life? How can you position to ensure? For what you do not know to use becomes a weapon, and a weapon of destruction. But what you know to use becomes a tool. So in the digital parenting conversation, basically what we do is help you understand how to use technology. So how do you to parent better? So how do you now position yourself? Remember, I said it's the position you take. It could be this. Could be this, on the lighter note. But how do you position yourself? The first thing you need to do is educate yourself. So sometimes we get so busy with our work, we get so busy with our dreams and the things we read. We are watching the news, we are reading everything, we are using technology, but we are not even learning about technology. We do not know what the latest trends are. My brother was talking about trends, and let me say something here about that. I always want us to put ourselves at the point where we get to realize that we were created to create. So one of the reasons that trends will always exist is when you fail to create, the average human God made was designed a creator, somebody will create. And then because creations are meant to dominate, because you fail to create, you will be dominated by whatever was created. So, dear parents, why are you not in creation of the future for your children? Creating the future for your children is not necessarily equipping them just with mere education, but going to be part of the educators that educate. Those are part of those who not just educate, who create the content for education. And every parent, trust me, has a curriculum. There's no fixed curriculum, but every parent has a curriculum. The question is, are you intentional? Do you know your curriculum, and are you intentional about it? And thank you for all these sessions that have been coming here. They should help you build your curriculum. So you need to educate yourself about technology. Stay updated with technology. I would recommend that parents take probably 1 hour minimum, 1 hour in 7 times 24 hours a week, just 1 hour out of the week, to just Google and search trending technologies. Get to know what apps are children apps are children using to communicate most. What do they do online? Google, you will see research, who has data, statistics to help you know that. But most importantly, get to know the tools that, one, use to communicate, how these tools communicate. Two, the tools that for entertainment, what kind of entertainment go on there, the tools for, so there's communication, there's entertainment, the tools for skills development. And from I'm using skills development because it's from skills development that things like all those Yahoo and everything now finds their root in. So skills development, get to know. Now, if something is not developing you right, it will develop you wrongly. So you can now even know the tools that you do not need. So you need to stay updated. You need to understand the risk and benefits of being on social media. So you want to shut your child away from their reality. Most times when you say no, the truth is, research has it that 9 out of 10 children who don't have device are already on social media. Now, can you beat that? 9 out of 10 children who don't have devices are on social media. So no, don't go there. You know, I also did. I asked my wife, "Do you know that our son is on TikTok?" She was like, "How?" You know, I was just laughing. I said he's on TikTok. Why? When you go to school, now listen carefully about this. You do not control the world, but you can influence your world. Your world, which you have direct authority over, is your family, and the family is the smallest unit of the world. But when your children get to church, get to school, get to any social place where they're engaged, you have no influence over the environment there, because the other children are coming with their own influence. So when they come to meet, there's confluence or whatever it is at that point where everybody comes with different value propositions, and then the one who's more confident and has more superior positioning in terms of a proposition, you know, swallows the other. And then your children are there, they are thinking, you know, they're asking questions. And then when you see that one is being more influential, there's a challenge, there's peer pressure and all that coming in. I'm saying all that to say this. The fact that you say no device until you are 10 doesn't mean your child is not using device. What you need to do is learn to understand the risk and the benefits of using social media, of gaming online, of online activities generally. So you want to ask yourself, what are some of these risks or benefits? I could just mention a few. Now, benefits basically is that there's connectivity and there's community building. So your children here can now start building a global network of people who are chasing the same thing. I may be referring more to teenagers. That's more my forte. You may want to see that as a plus. You growing up, the village you had that Chidozie was referring to was our village, literally saying village, those around us. Right now, the world is a global village. When you talk about village, you're talking about people who are in far ends of the world, Australia, in Paris, wherever they are. This helps make your children more they can now have technology, they can now see more opportunities. Growing up, I did not see a lot of things. I see young people getting access to online. They're applying for this here and there. I'm like, oh, I wish I was younger. I would have done this. You know, they have all those information and much more. And like Chidozie was also saying, there are over 4,000 adverts that hit them. Beyond adverts, there are millions of opinions hitting them as well. Now, this now takes you towards the risk, you know, because there's a tendency to try to source what is right or wrong on social media. There are some videos people just share. As a video somebody recently shared, I know this is happening in Jos. I forwarded it, I always try to verify facts. I forwarded it to someone, and the person said this was what happened during EndSARS. And the person was saying this was current protest. And what a lot of us parents now, you, looking at me. Yeah, let me look at the car. I don't know where the camera is here. Looking at me. Yeah, sometimes you do that. You just receive information and you just forward. That's also a training for your children, because they see when you do that. Like she was saying, so last week, they learn effortlessly. Children really do learn effortlessly. They see this, and what they think is just, my daddy always shares, so I can share. And they share false information. But coming back to, the risk, the dangers there is, as much as they express themselves, they are open to cyberbullying and attack. They have mental health issues because the attack, especially on those people on that place called X, formerly Twitter, the attacks there can make you jump off a cliff. There are privacy issue concerns there. If you want to talk about things in gamification, gaming is a plus. Gaming is a plus. It's a path for personal development. Right now, it's a path for helps critical and cognitive development skills. It helps relieve stress and all that. But then gaming again can lead to addiction. There's online harassment and toxicity as well in gaming. That's the risk. So you need to basically be aware of all these benefits and as well the risk. Educate yourself, stay updated with trends, be aware. Then you need to also learn about privacy settings. This is very key. What do I need to do? What tools do I need to have? What apps do I need to install to ensure that my children are safe online? Let me address a bit one major challenge I know parents have, which is that of children spending too much time on screen. You remember that thing on your wall? It's big, it's square, and it's black, called TV. That's partly where it started. Use TV to relax, right? You sit and watch TV a lot, right? And then that big box was compressed into a smaller box. And then you're always busy around this, right? You actually have messages you are genuinely sending, right? Remember, train up. Every activity as a parent that you carry out is a training, a programming, a free learning course for your child. And your children cannot learn with your level of understanding. So you appreciate this. Do they appreciate this? Do they see this? All they see are the activities. So I'm saying that to say this, that one of the ways you can position yourself is to be a right role model in the use of technology. Be the right role model. Demonstrate responsible digital behavior and limiting your own screen time and being mindful of what you share online. So sometimes turn on that TV, turn the phone down. In my house, we say 9 p.m. all digital device goes off. Now, I like to report myself here, and I hope my children are not watching this right now. Daddy gets to turn on at night. I was up like from 11 till 11 p.m. at night because I had a whole lot to do. But then it's a rule that 9 p.m. and they go to bed saying that my phone is charging in the sitting room. You need to ensure you're modeling the behavior. Remember, they learn effortlessly from what they see you exhibit. You need to also be involved in showing your child how to use technology to learn. So my son asked me questions and I asked him, what do you think? I want him to think. I know he doesn't have immediate resources, so I direct him online. Have you done research? Oh, he takes Google. And then this is where he took me off balance. He goes and, how do I, and I'm like, what are you doing? He said he's searching. I'm like, searching, really? He said, yeah. So why don't you type it? He says, why should I type when I can just talk? I said, because if you type, it will be, you will learn how to, spell what you are saying. He said, if I say it, it will spell it, and I will know the spelling. So this was me coming from my old programming, my old script. It was a new script. What I was saying is ingenious. And ask yourself at the end of the day, what do you want? You want to learn, right? So you need to ensure that you teach them. So he uses this as, anytime he's going on the laptop, he wants to search something. Oh, Daddy, this is what I found. I'm teaching him, and he sees me using my gadgets as a tool for productivity. So now he wants to create. So we need to ensure that we model that rightly. Then let me end with this because my time is up and there's so much I need to say. You need to, I know you guys would wanted me to say things like set boundaries and all that. Yes, I agree with you, but I think these are more critical than those. This is most powerful of all of them there is learn to communicate openly. Don't be, in those days, the way our elders used to talk to us, it's almost like what they are saying. That what an elder can see sitting down. Child cannot see climbing the tree. Right now, the child can see on Google, But yes, that had another meaning, an implied meaning, So we can by experience, yeah. But research, actually, data helps you accumulate, even with AI, accumulate people's experiences and then filter down to help decision making. So there's no absoluteness anymore right now because of the openness, the access rather to information. Now, somebody who was talking, and I always like saying this, who was teaching, I was talking about the eagle. As believers, many of us like the eagle. Bible has referred eagle. And, this person was just teaching about the eagle, the most powerful bird. He flies higher and everything. And there was a teenager by me who just told me, Uncle, that is not true. And I was like, what do you mean? So the eagle is not the highest flying bird. I was like, really? I had to go and Google it. And I was like, ooh, man, what have I been thinking? They have access to information. So you need to learn to communicate openly with them. Yeah. Encourage discussions about what's happening online. In that communication, learn from them. Let them know you're learning. And there's this interesting thing about children. When they see their teaching parents what they learn online, it does two things. It gives them that opportunity to build trust in that space to communicate, one, and then it makes you know what they are thinking. It makes you know what they're thinking. It makes you know where you're learning from. It just puts you in that place where, yes, I am vibing at my child's frequency. So it's important you do that. Ask your child about their favorite apps, games, play the games with them. It's not only toddlers you come down to their level. All your children come down to their level. Jesus came from his level to our level. To come and listen to them without judgment. When they tell you about anything, show some amazement and excitement. The moment you go, so what are you doing? How did you get there? They will lock up. Trust me. And you will never hear anything from them. Share your experiences and concerns about digital world. Now you can tell them about, there's a story of a young guy, a true life story, a young guy, Sammy. He was he was the football team. He was an A student. He's this bookworm and everything. But his parents came home just a few minutes after they stepped out to get some groceries. Came home to see him dead in his room. What happened? Snapchat happens to him, and that's one of the dangers of social media and all that. He was trod upon by a predator who introduced certain things to him and sold an experience. And this is where communication is very important. I call it the most powerful tool in parenting, digitally or anywhere. And it was sold to him, and he ordered that thing, and he took it. It was a drug he could not revive from. Before they came back, he convulsed, and he passed on. And that was how, at 15 years, a very promising young man left planet Earth. So it's important that we engage our children. There are other things that we can teach you, but like I said, time would not avail us. We have digital parenting masterclass that we run at the GLAD company, and I will be glad to have you join us so we can now walk through some basic tools and how to use them, how to set your phone, how to ensure that you monitor your children healthily using technology. What tools are best? How do you find your children online? How do you know what to post? How can you ensure that you engage them rightly and help promote what they're doing as well online and making them safe, responsible, and productive online? Thank you very much. I think this is my time. Okay, but are you there? Do I keep rolling? Hello. Okay, so maybe I should be talking till Boma comes up. Yes. So let me talk a little bit about setting clear rules and boundaries. Now, as a parent, you're not first the friend to your child. In fact, most times you're not. Yeah, they say you're no longer my friend, and that's true. They have friends, and the friends are powerful beings in their life. One of the things I would encourage parents: know the friends of your children. Probably be their friend. So my son's classmates will always be excited. Treasure's daddy or Treasure's mommy is around, because when we get there, there's anything that's happening, we see how we want to help everyone, and children like when you participate in whatever they do. So be the friend to your son's or your daughter's friends, so you can really get into their world, get to know who their parents are. It also helps you map the environment from which they're coming from. So, but at home, you are their parents. You are responsible for them. So you need to establish guidelines for screen time, something called a media plan that you can draw, can help you out with that. The appropriate content and online behavior. Set it. This is what's obtainable here. This is how we do what we do. These are the things that we consume. So for instance, in my house, I disconnected all those online cables and all that, satellite dishes and all that, and I reduced myself to just the content we provide. So I research, I download, I watch movies with my children. I let them go online. They know I can see the history of whatever they're doing, and I ask them questions. And my son will just, Daddy, you don't like liars, so let me be truthful with you. He comes that because we've had that conversation. I told him the truth sets you free. If you lie, I will find out and I'll get angry and I'll punish you. But tell me the truth so I can help you. He then says. So we have this conversation. We set boundaries. There are places he can't go. There are places I've locked with an app. There are things, and he will ask me, and I'll have the conversation with him. I won't do it, hiding. I put it in front of him that, hey, this is what I'm doing and this is why I'm doing it. And sometimes he comes later and say, oh, now I see. Because children will never ever see from your point as a parent, and it's your responsibility to help them learn. Boma, you're welcome. It's good to see you. Welcome. Come back.
Positive parenting.
Okay. Sorry, my network. So can you hear me? You can hear me, right?
Loud and clear.
Okay, so you see this talk about digital, parenting is a lot. So if you want to know more, please kindly follow Uncle TJ as Unusual TJ. This is something that every one of us, in fact, after this session, I'm going to be meeting him backstage, to get some tips and a lot of insights he shared, The first being that we should educate ourselves and, of course, model. So we cannot be saying don't be on the device. And one thing that stood out for me, when you were talking, you said it's not so much as saying, okay, by 10, that is when you can get a device. Whereas the child, he gave us statistics telling us that children that don't have a device are already on social media. So it's not a question of I'm waiting till my child is a teenager before they get a device. It's about helping them to be good digital citizens, and it starts with us first. So much insights shared. The comment section has been buzzing. A lot of parents have been writing down what they took away. I have my book here and I've been writing as well. So please kindly follow Uncle TJ. Thank you so much. If we have any questions, our next speaker is already backstage and is waiting to take the stage. Okay, so please let us follow Uncle TJ. It took a lot to get him here out of his very busy schedule. So if you didn't pay for the conference, somebody has paid in full. All right, sir. So thank you so much. I don't take your time for granted, honestly. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so much. All right. Okay, so are we still here? If we are, I want to see you in the comment section. So we are winding down. We have our last speaker, but this topic is very, very critical. So if you understand what we do in the Positive Parenting Academy, part of redefining parenting in Africa is about this concept of being harsh. So in this part of the world, we believe that if we have not, if we're not harsh when we communicate with our children, we haven't passed the message across. So we have our next speaker that's going to be talking about the harm of harsh parenting. And she's already here with us. We have her already backstage. So I'm just going to put up her profile while we introduce her.
Keebler is an award-winning best-selling author and Celia Keebler is an award-winning best-selling author, an international speaker, a family empowerment coach, and the founder of the International Day of Calm, held annually on the 5th of April. She is also the founder of the Pumped Up Parenting and Form Fit Family Fitness. Celia Keebler has been a real-life parent for over 41 years and has successfully parented a blended family for over 29 years. She is a mom of 5 kids and a grandma of 9. Her professional and educational experience, including working with special needs children, she has found successful solutions for real-life parenting situations. Let us make a warm welcome to Celia Keebler to the Positive Parenting Academy Parents Conference.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi, Boma. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank
My
you
pleasure.
so much.
Thank you for
All
having
right,
me.
so you have the floor, ma'am. Your time is already ticking. Take it away.
Hi, everyone. So excited to be here with you. Thank you to Boma for inviting me and presenting this amazing conference for you guys to learn and grow from. My topic is the harm of harsh parenting, and this is my passion. My passion is to help 10 million parents stop yelling at their kids. This is my mission. This is why I created the Day of Calm, why I work with parents 20 every day, 7 days a week, and to help you create respectful children without having to yell. And I know many of you are thinking, impossible. Not impossible, actually. And I've done it. As you heard, I've been a parent for over 41 years. And all those 41 years, it was without yelling, without hitting, without any kind of aggression. Did I never yell? No, I probably yelled once in a while when I lost my temper. But overall, there was no yelling in our home. There was no aggression. And yet we had cooperation and we had kids listening. And there were 5 of them, 4 of them boys. So you can imagine the energy that was running around in my house. And it was all done without having to yell or hit my child or any of my children. So let's talk about what harsh parenting is. But first, I'd like to ask you a few questions. And if you would, put your answers in the comments. Number 1, if your child grew up just like you, how would you feel? This is a hard question. I want you to think about it. Make pretend you're looking in a mirror. If your child grew up to be just like you, with all of your mannerisms, with your habits, the way you communicate, how would you feel about that? Put it in the comments. And I know there's a slight delay, so I will refer to answers as we go. I have a second question for you. How many of you were raised in a harsh environment, and an environment filled with yelling, hitting, aggression, bullying, criticism, harsh criticism, judgment? Your parents called you names. You underwent abusive punishments. How many of you went through that as a child? Now, the comments are coming in for the first question. If they grew up just like you, how would you feel? So I want to address that. So I see one person said partly okay and partly not okay. So the not okay part is the part I want you to concentrate on, because everything you do, good or not so good, you give your child permission to do. So if you're yelling, screaming, hitting, you're giving your child permission to do the same. If you don't want them to yell and hit, stop yelling and hitting. If you're aggravated because they're screaming, the siblings are screaming at each other, stop screaming. Do you know what's wonderful about calm? Is calm breeds more calm. When you're calm, whoever you're speaking to, whether it's a child, it's your partner, it's someone at work, will respond calmly. That's the beauty of it. The beauty of it is our emotions feed into the person's emotions that we're addressing. So if we're all stressed out and running around our house crazy and stressed and chaotic, your children are too. They are feeling everything you feel, which is why it's so important to get this under control. Now, let's talk about a human brain for a minute. So our human brains finish developing at 25 years old. 25. So if you're actually listening to this and you're not 25 years old yet, guess what? Your brain is not fully developed. If you are communicating with your child and you are expecting them to respond to you like an adult, it is not just difficult, it's impossible. I'll say it again. It is impossible for your child to respond to you like an adult. They are not adults. They can't become adults. There are so many things lacking in their brain. Logic, reasoning, we're not born with that. It's learned. Emotional regulation and intelligence, we're not born with that. It's learned. And if you are busy screaming and yelling and hitting your child, you're throwing a tantrum. And you're teaching them that that is how they should respond to disappointment. We all get disappointed. We can't make our kids happy 100% of the time. I get it. We'd love to make our kids happy 100%, but it is impossible. It's not only impossible, it is not the way you raise a self-reliant adult. And that's what we're doing. Don't kid yourself. You're not raising children, you're raising adults. You're raising the next generation. And if we strive to always make our kids happy, we give in to their tantrums, we give them what they want when they want it, you are going to raise a very miserable, lack of ability to cope grown up. Why do people turn to substance abuse? Basically because they don't know how to handle their emotions. They don't know how to handle disappointment. If you're not teaching your child how to handle disappointment, how to have emotional intelligence, and you are being the example of poor emotional intelligence, that's what they're learning. If you as a couple are relating to each other harshly, if you're yelling at your partner, screaming at them, hitting them, calling them names, all of that, that's what your child is taking as their normal. This is how I relate to other people. I yell at them, I scream at them, I hit them. This is a loving relationship. Is it? Is it loving or is it abusive? No one that's been yelled at and hit respects that person. And there is a strong misunderstanding that in order to get my child to respect me, I have to hit them. I have to yell at them. That does not create respect. It creates fear. So now your child is afraid of you. Reflect back to your childhood. Were you hit? Were you yelled at? If you were brought up by somebody who was very harsh and aggressive towards you, did you respect them? Did you go, oh, I will happily cooperate? No, you cooperated because you were deathly afraid of what was coming next. Is that why you had children? Why did you have children? What is the vision for your family? What is the vision for your child? Do you want them to grow up to be a bully? Do you want them to grow up to be aggressive and to hit? We need to stop making violence normal in this world. If you agree with me, I'd love to see it in the comments. Do you agree that violence needs to stop being normal? Needs to stop being what you turn to get your point across. We have to stop. We're never going to stop it if we don't start with ourselves as parents. If we continue to raise generation after generation of screaming, yelling, raging, angry children that become screaming, yelling, raging, angry adults, violence will never end. It is not the answer. And it doesn't create connection with your child. How many of you would love to have a close connection with your child? I have 5 children. 3 I gained through marriage. I have a close connection with every one of them, even the 3 I didn't give birth to, because I respect them. And I have always respected them. I have not treated them with disrespect. I did not scream and yell and call names. I did not hit them. I had a father say to me once, you've got to admit there's an appropriate time to hit a child. How many of you agree with that? How many of you agree that there is an appropriate time to hit a child? Put it in the comments. Because I know many of you do, because I spoke to many people who believe this. This is how I answer that question. I answer that question with this response. When is it appropriate for me to hit you? I've met you. I've talked to you. Work for me. Is it appropriate for me to hit you? You're the other parent. Is it appropriate for me to hit you? Is it appropriate for a teacher to hit a child? When is it appropriate? It's never appropriate, and it resolves nothing. You need to learn proper consequences. You need to learn that when I offer a child a punishment of anger, of hitting, all that does is make them afraid. It does not teach. Consequences teach. Punishment merely punishes. It does not stop the child from thinking before they make another choice. That's what consequences do. That's what consistent consequences do. If your child is talking back, a consistent consequence is to not respond, to ask them to try again. And let them understand, tell them, when you speak rudely, I am not going to continue the conversation. When you speak kindly, I will continue the conversation with you. But key in this is you can't speak rudely to them. You have to be their role model of what you want them to be. You are their strongest role model. If you are screaming and yelling and speaking rudely, they will too. And then you get aggravated that they're being rude. Well, you taught them to be rude. No child is born with language. We are born with communication. We cry, we point, we move our arms, our legs, we make noises. That is our communication. Language is taught. And the language you are using, whether it's verbal or nonverbal, is the language your child is learning. Communication is 80% nonverbal, 20% the words you say. So if you're talking to your child and you're screaming and you're yelling, they're not hearing what you're saying. They're only hearing the anger. And if they're having a tantrum and you're yelling at them and it's a big screaming match, nothing is being accomplished. In order to accomplish communication, in order to give each person a voice, you have to be calm. You have to communicate calmly. Use your manners. Use all the beautiful words of your language. My daughter's 10th grade teacher said to her, with all the beautiful words of language, why must we use the ugly ones? Think about that. Why do we have to use the ugly words? Why not all the wonderful words? There are so many words to use. Choose them wisely. Speak considerately and compassionately. And don't call your child names. When we call our child names, when we label them, we say, why are you a liar? Why are you lying? Why are you lazy? You are giving them that expectation to live up to. They now think, well, they think I'm lying all the time, so why should I tell the truth when I'm always accused of lying? They're always telling my lies, so I'll stop telling the truth. Why should I be motivated and do something when they're always telling me I'm lazy? I'll just be lazy. What expectation are you setting up for your child? It's very important to talk about this. We have to stop this generational cycle of dysfunction and abuse. Just because your parents did it, just because their parents did it, just because society says you need to smack that child, doesn't make it right. This is what happens when a child is parented harshly. Yelling, screaming, hitting, flogging, all the abuse, whatever you want to call what you're doing, name calling, cussing. This is what happens to your child's brain. They lose all confidence. They grow up second guessing themselves all the time. And if you second guess yourself, and I'd be willing to bet many of you do, that is a lack of confidence. You did not grow up becoming a confident person. You did not feel like you could speak up, because if you spoke up, you were judged by your parents. And now, if you speak up, you become worried of someone outside of you judging you, someone at work, a neighbor, a friend, a relative. Well, if I say something, what are they going to think of me? That is put there in your brain when you're little and being yelled at. Children grow up with low self-esteem, low self-value. They feel worthless. And they feel like they're the bad kid. Because when we're yelled at, when we're hit, we think, you know what? Everything I do is wrong. Nothing I do is right. Did you grow up thinking that way? Because that's what happens. Everything, parents are only responding to the negative things. No one's saying anything about how hard I'm trying. This is something you can do right now. Right now. You learn so much from this conference. If you do nothing else, take this tip. Start noticing the good your children do. You know what? Honestly, they do so much more good than not so good. They make so many good choices. When I talk to my clients and I'll be like, tell me something great your kids did today. And they'll be like, I can't think of anything. And then I'll say, did they wake up on time? Did they get dressed? Did they brush their teeth? Did they eat their breakfast in a timely manner? Did they speak kindly to you? Did they help feed the dog? Did they get off to school on time? And they'll be like, well, yeah. Start telling your kids how much you appreciate that. For that matter, start telling your partner how much you appreciate their help. Your partner does something for you, say, thank you, honey, I appreciate it. Your child comes down and says, hey, Mom, you're looking wonderful today. Say thank you. Let me help you with the dishes. Say thank you. Appreciate the effort. The problem is what you focus on is what's going to grow. And if you are always focusing on the negative, that's what you'll see more of. Because that is what is getting your attention. When you are giving attention to the negative behaviors and not giving attention to what's good, your children will just keep on with the negative because that's when they hear from you. When we start noticing the positive, when we start saying, you did a great job, you're really playing nicely with your brother, thank you so much. I've gotten this phone call out of the way. Why don't we go play a game together? What causes kids to fight back other than what they learned? This is what caused them to fight back. The lack of control. They feel like everything is being controlled. They're being bossed around. They're being told what to do, when to do, how to do it. They are not getting any kind of good attention. They only get attention when they act up. And no one's even recognizing they exist. They pretty much go about their day and your kids feel invisible. How do you feel? Do you feel invisible in a relationship? Do you feel like your partner is not even acknowledging the work you do, the hard work you put into your home, into your family? That's one of the biggest problems with relationships. Well, it's one of the biggest problems between you and your child. Can you imagine the wonderful connection that's going to happen when you decide to say to your child, let's just sit down and play a game together? Put your phones away, turn the TVs off, put the distractions away, and just sit down and play with your child. They're doing great. The siblings are playing nice together. You got your work done. Thank them for playing nicely. And then do something with them, even if it's 10 to 15 minutes. Doesn't have to be all day. Doesn't have to be hours. Show them they're important to you for even 10 to 15 minutes. Take a break and spend time with them. Ask them questions. If you have to resolve things, get their input. Kids are smart. They're so smart. And they have so much value to tell you. And if they have a great idea, put it into action. If they are doing wonderful on something, tell them. If they've done their homework and they're working hard, glorify the effort, not the result. The grades don't matter. The effort they put into something matters. That's what you make a big deal out of. Thank you for working so hard. Thank you for helping me. They're only going to be able to do what they're age appropriately able to do. But that shouldn't stop you. Shouldn't stop you from letting them help. Shouldn't stop you from giving them a chore to do. They want to help. They want to be big. They want to feel like you recognize them and see them. Be observant. Tune into them. Notice what they're doing. Get involved. Be a team. It is not you against them. It is all of you in this family, in this new community, working together, respecting each other's time, setting up schedules and routines and limits and boundaries. Yes, you still need limits and boundaries. You still need consequences, but you also need encouragement. You need to encourage your child. And of course, I did not check to see how much time I have, but maybe someone can tell me in the comments because I'm going to keep going. And let me tell you guys and invite you, I'm doing a 4-hour workshop the end of August called the Yell Free Family Masterclass. 4 hours. I'm going to really take time, not just 20 minutes. I'm going to take time to teach you how to have a yell-free family. Wouldn't that be great? How do you feel when you yell at your kids? My guess is not great. Majority of parents I talk to feel like a bad parent when they yell at their kids. Wouldn't it be nice to have a yell-free family? There'll be a link in the comments. You get in for free. It is a specific link to this conference so that the people here get into this conference. It's free. You will learn so much. Don't miss it. Yellfreeparenting.com. There'll be a link in the comments, like I said. So here's the key to all of this and everything you've heard in this conference. The key is consistency. So many parents will say to me, well, I've tried everything. I've tried everything. Nothing works. Are you thinking that? I hear these things on YouTube. I hear these things on social media. I try them. They never work. A parent said to me, I tried that routine thing. Routines are not a thing. There's something you need to be consistent with. So be consistent with what you've learned and it will work. Is my time up?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. So amazing. You know, the tone of your voice alone just says it all. So we come from this part of the world where, you know, we're used to harsh parenting. If you've not shouted, you feel you've not passed the message across. And like you said, that is what we have modeled, right? So this is a circle we need to break. And guys, this is our grandma. She's not just a mother. We saw her profile. She has been doing this for over 4 decades.
I'm old.
Yeah, so please share with us. So the link is up on the yellfreefamily.com. She's on a mission to stop 10,000 parents from
10
yelling.
million.
10 million. Wow. Amazing. So she's the convener of the International Day of Calm, which holds in April every year. You can follow her on Instagram at parenting_expert_toddlers. So just a minute to tell us about your Yell Free family, and we'll wrap up.
Okay. Like I said, it's 4 hours really to teach you how to yell. Not how to yell. To teach you how not to yell. Don't yell. It will teach you why you need to avoid yelling in your family, yet still create respectful children. I am all about respectful children. I want kids to use their manners, to not hit, to not yell, to not call names, to be pleasant, to smile when they talk. I am all about raising respectful children. But respectful children do not come from yelling, do not come from hitting. And that is a huge misunderstanding. And when you join this Yell Free Family Masterclass, you discover that you can have this respect, this cooperation, this willingness to volunteer to do things in your home happily without having to yell or hit. It can be achieved in your house. You can have family harmony. Your children can and will be excited to spend time with you. They will not fear you. They will not run from you. And they will have confidence and self-esteem, and they will feel valued, heard, and listened to just like you want to. It's a win-win combination. So join my 4-hour workshop, a little longer than not longer than the conference, but, concentrated on not yelling.
All right.
And thank you, Boma, for having me.
So you heard her. Okay, so amazing. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your time. I don't take it for granted. Thank you for coming and sharing from your wealth of knowledge. Thank you so much.
My absolute pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Okay, so amazing. It has been back-to-back session of amazing speakers sharing with us insightful tips on parenting. Who is here? Who is in the comment section? If you can see me, you can hear me, please keep dropping your comments. Tell me what has been a defining moment for you, what has stood out, what are some of the takeaways that you have learned from each of the speakers. So we've had 10 amazing speakers, and we're going to be having the final session. You honestly don't want to miss this. So if you need to stretch your legs, take a drink of water, and get ready with your notepad and your pen for this session. Invite every parent you know to be on this call. We're going to be starting right away. So I'm going to be putting up some adverts for a few minutes, and then we will start our session. So if you are ready, in the comment section, I want to hear you type ready, ready, ready. Who is ready for this session? All right.
Is an online coaching outfit for parents, educators, caregivers, and Positive Parenting Academy is an online coaching outfit for parents, educators, caregivers, and children. Through its holistic approach and positive principles, it equips parents, educators, and caregivers with the capacity to raise children that can thrive. The Academy has identified lack of skills as the gap in parenting, with a vision to redefine parenting in Africa, and is on a mission to teach, train, and coach parents, educators, and caregivers so they are better positioned to raise wholesome children. The Academy runs an annual online parenting community, the Positive Parent Circle, where parents learn the much needed skills to parent in this 21st century through coaching and accountability systems. We also partner with school owners to train educators and scholars on emotional intelligence and help them incorporate it into their curriculum. The Academy runs the Skilled Kids Hub, a learning space for kids 5 to 12 years that empowers them with critical life skills to make impact and become global leaders. We offer impactful online courses throughout the year for parents, teachers, and caregivers, such as the Yale Less Connect More Challenge, Healing Your Inner Child, Boost Your Child's Learning Performance, and we also host free programs like the Back to School session for kids and Know Your Child More Challenge for parents. The Academy has several resources to help parents, educators, caregivers, and children. The Positive Parenting Academy, redefining parenting in Africa.
Circle. I've been in the Positive Parent Circle since 2023, and I like to say that that's one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. So in the circle, we get to do daily connection tools that has helped me to bond better with my daughter. I've learned to know who I am as a person. I've learned to know who my daughter is with regards to her temperament, her learning style, her apology language. And one of the things that has stood out for me is that has helped me to be more intentional with my parenting. A typical example is that in the past, I would fix my annual leave, maybe during my wedding anniversary or my birthday. Not to say that those things are not important, but now my annual leave is when my daughter is on holiday. Because now I'm around, I'm available, we get to spend time together as a family, and I get to fix goals, specific goals on what I want to achieve. So for instance, this holiday, I'm trying to build up her executive functioning skills. I'm teaching her how to plan, how to organize, and that could only have been possible through the Positive Parent Circle. Coach Boma will hold your neck to make sure that you carry through with all the assignments that you have, and that has helped me to be a better parent. So if your parents are out there, this is the place to be. Well done, Coach Boma, and keep it up. Cheers.
Foribo is a parent coach and author. Boma Oboforibo is a parent coach and author and a speaker. She is a positive parent coach and the founder of the Positive Parenting Academy, an online parenting academy that equips parents and educators with the capacity to raise wholesome children that can thrive. She is the author of the most sought after parenting book, Powerful Skills Successful Parents Teach Their Kids. Boma Oboforibo has identified lack of skills as the gap in parents and children, and has a vision to redefine parenting in Africa through skills training and empowerment. She runs the Positive Parent Circle, a parenting community that teaches and trains parents on the systems, structures, and strategies to raise well-balanced children. Boma Oboforibo is the convener of the Skilled Kids Hub, an online hub focused on raising skilled kids to become global leaders and world changers. She partners with school owners to teach emotional intelligence to the educators and scholars, and to help them create a curriculum that can be incorporated into their learning. She is married with 2 lovely daughters. Let us make a warm welcome to the convener of the Positive Parenting Academy Parenting Conference 2024, tagged Parenting Perspectives for the Future.
All right. I thought I was going to see some applause in the comment section. So I want to thank everyone for staying till this time. It has been a lot at the back. So everything that you are seeing here, a lot has gone into it to make it seamless for you. And we are going to be having the last session to wrap up. So I'm going to be talking about the 10 parenting perspectives. The 10 parenting perspectives every parent should have. Okay? So there are a lot, but these 10 have stood out for me. And personally, it has been the pillar of everything I do. So as a parent and as a parent coach, this is what forms all of the trainings, the coachings, and every single thing that I do as I work with parents, educators, children, and everyone that is related to the building of a child. All right? So we're moving very quickly. So 10 parenting perspectives every parent should have. The first one we have is there is a blueprint for parenting. So someone help me write that in the comment section. There is a blueprint for parenting. We are looking at perspectives. That is the theme of this conference. So by the end of the conference, I want to believe that we're going to be having a mind shift. So that is what perspective does. We have heard so many speakers come to share, valuable insights, and it has started changing the way we see this whole parenting thing. At the end of this session, I want to believe that I'll be able to change your mindset completely, because if your mind is not changed, you will keep doing the same thing you do, and you will call that, misfortune. So the first thing is there is a blueprint for parenting. Someone help me write that in the comment section. There is a blueprint for parenting. So just the way, when we want to design a house, we get architects to put up a structure, a blueprint, a guide that we can follow. Because if there is no blueprint for that house, the house will be built anyhow, right? So that is the same way it is with parenting. Parenting has a blueprint, okay? So when we look at blueprint again, like I said, it is a guide or a plan for achieving something. And when you have a plan, you don't have that plan in your head. So you see architects, they have to draw because they can always go back. So when people talk about going back to the drawing board, some of us don't even have a drawing board to go back to because we don't even have a blueprint in the first place. So if there is a blueprint, while the person is building, you can actually go back and be sure that what you are doing is actually in line with the thing you have designed. I see a lot of parents today saying, oh, is it not this parenting thing? I can just do it anyhow. No, you can't do it anyhow. If you must build a masterpiece, every parent you ask wants their children to do well, but it takes more than just talking. It takes more than just talking, okay? We need to have a blueprint. So again, when we look at blueprints, we are talking about reproducing using a process to get a desired outcome. So everything you want your child to become, there is a process. There is a blueprint you need to reproduce through a process to get that desired outcome. Now, this skill of parenting is something you need to even have acquired before you become a parent. And that is why I say blueprint. So before you even have a child, that's why I tell people that are not married yet or don't have children but are married, that it is something you need to start talking about, because that is how you design your blueprint even before your children are born. So it's about teaching, training based on your blueprint. Now, we have heard a lot of speakers talk about training up a child, and I like that scripture a lot. So while I'm having this conversation, we're going to be using biblical principles, okay, to drive home the point. So Proverbs 22 verse 6 says we should train up a child in the way he should go. So that means that there is a way your children should actually go, right? I like the way the Good News Translation puts it. It said, teach children how they should live, and they would remember it all their life. So if you're not training them, don't blame them. And how do you train them? You can't train without having a blueprint, because you're just going to parent anyhow. So my question today is, do you have a blueprint? Is there something that you can bring out, like they say, go back to the drawing board and say, okay, this is where we need to make changes. This is the area that is not going well and all of that. You need to understand. And what we look at when we talk about blueprint and training is about having a structure and then you nurture. We're going to talk more about that. But that basically is talking about systems. Okay, so when you talk about blueprint, we are talking about systems. We're talking about systems. Okay, you have something that serves as a guide. All right. So remember, effective parenting is not by accident. If you see parents that are doing it and you're wondering, oh, how are they getting it? They have a blueprint. Okay, they have a plan, they have a focus, because they know that they have an expected end. So you can actually say with every certainty, if I follow this blueprint, this is what I'm expecting. A lot of us, can we say for sure that this is what will be the outcome based on what it is that we are doing with our parenting? So blueprint, there has to be a blueprint. Now, the second perspective we need to have is that the purpose of parenting is to raise godly children. So I had a session with the parents in my community, and one of the webinars we had, I shared this. Okay, so help me write that in the comment section. The purpose of parenting is to raise godly children. So in the book of Malachi chapter 2 and verse 15, the Bible says that God's purpose for your union. So he was talking to, he was talking to us. So you can also personalize it. God's purpose for your union is for godly offspring. All right. So I like how the contemporary version, put it. It says, God created you and your wife. So he's talking to the husband now, to become one. So you would have children and then lead them to become God's people. So most of us, we are just all about, I just want to have children. And we think that is the whole essence of being a parent. So we use scriptures like maybe, oh, God wants us to procreate. But hear what it's saying in this passage. It says, when you have children, it doesn't just stop there. Then it says, then you will lead them to become God's people. So the purpose of parenting parents is to raise godly children. That is the second perspective I want us to take. Now, your purpose in parenting determines what is right. Someone help me write that in the comment section. Your purpose in parenting determines what is right. So we look at the story of Mary. After the angel visited her and told her about the birth of Jesus, she said something profound. She said, now all generations shall call me blessed. Why? Because of who is going to come out from her loins, the Lord Jesus, the Son of God. Our children are also godly. Okay? We have been given that instruction. So it's not about are they or are they not. God has said it in his word, and that settles it. The purpose of your parenting is to raise a godly child. And when I shared this insight with the parents in the circle, I told them three things, three foundational goals when it comes to raising a godly child. Remember, we talked about reproducing when we're talking about blueprint. So you want to reproduce three things: the nature of God, the character of God, and the behavior of God. So when you are raising a godly child, these three things should be on your mind. All right? When you're raising a godly child, these three things must be in your mind. So when we talk about reproducing the nature of God, what are we saying? You should be like God. Okay? So be like me. The Bible says, be holy even as I am holy. There are other attributes and qualities of God. Do our children possess those qualities? You know, we can be global. You know, a lot of us are so myopic in our perspective when it comes to the children that we have. We don't see them as what they are. You know, like I said, training up a child in the way he should go. God has already designed for every one of your child a way they should go. Your own is to ask God, what is it you want me to do when it comes to raising this child? We talk about the quality. Your children, you know, are they powerful? Do they understand that they carry the power, that they can command and they can decree? Are they aware of that nature they have, that attribute they carry? When we talk about the character of God, how do they think? You know, somebody has shared to us, we talked about values. Part of what I do when I pray, you know, I tell God, I say, let my children love what you love and hate what you hate. And of course, you have to model it. Do your children see sin and can recognize that this is sin? That is the character of God. Are they uncomfortable when things that are wrong are done in their midst? That is having the character of God. We were created to reflect that nature and character of God. That is what it means to raise godly children. So when we talk about parenting, it's not just about having children. There is so much more. And I want us to change our perspective. The next thing is the behavior. So we are talking about reproducing the nature. We're talking about reproducing the character and the behavior. So behavior is about how they conduct themselves in response to situations and things around them. Okay? So when we talk about behavior, how are your children in the world? The Bible makes us understand that we are in the world, but not of this world. So how do they behave? How do they behave? How do they respond to life situations? Are they resilient? Are they bold? The Bible says that we are bold like lions, but we are also gentle as doves. Are they perseverant? Do they have the nature of love? That is their behavior. So these things you should ponder on as we go on. When we talk about godly parenting, we need to raise children to reproduce them in line with the nature, the character, and the behavior of God. Okay? We need to train our children to be free of fear. If your child is a godly child, the Bible says that perfect love casts out fear. The way you love your child should not be afraid. The Bible says that he has given us not a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind. That is a godly child. So your parenting methods may even be putting fear in your child that they cannot assume that godliness in them. Okay? So parents, are we following? Now, the third perspective I want us to have is that parenting is discipleship. Someone write that in the comment section. Parenting is discipleship. Okay? So who is a disciple? A very good example, we look at the life of Jesus. Okay? So Jesus said to his disciples, follow me and I will make you. So when you think about parenting, it's all about discipleship. It's not something you're just sitting high up there. You have been given a responsibility. You are just custodians. You give account of what it is that you are doing. Remember Jesus, when he was about to leave, he said he has done what he was asked to do because he will give account. So that is discipleship. And when your children are there, we've been learning so much as the speakers coming to talk to us about modeling. Your children are watching, okay? As they follow you, what are you making them to become? That is all about discipleship. Discipleship is the process of learning to become. Discipleship is the process of learning to become. So who are our children becoming? While the disciples were with Jesus, they became. They were powerful. They went out. They were healing. They were preaching. They were bold. That is discipleship. So it's not just about your transferring information. Oh, do this because I said so. Do this one. Do this one. The children are imitating the teacher's life. Because as you are talking, you are inculcating values. You are reproducing the nature, the character of God. That is discipleship. When the disciples encountered Jesus, their life did not remain the same. They were transformed from what they were to who they became. So it is a relationship, parents. It's not about I am the parent, I am the Almighty. You have been called to disciple someone. It is about you adhering to a way of life that will shape how your children see the world. Okay? While the disciples were with Jesus, their perspective about life changed. They were able to do things that they couldn't do before they encountered Jesus. So we need to understand the seriousness of what it is we've been called to do. And so therefore, when you understand this, you cannot afford to behave anyhow. Remember I said, Jesus told the disciples, follow me and I will make you. Your children are following. What are you doing? Where are you leading them? You cannot lead them to where you are not going. Okay? You honestly cannot afford to live anyhow you like. There are some things that, I look at and I'm saying, no. Even if I wanted to, I honestly cannot, because there are people that I am discipling, right? There are people that are under me, that are looking up to me, that are following me. So I can't afford to behave just anyhow. A disciple is a learner who follows a teacher. So the question is, what are you teaching? Okay, so when we talk about discipleship, there are three basics. So the first thing is share. So when we talk about sharing, you engage in conversations. Jesus had a lot of conversations with his disciples. The next thing is you teach. So you are explaining why. Okay, it's not just about go and do this because I said so, right? You are explaining, giving reasons, and offering guidance instead of punishing. That is the next basic of discipleship. And the next one is show, model. We've talked about modeling. Okay, so understand that, again, apart from discipleship, partnership also goes hand in hand. So you're partnering with God to raise a generation, to unlock the potential in your child. So that is what we need to understand. Now, the fourth thing you need to understand, the perspective you need to have, is that parenting is war and is walk. So war as in W-A-R and walk as in W-O-R-K. So parenting is war and is walk. So there was once I heard a pastor speak when she talked about Psalm 127 verse 4, which is one of my very, 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 favorite scriptures. So parenting is a battle, but you don't go to battle unprepared, right? If you don't prepare for a battle, there is no guarantee that you're going to win. So before you go to the battlefield, you must have prepared ahead of time, isn't it? Right. So the Bible talks about our children being arrows in our hands. So I like the way, one of the versions put it. It says, our children like arrows in the hand of a warrior, of a soldier, of a mighty man. So the Bible refers to us as parents as a warrior. They refer to us as a soldier, as a mighty man. So a mighty man, a soldier, do they go without preparation and hope that they're going to win the battle? No, they don't. They go prepared. And you prepare before, not during the battle. So that's why I said, before you even have a child, you must have prepared, because parenting is war. Now, you cannot fight a battle successfully if you don't even know what you're up against. Imagine that you were preparing for someone that was small, and then just like David, you went and met a Goliath. David prepared himself mentally, okay, before he even, came before Goliath. And that was why he was able to defeat him. So imagine you're preparing for something small, and then you go and face something big. So you cannot successfully win a battle if you don't even know what you're up against. We live in a world today where the wrong things have become the norm. A lot of parents are at ease at Zion. What do they say about those at ease in Zion? In the book of Amos, they say, woe unto them. In fact, another version says, your judgment is coming. A lot of us are complacent. We don't understand that the world is running through an agenda. They are strategic. We are doing woke generation. The other day, I was watching a cartoon with my daughter, and just cartoons that we think, okay, children are just watching. They were subtle. They just put two daddies. So the child will just be playing, but they are trying to script. They are unconsciously trying to sell an ideology to make it seem like, oh, this is a normal thing for you to be seeing two daddies with children. If not that we have started conversations on all of these things, that is how, when they repeatedly see these things, and you're saying to yourself, oh, my child is just watching cartoons. Hello, parents. The world is working. They are scripting. They have an agenda. They are funding so many large companies and influential companies to drive home their agenda. And they are targeting our children because children largely are, they walk through their emotions, right? Through cartoons, through games. And we say, oh, my child is learning online. Hello, you have to wake up. Parenting is war and work. You need to understand the times that you are in, so that when you are shooting your child, that is the arrow, you shoot with precision, and you're going to hit them on the right path. The Bible says, train them up in the way they should go. How can you prepare if you don't have the right knowledge? And that is why, no matter how, enthusiastic and, passionate you are about wanting to get it right, if you are not in a community where you are getting support and knowledge, you are not doing anything, because your community is more important than your will. Parenting in these times is war and is work. For us to fight the battle successfully, we must understand what we are up against. We need to build ourselves so that you can shoot in the right direction. So the problem is not the arrow. The problem is you, the mighty man. The problem is you, the soldier. The problem is you, the warrior. How equipped are you? Do you know what is happening in the world today? How are you positioning yourself to shoot your child in the right direction. A lot of things are going on. Now, let's move on. The fifth point we have is that discipline is structure. So I have a book I'm currently writing that I will be launching later in the year, because at the core of what I do is discipline. I can understand. I shared some of that in my book, that the powerful skills successful parents teach their kids. Okay, just a bit of it, but I'm going to be sharing more about discipline. That book, you don't want to miss it. Look out for it, because I understand. I came from a place of yelling, because that was what was handed down to me. But I had to sit down and tell myself, look, discipline is not about being overwhelmed, shouting. You are even stressed. How many of us have shouted and flogged and we were able to get the result? If you're still shouting and flogging, then that means it obviously is not working. So I'm sure some parents will still come here and be saying, spare the rod, spoil the child. Today, I'm shattering that table of spare the rod, spoil the child. First of all, it's not even a scripture in the Bible, okay? Yes, we would argue that there are some places in Proverbs that said we need to, discipline our child. Okay, so you want to flog, right? Fine. Now, I want us to also go to another scripture. There's somewhere in the Old Testament, Deuteronomy 21 verse 18. And it talks about a rebellious child. It says a child that is stubborn. What did he say they should do to that child? That if a child is stubborn, you should to the city gate and stone him. I don't see parents doing that, but that was in the Bible as well. Wisdom is profitable to direct. A lot of parents use that scripture because they are lazy, because they don't want to take responsibility for what they are supposed to do. We just had a session now about the harm of harsh parenting. A lot of us are not emotionally intelligent. We cannot control ourselves. Okay, so it looks like the easy thing to do, and then we justify it. We just get a part of the scripture that suits us, and then we justify. Look, discipline is structure. End of discussion. So when you talk about, oh, I discipline my child, see, most of us have beaten out the godliness in our children, that they cannot even stand. They are very timid. They are not creators. They are not critical thinkers, because we constantly hit, we constantly yell. We are beating at their self-esteem. They can't stand before their peers. And then when they come and tell us, oh, this person is bullying me, we say, why couldn't you stand up for yourself? You have beaten out the boldness in them, parents. You have beaten it all out, and then you call it that you are disciplining your child. If there is no guarantee your child will behave better next time, your discipline method is faulty. So if you're still flogging your child now, then there is a problem. So if you are still flogging and shouting, it is you that needs to put structures in place. So I would say this, the structures you build is a reflection of your understanding of who your child is. So when parents come into the circle, we take 2 months to study our child. Your child is a curriculum to be studied. A lot of parents will say, oh, I've been shouting and shouting and shouting. It's because you don't understand who your child is. Okay? You will say, oh, this one, I don't talk much. When I say one, they understand. This one, I keep shouting. Discipline is predictable. Discipline is consistent. So discipline, you need to put it around so many factors. You consider who your child is. Who your child is. When we talk about who your child is, we're talking about personality, your child's love language, your child's, learning styles, and so much more. So when you want to talk about discipline, please just remove hitting and yelling. Let it no longer be part of your vocabulary, right? Let it not be part of your vocabulary anymore. We are beating the lordship and kingship in our children. That is why our children are not creators. That is why their minds are not global. That is why they can't think, because they are under stress. When a brain is stressed, that brain cannot think. That brain cannot create. We had the speaker on digital parenting talk about creators. In the beginning, God created. If your child is a godly child, they reproduce the nature of God, they are supposed to be creators. But most of us have beaten that creativity out of our children. We have beaten out the curiosity out of them. We don't let them explore. We say, sit down here. If they are jumping too much, don't jump there. Your home is for your child to explore. Create a safe place where they can explore, okay? They cannot think because you are stressing them, parents. Discipline is structure. The Bible says train, don't terrorize, all right? Okay, so we're moving on. The sixth one is authority. So I get that a lot, you know. If you are still reminding your children who is in authority, then you are actually not in authority. If you are reminding your child who is in authority, then you are actually not in authority. Okay, so if you keep saying, don't you know that I am your parent? Don't you know that I'm the one that gave birth to you? If you keep doing that, then that means you are not actually in authority, because you know authority is by trust and respect and not force and control. So if you're forcing, you are controlling, you say you must do it because I said so. I will show you that I am the one that gave birth to you. So you want to disobey me. I will show you. If I did not kill my parents, you will not kill me. I know we say a lot of those things. So look, listen, I've been down that road. So I'm not coming from a place of perfection, right? So but I realized that it is tiring even for me. It is exhausting. So what do? You need to position yourself as an influencer, not an imposer. Position yourself as an influencer, not an imposer. Okay? A lot of us, our children are waiting for Independence Day. If your child is obeying, you say, yes, I use all these methods. I show them that I am the one in charge. They need to know I'm the parent. All these things that, you know, you are doing. This is not the African way. There was a time I posted a video, you know, trying to explain a scenario where when a child pours something, you know, instead of flogging you, you know, teach them. It went viral. A lot of parents were saying, no, never, not in Africa. African parents, I will flog. So you can go on flogging and flog out, you know, the creativity and all in your child. But being an influencer is a lot more rewarding. A lot of children are waiting for Independence Day when they will leave your house. If they are obeying you now, is out of fear, okay? They are not respecting you. They don't trust you. So you tell them, okay, don't worry. Maybe you ask them, something happened and, you know, they disobeyed you. You say, okay, come, I'm not going to beat you. Just pass. And then when they do, you flog. So they don't trust you. They don't respect you. They only obey you because they are scared of you. All right? So are you treating them honorably? Honor is a higher goal to obedience. A lot of parents just want, I want my child to obey me. I want my child to, this child is disobeying me. Parenting is so much more. A child that doesn't honor you, later in the years, the child would not, you know, be interested. So I am a doctor as well. I've seen countless times when patients come with their parents, you know, that are aged, the way they treat them. So the parent is walking slowly and they're like, oh, walk, quick. And I'm looking and I'm telling myself, these people is just a reflection of how they were treated as children. So are you treating your child honorably? You're waiting for, you know, when I was speaking in a session, you know, I was telling the parents, I said, if they were going to give you the president's child or one of the minister's child to take care of, how will your parenting be different? I'm sure you won't be shouting and flogging them, right? So why are your children any different? Because we don't honor them. Now, have a picture in your mind of who you see your child as. A lot of us want our children to do well, but we're not treating them as the people we see them as. If you think that your child will be a minister tomorrow, if somebody came and, you know, told you about the future and said, oh, this your child is going to be a very, very influential person, you know, would that change how you treat them? So remember, authority is not about force and control, but trust and respect. Now, the seventh thing I want to talk about, perspective that we need to understand, is that parenting cannot be outsourced. So some of us have blamed school systems, You know, there are so many videos that have gone viral. So there was one, you know, some time ago about a girl, you know, the video went viral about, you know, having sexual scenes with someone and all of that. And the mom was flogging and said, oh, the school, you know, blaming the school, blaming the see. Parents, it is time we take responsibility. Okay? You cannot outsource parenting. God did not make that teacher. There's a reason God made you the parent. So you must take your responsibility. Don't blame any other person. It's not about the school. The school is only helping. Okay? Social media, are they the ones parenting? Social circle. So who influences your child the most is the one that is parenting them. Help me write that in the comment section. Who influences your child the most is actually the one that is parenting them. So I want to ask you today, is it social media? A lot of us that put our children on the social media space, those are the things that are parenting them because they are influenced by those things. We heard what the speaker talked about, digital parenting. All the things that are happening there, that is what is influencing them. And that is what is parenting them. So if you want to say, I don't have time, now that is something that most parents just say without even thinking about it. It's no longer desirable, please. If you have no business having time for your child, I see no reason why you should have a child in the first place. And then you say you don't have time. What are you doing with your time? What are you doing with your time? Okay, I don't have time. When they say, come and do this course that will help you or get a book and read, come and join a community, say, I'm too busy, I'm too busy. See, there's a quote, you know, that I love so much. He says, your child is not the distraction from the more important work. They are actually the more important work. So talking about, I don't have time, I don't have time. If you don't have time now, you will have time later. You are not raising children, you're raising adults. So if you don't have time, so why did you have children? Because you have to make time for the children. We'll get to that. So you can't outsource parenting. If you have the child, you must make the time for them. Now, before you move to the fourth floor, listen, parents, there is a time when your influence will even come down. So the first 10 years, you have to make the most of it. If you have a child less than 10, you should be happy if you're on this call, because that is when your influence is the most. We heard other speakers. By the time they move to the preteen and teenage years, they start listening to other voices. So if you don't have a plan to raise a healthy and holistic child intellectually, emotionally, spiritually, socially, financially, they'll start listening to other voices. And if you haven't even curated that experience, created a space where the people they are listening to are people that are also learning the same thing you are, then you're going to have a problem. So, but remember, parenting cannot be outsourced. Now, the eighth thing I want to say is the pressures of parenting are man-made. The pressures of parenting are man-made. I see a lot of parents, pressure. We are pressured by a lot of things. We are the ones creating all this pressure. Parenting is not supposed to pressure you. If you are pressured, you are the one creating it. Okay? So every parenting pressure is man-made. We are looking at, how our children will get good grades. Don't get me wrong, those things are good. But unhealthy competition. We are looking at, I want my child to be first next term. I want you to, be the first. I want you to. We are so concerned about public opinion. A lot of times we go out, your child is misbehaving, and then because people are looking, you just want to discipline your child. You shout, you scream, so that parents will say, okay, yes, this parent is doing well. When you don't do it, you feel like, they're going to judge me. These are unhealthy pressures. Pressures that are not necessary. See, parenting is about you and your child. It's not about anyone. So I will give you one example. There was once, we had talked to my daughter about body boundaries. So I told her, you keep your hand like this, right? You draw an imaginary circle. So anyone that goes within that circle is in your space. And you can say no, even to me. So we went somewhere, and this was somebody I knew, but my child had never met. So the person comes up to her and is holding her and hugging her, and she's like, please, I don't like that. So This person now looks at me and is like, why are you allowing your child behave in this manner? So me, I even did as if I did not see or understand. And I didn't say anything. So much later, you know, my daughter came up and she was like, oh, mommy, what do you think about how? I said, very good. Okay, you did so well. Your space is your space. If you don't know this person, it's fine. So I'm sure that parent was expecting me to start shouting at the child. Don't you know this person? Oh yeah, go and hug this person. That's what we do a lot, right? So we see when we go to relations and all of that, your child does not just want to socialize. You won't find out, okay, could it be that this person is an uncomfortable person, even though it seems like someone you know? You just shout at the child, oh yeah, go and hug grandpa. What is wrong with you? You know? So these are pressures we need to be mindful of. You are parenting for your child, not for the world. You are understanding who your child is and you're helping them to navigate their world. Don't be pressured by, oh, you must get this thing for your child. If your child is not dressing in this way, your child is not going to keep up. And your children are watching. As you are under pressure, you are also communicating to them, you know, what it is. And they too will be under pressure when they see other children and all of that. We need to also remember that parenting is in stages. So you see your own child. So I tell the parents, you know, that I work with, your own journey is different because we are all coming from different backgrounds. So at the point where you are in, you may have different issues to deal with before you can move on, okay? You may have traumas to resolve, different levels of traumas. So don't look at another person's journey and be under pressure. You say, oh, this parent is doing well. She does everything well. She buys her children books and all of that. You have your own journey. And parenting is also in stages. So when you miss that stage, okay, when you miss the stage that you are in, you are looking at another stage. Somebody is in the teenage years while you are in, you know, the 0 to 6, like we said. They said at that stage, you're supposed to be building values. Meanwhile, you're looking at other things that, you know, moms or parents of teenagers are doing and putting yourself under unnecessary pressure. So parenting is in stages, okay? And then you need to also understand that if you are at your worst, you can't give your child the best. All these pressures, you know, you need to help yourself. What is the antidote? Get into a community where you will listen to the right things. Some of you will just go on social media, post your problems, and get unsolicited advice from people that are just doing it anyhow. You take that advice and put yourself under pressure. They will tell you, oh, is your child doing this? Don't take that. Oh, don't allow that child to behave like that. You need to discipline that child. In my own time, this was how I flogged the child. So you are under pressure and you are doing a lot. Please be in the right community where you can thrive. Remember, you don't go to battle alone. You go to battle with parenting partners so that you don't put yourself under unnecessary pressure. Now, the 9th point I'm going to be talking about is the bedrock of rewarding parenting is in connection and building skills. So I love this point so much because I'm going to be talking about skills. Of course, skills is one of the core of what we do in the Positive Parenting Academy. So someone help me write that in the comment section. The bedrock of parenting, of rewarding parenting, is connection and building skills. Your most powerful tool as a parent is your connection tool. Your most powerful tool as a parent is your connection tool. So all this talk about, oh, this, I want my child to do this, just go and connect with them. You know, children are largely driven by emotions. So the child's brain is still developing. The thinking brain, which is the upstairs brain, hasn't fully grown, right? So they are largely working at the level of their emotional brain. So they are largely driven by emotions. So one of the needs of a child is connection. How do they spell connection? With time. So all these parents saying, I don't have time to come for conference. I don't have time to buy book. I don't have time to spend with my child. When we say do activities, you say you don't have time. That is how children spell love, okay? Connection is spelled with quality time. So it's not so much as the number of hours. Some parents can be with their children, they are on their phone, they are not connected. That is not what I'm talking about. When I talk about connection, I'm talking about quality time. where you are there to affirm them, you appreciate them, you are attentive, you are a pal parent, you are present, you are attentive, and you are listening. Sometimes, once in a while, I get that, when I'm a bit distracted, my daughters will say, Mommy, drop your phone and talk to me. So you are a pal parent. Are you there connecting? Okay. We need to understand that is the bedrock of rewarding parenting. Be present. Connection is spelled with quality time. You cannot say, I love my child, and in your 24 hours, if you take stock of your 24 hours every day, divide the time. How much of the time did you spend with your child? What did you, we believe that this parenting thing is just one big thing that will just happen and then everything will change. But guys, it is in the little things we deposit into the bank account of our children. Those daily deposits, they compound. You see the way it is with financial intelligence, right? So when we put little savings, it compounds. It compounds. So that is how it is. Those little times, we want to wait until when it's a big time, like 2, 3, 4 hours before we say, okay, we have time. The little drops of time in that 24 hours, you can use it for quality time and spend with your children. In the Positive Parenting Academy, we have connection tools, that help you. Even though you claim you are busy, you can actually have something to do with your child every single day. A child you're not connected to, you cannot correct. A child you're not connected to, you can't influence. A child you are not connected to, you cannot understand. Children want you to know what is happening in their world, but you are not connecting. So you are leaving them to the mercy of devices. We have seen a lot of children with mental health issues because the social media space is creating a life for them that they cannot keep up with. They are so much under pressure because they are not connected with you. They want to talk to you. They want you to listen, parents. Please, let us pay attention. And then skills, okay? Skills will set your child apart. It is not about what you have given to them, okay? The clothes you have bought them, the places you have taken them to, but the skills you build. So that is why I say, instead of going to buy shawarma, good, shawarma is fine, but have you signed them up for things like the Skill Kids Hub, right? Where they will come and learn life skills, okay? Let them be skilled first. Then when they are skilled, you can buy all the things in the world, but set your priorities right. Skill up your child instead of beating them up. Skill up your child instead of beating them up. That is the bedrock of rewarding parenting. The time you don't spend now, you will pay later. Like, I have a child that is almost 10. Some of the things I've been able to build, now I am enjoying some of the dividends, right? So some of the things she can bake, she can cook, she can, lead herself, she can do a lot of chores, and she can think critically. These are some of the many skills that you need as a parent. And then finally, I want to say that parenting is for life. However, the foundation is time-bound. So parenting is actually for life. So long as you are alive, you will be a parent. And I'm going to explain why. But let us write that point, which is the last point, the 10th perspective that every parent should know. Parenting is for life, but the foundation of parenting is time-bound. Why do I say that? Parenting is an 18-year project. So your child, is a child from the period of 0 to 18 years. Now, between that period of 18 years, there are stages. So I tell the parents I work with, from 0 to 6 years, there is something different you're supposed to be doing. From 6 to 12 years, there is a different strategy. From 13 to 18 years, there is a different strategy. So you need to understand that 18 years is your time to do what you need to do. Now, after 18 years, you're supposed to launch your child. And then at that time, after 18, you now become an advisor. Okay? Your child now comes back to you for advice, but only if you have done what you're supposed to do in those stages in their life. So you can never say you have arrived. I had a parent, that I invited for this session, and she told me, oh, I already have 20-year-olds. What am I coming to learn again? And I said, learning never ends. So even if you want to say, okay, I'm not learning for my children that are 20, you are going to be a grandparent. You're going to be a matriarch, right? You're going to be an advisor. Your children will still come back to you. We still go back to our parents for advice, don't we? So parenting is for life. So you cannot afford not to keep growing. So even as a grandma, you see the grandma that came to talk to us about the harm of harsh parenting. I believe that she's able to teach her children, her grandchildren. She still continues. So we should look at parenting as a generational thing, okay? We are trying to break that circle of African parenting mentality. And that is why we are on a mission to equip parents with the things they need to be able to raise children that can thrive, not the ones that are striving and struggling. So you need to keep growing, okay? Through the various stages of your child's life. Remember, your child will not wait for you. A lot of you that say, no, I don't have money now. I don't have this now. I don't have that now, okay? So the Bible says that, what does the Bible say about those people? Those that put their hand on the plow and look back, they are not fit. So if you are looking back, you are not fit to be a parent, because parenting is time bound. After today is gone. So the things you did not, the things you didn't infuse, or the things you didn't do with your child today is gone and gone. And the good news is that your child has grown a day older. So your time is ticking. Your child will not wait for when everything is fine with you. By then, they have grown and moved to another stage. Is that where you want to start? So I had a parent, that came into my space, and she has flogged and shouted and done all of those things we used to do, but still did not get it right. So she has teenagers. And then she came in. Initially, she was reluctant and saying, okay, what, can I possibly still learn? But she had to go back, and realize that it was about her and not about her children. And as she got to know her children more, she realized that a lot of things, she needs to change in the way she approaches them. So yelling and flogging is not the answer. You need to be building, okay? It's easier to build than to repair, all right? You don't allow your children behave anyhow. Now, when we talk about discipline, it's not about anything goes. So we're looking at another extreme. We have the permissive parents. They say, okay, just allow them. Your child is your BFF. No, you need to create structure. You can be firm and still be loving, okay? Now, we need to understand the time. My prayer is that we should ask God to sanctify our moments that we spend with our children so that we can infuse the right things. So every moment I'm with my child, I'm thinking to myself, okay, what it is I'm doing, I'm doing a self-reflection on the go. I'm not waiting for a certain time. So when I have a conversation, I sit back and I'm saying, okay, did I do this the right way? Okay, did I approach this in the right way? How was my attitude? I am, just doing a self-audit, and I am asking God, I need to invest my time right, okay? Let your prayer be that, are you investing time in a way that you will reap harvest? Remember, the Bible talks about seed time and harvest time. What seed are you sowing? You can't be sowing a harsh seed and expect your child to be a wholesome child. We've heard about the harm of harsh parenting. What seed are you sowing? Okay, how are you equipping your children? That is what we should be asking ourselves. If you are not here today, can your child thrive? Can your child stand for something and not fall for anything? Can your child say, because this thing is not right, not because mommy said so, because I understand that this is against the godly principles I stand for. I understand that this is not the nature of a king. So I was telling my daughter sometime, I said, other people are doing it, but look at royalty. I asked her, you see the way royalty behaved. Do you see them behave anyhow? She said, no. And I said, my dear, you are royalty, okay? You have to act like the princess that you are. So we need to raise children that are thriving, that are not striving. There's a book I'm currently reading. We are raising children that are just trophy children. I just want you to pass exams, get all A's, but they are dying inside. We're not raising their character. We are not raising them to be resilient. We're not raising them to think critically. All right? So we are raising them more in survival mode. We are just, you come back home, maybe you're stressed from work. Instead of you to manage yourself, you just blot out on your children. You don't apologize. We rupture, we can't repair. Your child has done something, you feel you're almighty, so you can't say sorry. Remember your modeling. Okay, so we must keep growing. Parenting is active, it's not passive. So I want to end with these words. I want us to understand that parenting is active, so it's an action word. If you are not doing the right thing, you are honestly not parenting. All right, so this thing scrolling down the screen is about our parenting community. Registration is ongoing. It's 50,000 for the whole year. So if you break it down, that's like how much? 5,000 or less a year. 5,000 or less a year. 5,000 is something that is like £1 now. So imagine that you are getting this for a month. You're going to be learning. You're going to be with other parents that can support you. You listen to their own problems. You understand how you can navigate these things and work together as a community. So if you want to be a part of this, please look at the number that is scrolling down on your screen and sign up. You can reach me on that WhatsApp number, and we call it a wrap for this conference. I hope that we have been blessed. There has been a lot of behind the scenes for this conference. A lot has gone into this conference. You don't want to imagine, but it's coming to you free of charge. I want to thank my media team for all the work they've been doing tirelessly to ensure that all of these things were put together. I want to thank the speakers for coming spot on, for being on time. I want to thank every one of you parents. That you are here means that you are desiring to be better. Okay, like we said, we must keep growing. Okay, learning never ends. Learning never ends. So I want to thank everyone for being here. If you have just one word, okay, to say how this conference has been, please, you can go ahead and write it in the comment section. We're going to be sharing more in the group, so look out for the adverts, okay? As I said, the registration is ongoing for the Positive Parent Circle. So in that circle, we have positive vibes only, okay? When you come in, you know, you learn, you unlearn, you relearn, you are there with other parents, and you have a space where you can be naked and unashamed. All right, so thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much. You can catch the replays. It has been back to back. The truth is, when you hear all of these things and you are not putting action, work done is zero. Okay, so everything that we have heard today, we have to run with it. And you cannot run with it if you don't have a system that will help you, that will hold your hand, okay, that will ensure that you follow through. That is accountability. If your parenting is not held accountable, you are parenting on your own, because on the judgment day, you will be held accountable. We saw it in the book of Amos. He says, you that is at ease at Zion, judgment is coming. So tell yourself, judgment is coming. If you were to be judged today, what would you say? All right, so thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for this day. This day has come and it has been a blessing. I want to thank every one of you. I want to thank God for his mercies, for making this day a reality. This day will be remembered for good. And indeed, it has been a mind-shifting session for me and for everyone that's going to join this call. All right. So I see you, Cheta. Thank you so much. I see you, Busola. I see you, Ogona, my Masterpiece Sisters. I see you. I thank you so much for being on this call. I see you, Bethel. Every one of you, I see you. I see you. I see you. Thank you so much for being here. Parent Teacher Voice, thank you so much. Amaka Virtue, Nathaniel, I see you all. Thank you so much for those that joined the morning session. Eunice, I see you. I see you so much. Onyekachi, Ngozi, Anyaku, thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining. Please, it is in the doing. It is in the doing. That is what sets us apart. So let us take our learnings and run with it. The Bible says in the book of Habakkuk, it says, make the vision plain and run with it. So let us make our vision plain and run with it. Okay? All right. So here is where we close the curtains and we say we are ending, we wrap up for this parenting conference, the first parenting conference of the Positive Parenting Academy 2024. Thank you so much for being here, and do have an amazing day.